Chapter 1539. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. A black ghost hand the size of a cattail leaf fan was dancing randomly in the air. Its 5 fingers were clenched, but the rank 8 immortal goo soul beast token was struggling, trying to fly out. The dark eerie ghost hand was being attacked by this soul beast token. The ghost hand was protruding, its 5 fingers were trembling, it was about to lose its grip. However, even if soul beast token escaped the ghost hand's restriction, it could not escape from Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. It could only be said to have escaped from a small cage to a large cage. Fan Yuan thought to himself. This immortal killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand uses rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment as the core, with rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo as supplementary. Thus, even rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token can be forcefully stolen. But this move cannot last long, it does not have a ceiling effect on Immortal Goo. I'll have to work hard to make this Soul Beast token my own. As he thought, Great Thief Ghost Hand was getting more and more desperate. Soul Beast token Immortal Goo was about to break free and escape. But at this time, Fan Yuan had already arrived at his destination with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Heaven Sealing Mountain. This was originally used by Fan Yuan to seal his immortal zombie body. It was targeted at Providence. But now, Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body was occupied by his split soul. He had become a rank 6 time path clone. He could not use Heaven Sealing Mountain anymore. Go. Under Fan Yuan's control, Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the cave inside Heaven Sealing Mountain, entering the Goo Formation. Fan Yuan activated the Goo Formation. Great Thief Ghost Hand stopped shaking. Soul Beast token Immortal Goo was temporarily suppressed. Even though it was still struggling, it was much weaker than before. Suppressing Soul Beast token like this is not a long-term solution. The urgent matter now is to find a place to refine this rank 8 Immortal Goo as soon as possible. Fan Yuan thought of this. He did not slow down. After leaving Divine Beam Palace, he left through the loophole of Peach Blossom Maze, leaving this battlefield. He left just like that. Fan Yuan's actions made many Goo immortals very surprised. Chinny gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Not only was he being targeted by Qing Chou, he was also being harassed by Fang Gong. Such decisiveness! Fang Dichang praised leisurely as he looked at Fan Yuan's departing figure, deeply moved. After Fan Yuan left the battlefield, he immediately encountered countless soul beasts. The number of soul beasts was huge, and they covered the sky and earth. Fan Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. However, he quickly changed his mind and restrained himself. He didn't slaughter them and hunt for soul cores on a large scale. What he needed to do now was to quickly refine this rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. As for that rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Beam Palace, let the 3 of them fight for it. Fan Yuan had a very clear understanding of himself. Even if he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fan Yuan could only fight rank 8s and had rank 8 battle strength. If he joined the 3 rank 8s now and fought for Divine Beam Palace with them, there was little hope. There were too many variables. Once he exposed his Reverse Flow Protection Seal, his identity would also be exposed, and it might even lead to Fang Clan's counterattack. This was not worth it for Fan Yuan. Because he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fang Clan and use Green Ghost Desert to help his soul path cultivation. His alliance agreement with Fang Clan was also a factor. It was not easy to resolve this alliance agreement, he needed time to prepare. Even though Soul Beast token was taken by Fan Yuan, Green Ghost Desert's soul path Dao marks were still corroding Fang Clan's Peach Blossom Maze battlefield killer move. Surrounding the battlefield, there were still a vast number of soul beasts gathered here. Fan Yuan easily left this place. Because he had the killer move Yama, he could make full use of ghostly concealment. Even Qing Chou could not find him, not to mention other soul beasts. He flew rapidly without hesitation. After flying out of Green Ghost Desert, he confirmed that it was safe and there was no one around. He stopped and landed in an ordinary desert. Fan Yuan went deep underground and set up a temporary Goo formation, carefully erasing his aura and traces. After doing all this, he started to focus on dealing with the rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. Soul Beast token was refined by Qing Chou, It was filled with Qing Chao's will. It was very difficult for Fan Yuan to refine it. This was the most basic part of Gu refinement, solo refinement. It was to refine an existing Gu worm. The essence of this solo refinement was to use one's own will to replace the Gu worm's original will. Gu masters used primeval essence to refine mortal Gu because it was unique to them, they had their own will. Gu immortals used immortal essence to refine immortal Gu, it was the same logic. Wild Gu worms contained wild wills. They were untamable and hard to refine. But man was the spirit of all living beings. If he snatched someone else's immortal Gu, the difficulty of the Gu refinement would be even higher. Fan Yuan had planned for a long time an inquiry dock. He was not unprepared now. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Affection and Rank 7 Immortal Gu Self-Love. Fan Yuan first took out these two Immortal Gu. He first activated Self-Love Immortal Gu on Soul Beast Token. Qing Chao's will in Soul Beast Token was immediately affected. It started to love itself. No matter what Fan Yuan did, this will would not take the risk and detonate Soul Beast Token. Next, Fan Yuan activated Affection Immortal Gu, sending waves of affection into it. The two different wills came into contact with each other, and instantly began to fight. Love was not a will that was good at attacking. It was quickly destroyed by Qing Chao's will, unable to form an army. But there were still a few bits of love scattered in the Gu Insect Soul Beast Token, and they hadn't been completely wiped out. This was the specialty of affection. It was also the effect of self-love Immortal Gu. But with the passage of time, these remnants of love would gradually be annihilated. Fan Yuan continued to activate Affection Immortal Gu, sending waves of affection into Soul Beast Token. No matter how much affection entered, it was destroyed by Qing Chao's will. It suffered little damage. Qing Chao's will was inside Soul Beast Token Immortal Gu. It was very strong and stubborn. Immortal essence expenditure was intense, but Fan Yuan could endure it. He had ample immortal essence reserves. His immortal aperture development had given him great confidence. After a few minutes, Fan Yuan finally stopped sending affection into Soul Beast Token Immortal Gu. There was a lot of affection left inside. Even though most of it was destroyed by Qing Chao's will once it entered, the remaining affection was still at its limit. It was impossible to grow any further. Only then did Fan Yuan inject self-will into Soul Beast Token. Once self-will entered, Qing Chao's will was enraged. It charged forward like an enraged beast. Compared to this, Qing Chao's will was like a gentle breeze against love-will. Fan Yuan's self-will and Qing Chao's will fought. The situation was completely one-sided. Fan Yuan's self-will was utterly defeated. It could not gain a foothold. For example, Soul Beast Token was like a camp. It was already the territory of Qing Chao's will. Fan Yuan's self-will was like rushing ashore. It could only inject a small amount each time. It could not spread out. Qing Chao's will destroyed any amount that came. But Fan Yuan ignored it. He continued to inject self-will. His advantage was that he had sufficient immortal essence, and an endless supply of self-will. Meanwhile, Qing Chao's will was separated from Qing Chou. It had no origin. 15 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time passed, Fan Yuan's situation was getting better. He gained a foothold and eventually split the world with Qing Chao's will, each occupying half of Soul Beast Token's territory. Qing Chao's will surged intensely. It knew it was not Fan Yuan's match. It wanted to detonate this Soul Beast Token Immortal Gu. Thankfully, at this time, Fan Yuan's remaining affection will activated, weakening Qing Chao's will's determination. At the same time, Fan Yuan injected fake will to disrupt Qing Chao's will's judgment. Finally, Fan Yuan injected a large amount of self-will in one go. His army surged like a tide, drowning and destroying the remaining Qing Chao's will. I finally refined Soul Beast Token Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air. His forehead was covered in sweat. This battle was even more tiring than commanding an army of tens of thousands of men and horses in an unparalleled battle. Looking at the time, 3 days and 3 nights had passed in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I have wisdom path methods and a suitable immortal Gu, otherwise, I would not have been able to refine this Gu. Sigh, even though I have great thief ghost hand and can use ghostly concealment to recreate a trace of thieving heaven demon venerable's divine might. But in the end, It was just a coincidence that he became a monk halfway through. According to rumors, thieving heaven demon Venerable has a move, Steel Heart. It targets the will inside the stolen immortal goo and can instantly refine the immortal goo. It is amazing. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. He put away Soul Beast token and quickly got up, flying towards Green Ghost Desert again. I have Soul Beast token now. With the killer move 180 slaves, I can enslave that Qin Cho. With Qin Cho, I have high hopes of obtaining Divine Beam Palace. After all, it has the greatest influence on Divine Beam Palace. Even if I face the backlash of Fang Clan's alliance agreement, I can ensure that I do not die. If I can obtain Divine Beam Palace, it will be a huge gain. Fan Yuan planned in his mind. He was greedy. After obtaining Soul Beast token, he wanted to seize that rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Beam Palace. But when he flew to the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, he was stopped by a Goo Immortal. Friend, please wait. The one who stopped him was an ordinary-looking female immortal. She had a sweet smile and was brimming with rank 7 aura. What do you want? Fan Yuan willed and slowed down. The female immortal smiled. I am He-Goo. Seeing that you are flying so quickly, you must have a goal in mind. Right now, there is a huge change in Green Ghost Desert. I heard it was caused by a huge treasure true inheritance. I wonder if you have any information? I am willing to exchange for it with a huge sum of money. Fan Yuan's expression did not change, but he felt something amiss. It turned out that Fang Clan had caused a huge commotion by snatching Divine Beam Palace. All of the soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert were stirred up. This could not be concealed. Countless Western Desert Goo Immortals sensed it, and came over. Fan Yuan spent 3 days and 3 nights refining Soul Beast token. Many Western Desert Goo Immortals had already come. I'm afraid the battle has already ended. If the 3 sides are still fighting intensely, none of them will be able to conceal the battle between rank 8s. How can these Goo Immortals not find out? I wonder what the outcome of the battle will be. Who will obtain Divine Beam Palace? Fan Yuan pondered in his heart. Note: this book has stopped updating for 100 years. Today's update was an accident. Chapter 1540. So that's it. Fan Yuan immediately contacted Fang Clan's Goo Immortals and obtained the information. This battle over Divine Beam Palace had indeed ended. Fang Clan was the one who obtained Divine Beam Palace. Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Chini left in defeat. He told Fang Clan to take good care of Divine Beam Palace. He would come back to take it in the future. As for Qin Cho, it also escaped. It had a deep foundation. It did not only have a rank 8 Soul Beast token, it also had other rank 8 Immortal Goo. Even though Fang Clan obtained Divine Beam Palace, among the 3 Immortal Goo houses, Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Dock were heavily damaged. First Supreme Elder Fang Gong was also heavily injured. And Divine Beam Palace, which they obtained, was almost half destroyed. However, after Fan Yuan contacted them, Fang Clan still promised to give Fan Yuan compensation. According to the alliance agreement, the compensation was very high. But Fang Clan's Goo Immortals wanted Fan Yuan to wait for a while. Because the commotion this time was too huge, they could not hide it for long. News of Fang Clan obtaining Divine Beam Palace would be deduced soon. At that time, Western Desert's Goo Immortal world would be in turmoil. Many super forces would not let Fang Clan obtain this Immortal Goo house and become the leader of Western Desert's super forces. By then, Fang Clan would face pressure from all directions. Thus, Fang Clan needed to use this period of peace to raise their strength and recuperate. Especially the Immortal Goo house, they needed to repair it as much as possible. Thus, Fang Clan was tight on funds. They asked Fan Yuan to extend the time limit for a few days. Fan Yuan thought about it and agreed. Firstly, the alliance agreement did not have a strict time limit on the payment. Secondly, Fan Yuan wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fang Clan. The situation was different now. Fang Clan offended Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus Sect. It was the same as offending the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan's Swan Bujin disguise played a huge role in this. He could not escape responsibility. In Fang Clan's view, Fan Yuan and they had a common enemy. They were natural allies. On the other hand, the Fang family was under pressure, and was wary of the strength that Fan Yuan had displayed. Swan Bujin's identity was a wisdom path Gu immortal who had the method to enslave a soul beast army. Fan Yuan also exposed his ability to steal rank 8 immortal Gu's soul beast token in the Battle of Divine Being Palace. It was simply shocking. Therefore, Fan clan was very cautious towards Fan Yuan. They were not willing to easily provoke such an existence. Especially at this crucial moment, when the entire Fan clan was facing a test, Fan clan was even more unwilling to offend Fan Yuan. They even planned to rely on Fan Yuan at certain times, and use him as external help. Fan Yuan thought for a while and understood Fan clan's plan. First, it was Tang family. Looks like this Fan family can also become a chess piece to resist the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan had already set his sights on the future. Western Desert's situation is going to become chaotic. The crucial thing is how much strength does Fan clan have left? How much power can they display after obtaining Divine Beam Palace? If Fan clan could resist the pressure from all sides in the following period of time, Fan Yuan would not mind lending a helping hand to solidify their relationship. If Fan clan could not resist it, and was in danger of being exterminated, Fan Yuan would not help them. He would hit them while they were down. There was still hope for them to obtain Divine Beam Palace. Fan Yuan watched from the sidelines with a relaxed attitude. In this battle of Divine Beam Palace, he had huge gains. On one hand, there was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu. With it and Fan Yuan's Theft Path Great Grand Master attainment level, he could use the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. This was a qualitative change. On the other hand, there was rank 8 Immortal Gu's Soul Beast token. Rank 8 Immortal Gu could not be obtained even with immense resources. Thirdly, his relationship with Fan clan had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Fan clan still owed Fan Yuan a lot of compensation. Even if Fan Yuan obtained Divine Beam Palace, he would need to invest a huge amount of resources to repair it. At the same time, the burden of feeding Immortal Gu would increase. This result was not a bad thing for Fan Yuan. But currently a large number of Western Desert Gu immortals have appeared in Green Ghost Desert. I cannot make any arrangements here. Originally, Fan Yuan wanted Ing Wuxie and the rest to stay in Green Ghost Desert and hunt for soul cores to help Fan Yuan's soul cultivation. But it seemed that it was not possible now. There were too many people in Green Ghost Desert. It was not good for movement. And there was a huge threat, that was Qing Chou, who had escaped. This legendary immemorial soul beast had rank 8 battle strength. Fan Yuan had not fought it head-on before, but he knew how powerful it was. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal and other methods, he could only fight it to a draw. Right now, Qing Chou's whereabouts were unknown. It was likely to be hiding in Green Ghost Desert. This way, whether Fan Yuan sent Ing Wuxie and the rest or he stayed behind, it would be dangerous. Once they fought, just his identity alone would ruin many of Fan Yuan's plans. Let's go. Fan Yuan had many wisdom path methods. In a short while, he made the wisest decision. He wanted to leave Green Ghost Desert and even Western Desert. Friend? At this moment, Gu was still standing in front of Fan Yuan. Seeing that he was not replying, she asked. Fan Yuan chuckled as his gaze turned to her, thinking to himself that this woman was quite astute. She could see so many clues from his movements. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he said, I do have some information. It is very precious. If you want to buy it, you need to be able to pay the price. Gu smiled. Friend, don't worry, even though I am a lone cultivator, I have some capital. As long as you guarantee that this information is true, my reward will definitely satisfy you. Fan Yuan made a simple alliance agreement with Gu. He then selectively told her about Qing Chou's existence. It was indeed the truth. Gu's eyes shined brightly. Oh? A single soul beast was actually related to the Qing family? It seems to have Qing clan's secret treasure? I am not sure about the details. Fan Yuan shook his head, not willing to say anything else. Gu was already very satisfied. She paid Fan Yuan a lot of Western Desert immortal materials on the spot. Even with Fan Yuan's knowledge, he was quite surprised. Among these immortal materials, there was a type of ancient divine wood. It was a rare rank 6 immortal material. Even though it was only rank 6, it was rare even in jewel-yellow skies sometimes. It could be sold for the price of a rank 7 immortal material. This was a small surprise. Fan Yuan made a fortune and also exposed Qin Chou. This was to create a cover for Fan Clan. Western Desert's Gu immortals would focus their attention on Qin Chou. Secondly, it was also beneficial to Fan Yuan. Qin Chou was not dead, its whereabouts were unknown. It was a huge threat to Fan Yuan's Green Ghost Desert plan. Fan Yuan could use these Western Desert Gu immortals to scout for Qin Chou's location. As for them encountering Qin Chou and finding out that it was a legendary immemorial soul beast, they could only pray for themselves. My information is real. There will definitely be Wisdom Path Gu immortals who will deduce it and verify it. By then, even rank 8 existences will be interested in Qin Clan's inheritance. If 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu immortals come out, Qin Chou will be in trouble. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Fan Yuan used this small chance to scheme against Qin Chou. That he Gu was not satisfied, she requested to explore Green Ghost Desert with Fan Yuan. It was normal for lone immortals to form groups. However, Fan Yuan rejected her. Fan Yuan said goodbye to He Gu and left. That He Gu wanted to chase after him, she flew behind Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan easily circled around her. Using familiar face to disguise himself, he quickly lost her. Fan Yuan did not enter Green Ghost Desert, he flew along the border of Green Ghost Desert. After flying for several days and nights, Fan Yuan arrived at Western Desert's regional wall. After passing through 2 regional walls, Fan Yuan arrived at southern border again. The scorching and glaring sunlight was replaced by dark clouds in the sky. In the southern border, the dry wind of the western desert was permeated with moisture. Looking around, there were mountains that were covered in greenery. They were all dark colors. Southern border. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered before clearing up. Among the 5 regions, he had the deepest impression of southern border. Immortal killer move, Qi Luck sensation. Immediately after, he activated his killer move, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had established a luck connection with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle earlier. Now that he used Qi Luck sensation, he immediately sensed its vague location. Fan Yuan's main goal in returning to southern border was to subdue the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again. This space path immemorial desolate beast was very useful to Fan Yuan. With it, Fan Yuan could annex all of the blessed lands in City Well, his immortal aperture's foundation would rise greatly, and his down marks would increase. Chapter 1541. Southern Border, Southeast. North of Yellow Dragon River, south of 100 Beast Mountain. This was originally a mountain range. It was long and undulating, but now it had split apart. A huge ravine spanned from east to west, forming a brand new earth trench. The Great Arrow was approaching. The 5 regions were going to merge. First, Earth Chi would move and Earth veins would connect. Southern Border had an extremely high concentration of Earth Path down marks. It was the leader of the 5 regions. After the first quake, there were many earthquakes that engulfed Southern Border. Each earthquake was a disaster for Southern Border's mortals. But for Gu immortals, it meant new opportunities. All sorts of immortal materials, even wild immortal Gu, would emerge from deep underground. Earth veins were the essence of the earth itself. These last years, Southern Border's Gu immortal world had been in chaos. First was the Battle of Etian Mountain, then the Battle of the Dream Realm. Not just lone cultivators and demonic path, even the righteous path suffered many losses. Especially Wu Clan, they lost 7 Gu immortals. Southern Border's Gu immortals were on high alert. They sensed danger and tried to raise their strength. This time, the earth vein moved and formed an earth trench. Southern Border's Gu immortals went all out. They wanted to replenish themselves and plunder the most resources to raise their strength. Right now, in the depths of this newly formed earth trench, a group of Gu masters were setting up a mortal Gu formation and setting up a camp. The leading Gu master was a woman with rank 5 cultivation. Her eyebrows were thin like willow smoke. Her eyes were clear like the moon. Her skin was snow white, she had cherry lips and white teeth. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders. It was delicate and beautiful. Right now, She was wearing a plain white dress. She was elegant like an orchid, gentle like water, and had a noble aura. It was none other than the current Shang clan leader, Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes stared at the field in front of her. This field was deep in earth trench. It was not ordinary. The soil was black and hard like iron. Colorful smoke was rising from the soil, forming into clouds in the air. Being in the field, the Gu masters felt a warm feeling that seeped into their bones. It was extremely comfortable. The power of nature, the work of the gods, it is truly amazing. Shang Xinci sighed. She was deeply moved. Beside her stood a white-robed young man. He had a handsome figure and sharp eyebrows. On his shoulder was a small eagle. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan said, "This field is not simple. If I am not wrong, this is the smoky warm jade field, able to produce the immortal material smoky warm jade. This piece of land is actually 1,000 mu in circumference. It's extremely valuable." Yi Fan was still in love with Shang Xinci. Previously, he had stepped forward to help Shang Xinci, who had just ascended to the throne, deal with political problems. However, when he was chasing away the 18 drunkards, he encountered Bai Ningbing and was almost killed by the latter. Yi Fan was lucky enough to keep his life. After this great change, he became even more mature and steady. Due to an accident, he met Gu immortal Lu Weiyin and they became master and disciple. He was nurtured by Lu Weiyin. Not only did he cultivate in Black Heaven for a period of time, he was also taught a lot of knowledge by Lu Weiyin. His horizons were much broader than Shang Xinci's. So this place is called Smoky Warm Jade Field. Thank you, young Master Yi, for dispelling my doubts. I finally understand why the clan's immortal ancestor wants me to lead the group to defend this place. Shang Xinci expressed her gratitude. She originally had low aptitude and weak cultivation, but this time, in order to fight for this smoky warm jade field, Shang clan sent a Gu immortal to activate a unique method and raise Shang Xinci's cultivation to rank 5 regardless of the cost. Worry flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. Shang Xinci's enemies this time were Ho clan and Tai clan. These two clans also sent their rank 5 clan leaders to hold the line, showing their determination to obtain the smoky warm jade field. Yi Fan's current horizons had already surpassed mortals. He could see everything clearly. This smoky warm jade field is a natural resource point. Whoever controls this place will have a huge amount of smoky warm jade production every year. Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan, these 3 are super forces. Even the 3 clan leaders are just pawns. The Gu immortals of their clans are behind them. Sigh. The position of Shang clan leader seems to have a high status and authority, but it is just a political chip in the hands of Gu immortals. They have no choice. They are filled with danger. Lone cultivators and demonic immortals might covet them. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Shang clan's previous clan leader, Shang Yanfei, who was also Shang Xinci's father, died in battle. There are also Wu clan's leader, Empress Wu Ji, and other formidable characters. As long as they are not Gu immortals, no matter how valiant they are still mortals. Yi Fan sighed internally. Thinking of this, he became even more determined to advance to immortal. Report! Ho clan and Tai clan have sent large numbers of people. They are coming towards us at an unprecedented scale. At this time, an investigative Gu master suddenly came to report. A beautiful female Gu master beside Shang Xinci said, "As clan leader expected, our Gu formation and the expansion of the camp have crossed the bottom line of both clans. This beautiful woman was Wei de Xian, the wife of Wei clan leader. She was once bought by Fan Yuan as a slave and given to Shang Xinci. Right now, Wei de Xian was Shang Xinci's personal guard. She was loyal and wanted to repay her debt of gratitude." Shang Xinci nodded, smiling. "Actually, the Gu formation has already been set up. They are purposely making it look like they are setting up a Gu formation to lure these 2 clans to attack, so that we can take them down in one go." Shang clan, Tai clan, and Ho clan had been fighting for a long time. They had both won and lost. It was a draw. Shang Xinci thought of a plan. She set up a Gu formation to amplify her clan's battle strength and settle this matter in one go. The other two clan leaders had deep qualifications, they had been around for a long time. Even if they went out, they did not have to worry about chaos in their clans. But Shang Xinci was different. She was inexperienced and young. If she went out for too long, there would be chaos in Shang clan's headquarters. This was also the reason why Shang Xinci had to take the risk. Of course, taking the risk was not blind. Shang Xinci knew her enemy and herself well before coming up with this plan. She was confident that she could settle this matter in one go. If I can defeat the two old clan leaders of Ho clan and Tai clan, my reputation will spread far and wide. When I return to the clan, the situation will be completely different. Saying so, Shang Xinci's lips curled up as she raised her voice. I hope everyone can work together and win this battle. The crowd of heroes loudly agreed to the Emperor's promise. Beside Shang Xinci were Wei de Xian and the other female guards, as well as Xiong Tu, Xiong Feng, and Xiong Hui experts, as well as Xiao Yan, who came from Shang clan's battle stage and was an outsider Gu master. He had already been recruited by Shang Xinci, becoming one of her subordinates. As for the chief steward Zhou Quan, he was replacing Shang Xinci, staying at Shangliang Mountain to maintain the situation. Yi Fan was an external elder. He did not have a subordinate relationship with Shang Xinci. Although taking the position of clan leader is tiring and tough, Xinci has been through training. She has lost a lot of her weakness and is much more heroic. At that moment, Yi Fan was slightly dazed by Shang Xinci's beauty. Shang clan leader, what is the meaning of this? After a while, Tai clan leader arrived first. Next, Ho clan leader also arrived with a large group, questioning Shang Xinci. Little girl, you are building a camp, are you trying to monopolize it? Shang Xinci smiled faintly. Patriarchs, the three of us have been wasting time here for a long time. There's no harm in having a showdown today and deciding the victor. Why needlessly delay for time? Ho clan leader's pupils shrunk. Tai clan leader laughed heartily, giving Shang Xinci a thumbs up. Good, the younger generation will surpass us in time. To speak the truth, I am getting frustrated from staying here. Let's have a three-way battle today, we will decide the outcome. As a result, the three parties sent out their troops and started fighting. Shang Xinci, Yi Fan, and the rest of the higher-ups stood on the spot, waiting for a chance to fight. Activate the Gu formation, Shang Xinci instructed. The formation path Gu master beside her was stunned, hesitating. Isn't it too early to activate the Gu formation? We might give our enemies time to react. Shang Xinci shook her head. Just activate the formation. The Gu formation activated, a light veil enveloped the entire battlefield. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters became restless and flustered. Shang Xinci said loudly, this formation can protect the lives of those who are heavily injured. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters, go ahead and fight. Once she said that, Ho clan and Tai clan's leaders' expressions changed. Tai clan's leader laughed loudly. I heard that Shang clan leader is kind and benevolent, it is indeed true. All right, let us fight to our heart's content. Ho clan's leader snorted coldly, thinking. This last is truly surpassing us in time. She directly told us about this formation's effect. It is to confuse our minds. Should we dismantle this formation or not? I underestimated her earlier. Looking at all the Superforces leaders and Gu master experts, Xinci is the kindest person I have ever seen. She could have set up a killer formation, but she chose this formation. Her advantage is greatly reduced. I'll lend her a hand later. Yi Fan thought to himself. He did not tell Shang Xinci and the rest about his immortal fortuitous encounter. But after Black Heaven's cultivation, Yi Fan was confident that even rank 5 Gu masters were not his match. The Gu formation activated, under the cover of the light. Once a Gu master was injured, they would be enveloped by the light and sent out, others would not be able to harm them. At the same time, the Gu formation was helpful to Shang clan's Gu masters in battle. Tai clan and Ho clan's Gu masters were also thinking about how to unravel this Gu formation, but before that, Shang clan's Gu masters had the upper hand. Kill! Xiong Tu, Xiong Feng, and Xiong Hua joined the battle. The three worked together and were extremely close. Ordinary elders were not their match. Soon, Ho clan's three elders were heavily injured. They were enveloped by the light and sent out of the battlefield. Damn it! Ho clan's leader clenched his fists. I had already convinced Shang clan's important people to cause trouble in Shang Xinc's backyard. To think that she actually challenged us. This Tai clan's leader is too impatient. He actually agreed to her request and fell into her trap. Right at this time, a female Gu master charged out of Tai clan's formation. She was very brave. Her moves were large and powerful. Rampaging through the battlefield, she was unstoppable. Xiong clan's three brothers wanted to stop her, but she easily defeated them, sending them out of the battlefield with heavy injuries. Ho clan's leader stared with wide eyes. He realized at this moment. So Tai clan had such a person. Powerful, too powerful. Even if I were to personally take action, I wouldn't be a match for her. At the crucial moment, Yi Fan walked into the battlefield, standing in front of this female Gu master. I have not asked for your name? That woman's gaze was like lightning, emitting a sharp light as she sized up Yi Fan. She had a solemn expression as she said coldly, Tai Ruanan. Chapter 1542. Bam bam bam. Intense explosions resounded in everyone's ears. Mortal killer moves were unleashed without stop. Two figures appeared and dispersed as they fought intensely. One was Yi Fan. He had dense luck. He cultivated transformation path and light path. He received guidance from Shang clan's Gu immortals, and also acknowledged the mysterious Gu immortal Lu Wei-yin as his master. And most importantly, he did not rely on his own fortuitous encounters. He walked on his own Gu cultivation path. As for Tai Ruanan, even though she came from a super clan, Tai clan, she had a rough childhood. She lost her mother and father when she was young. She became independent, and became one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She worked hard and was skilled in both literature and martial arts. Her reputation grew. She attracted many followers. Especially when she was nurtured by Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshin, she became the inheritor of Tai Mian's true inheritance. The battle between these two could be said to be a match between two geniuses. They were evenly matched. The commotion was shocking. The aftershocks created a large empty space. Ordinary fighting Gu masters, as long as they entered this empty space and encountered the shockwaves of the two's battle, they would be injured if brushed by the shockwaves and die if touched, thus they would all retreat. The Gu masters of the 3 clans were dumbfounded by the battle between these two. Missy, young Master Yi is so strong? Why did we not know about this before? The servant beside Shang Xinci, Xiao Dai, spoke. Shang Xinci's eyes flickered as she said, Young Master Yi Fan must have had some fortuitous encounter. His strength rose rapidly. This is a good thing, but his opponent is not simple. Young Master Yi should be careful. Xiao Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Young Master Yi is indeed a good person. He is talented, handsome, and confident. Moreover, his feelings for Miss can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. If young Master Yi can hear that you care about him so much, he will definitely be very happy. Shang Xinci shook her head. She wanted to say something but did not speak in the end. Xiao Dai had been observing the situation. She was Shang Xinci's trusted aide, a direct descendant of the direct line. She was a servant from Zhang clan. She had followed the caravan and came to Shang clan city with Shang Xinci. Thus, others called Shang Xinci clan leader or city lord, but only Xiao Dai called Shang Xinci young miss. Shang Xinci did not ask her to change it. This was a sign of their deep relationship. At this moment, Xiao Dai was worried, thinking, It seems that Miss still cannot forget that demonic Gu master Fan Yuan. Sigh, I don't know what he did, but that Fan Yuan only accompanied my young miss to Shang clan city, and from then on, he became young Miss's sweetheart. I wonder where he is now? He was probably already dead. Sigh, if he's really dead, seeing his corpse would be good too. It would allow Miss to completely give up and walk out. Xiao Dai's great aptitude was after all a mortal Gu master, and had not come into contact with the level of Gu immortals. Thus, she did not know Fan Yuan's current situation and thought that Fan Yuan was still a demonic Gu master. Even though Shang Xinci learned about Fan Yuan's current situation from Shang Clan Gu immortal Shang Qingqing, there was no need to tell Xiao Dai about this. It's true that talented people are born in every generation. I'm really getting old. Whole clan leader looked at the battle between Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan. He was shocked and felt bitter. Tai clan leader was more shocked, thinking, I thought that by sending Tai Ruanan, we would be able to clear all the obstacles and obtain victory. But now, it seems that the result is hard to predict. To think that Shang clan has such an expert! At the same time, in the sky above the battlefield, in a place where mortal Gu masters could not sense, 3 southern border Gu immortals were looking at the battle between Tai Ruanan and Yi Fan. They came from Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan. Right now, the 3 were sitting on a cloud, next to each other. There was a round table in the middle. The fragrance of tea permeated the air. The Gu immortals were drinking tea, but they were using the mortals of their clans as stakes in a gamble to decide the final owner of this smoky warm jade field. This smoky warm jade field was a high-grade resource. Even super forces valued it greatly. If they could obtain it, it would be a foundation that would benefit the clan. But using mortals as stakes without Gu immortals, would it be child's play? Or maybe if they lost, some Gu immortals would refuse to accept it. The conflict between immortals, using mortals as stakes, was not as simple as it seemed. Gu immortals were lone cultivators and demonic path cultivators, so be it. But righteous path forces had to be long-lasting. Thus, they placed more emphasis on nurturing their descendants. For example, Shang clan had a young master selection policy to let the young masters earn money. They also had a battle stage to take in external Gu masters. Tai clan also had 8 young masters, while the other super forces had their own policies. They were all to select Gu immortal seeds from the mortal descendants. Letting the clansmen fight each other had great significance. It represented the clan's future achievements. Especially when it came to Gu immortal seeds, the Gu immortals would feel great heartache if they lost one. But Gu immortals needed to do this, because the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Firstly, as long as the clan's Gu immortals did not die, their foundation would not be shaken, they would not suffer a huge loss. If the Gu immortals did not make a move, everything could be discussed. Secondly, letting these mortals fight was also a form of tempering and testing. It allowed geniuses to stand out in life and death situations. As for dead geniuses, they were no longer geniuses. Righteous path clans nurtured generation after generation. Even if they were Gu immortal seeds, they could afford to lose them. Thirdly, in a battle, there would be grudges and grudges. This would make the clan more cohesive. When the Gu immortal seeds grow up, the other super forces might have enemies of the same generation. At this time, they would not be able to leave the clan easily. They would need to rely on the clan more. Any policy had its considerations. It was not a game where Gu immortals used mortals as pawns. Those in power were not simple. Right now, the 3 immortals' gazes were on Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan. The 3 knew that the outcome of this battle was crucial. It would decide the final owner of smoky warm jade field. Shang Qingqing, who was sitting on the left, smiled. Congratulations to Lord Tai Mianshin, you found an excellent inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance. Tai clan had Iron Mask's true inheritance. Everyone in southern border knew about it. They also knew that this true inheritance had strict requirements. It was hard to find a suitable inheritor. True teachings were a set of mature and relatively outstanding cultivation content. Therefore, sometimes, not everyone could inherit a true inheritance. There would be requirements and conditions. Sitting at the center was Tai clan's Gu immortal, Tai Mianshin. He wore a martial attire. His chest and legs were covered in light armor. His face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask, it was the cultivation characteristic of Iron Mask's true inheritance. The Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people. They were also the most skilled in investigating the truth in southern border's Gu immortal world. Earlier, he chose Divine Investigator, who was Tai Ruanan's father. to be the inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance. But Divine Investigator died on Qingmao Mountain. He found out about Tai Ruonan's outstanding talent, and chose her as the inheritor. This time, the Tai clan had sent him here to fight for the smoky warm jade fields for the Tai clan. Thus, Tai Mianxin had brought Tai Ruonan here to train her. Among the 3 Gu immortals present, Ho clan and Shang clan's Gu immortals only had rank 6 cultivation level. Only Tai Mianxin had rank 7 cultivation level. He was sitting at the center. As they conversed, Shang Qingqing and the Ho clan Gu immortal were very respectful towards Tai Mianxin. Tai Mianxin nodded. Shang clan's fairy is right, this is my true inheritor. But he is still young, he needs more training. Ho clan's Gu immortal, Ho Yao, was silent. He looked at the battlefield below with concern. Even though Ho clan was the weakest now, it was not like he had lost his chance completely. As long as Shang clan and Tai clan fought to a stalemate, the final result would be unknown. Dust flew, Yi Fan retreated as he breathed in deeply, his chest inflated like a balloon. Tai Ruonan pounced down like an eagle, her hands turned into claws as she attacked. Yi Fan turned around and spat out a scarlet-red light arrow towards Tai Ruonan's face. Tai Ruonan was not flustered. Her eyes shined with bright light as she raised her head and flew like a swallow, dodging the red arrow. Chapter 1543. Tai Ruonan shouted as she raised her fist, welcoming the attack. Bam! With a loud sound, the fist and palm collided, causing a bright white light to burst out. Light shot out, causing the ground to crack. Both sides fought fiercely, moving like smoke as they retreated. After retreating for more than 10 steps, they stabilized themselves, looking at each other from afar as they breathed heavily. Right now, both of them had grim expressions. They treated each other as strong opponents, not daring to underestimate each other. So amazing, their battle strength far surpasses ordinary rank 5s. They are both Gu immortal seeds. Shang Xinci sighed inwardly. Her knowledge was not the same as before. Because of Shang Qingqing's favor, she was familiar with some matters of the Gu immortal world. Yi Fan looked around, suddenly saying, Tai Ruonan, if you can take this move, I will admit defeat. Tai Ruonan's gaze focused as she nodded, agreeing. Okay. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. The two did not fight for long, but it was extremely intense. They had used countless mortal killer moves. The primeval essence expenditure was huge. Thus, both of them had little primeval essence left in their apertures. Thus, Yi Fan suggested one move to decide the victor. Tai Ruonan agreed. Yi Fan breathed in deeply, preparing his killer move. Mortal killer move, Aurora bird. Chirp chirp chirp. A series of urgent bird cries could be heard. Yi Fan's body was covered in rays of light that flowed like water. They were multicolored, moving around and gathering on his forearm and right hand. The aurora light was very intelligent. It let out chirping sounds. As the light changed, a sparrow could be vaguely seen. The aurora bird was ready to attack. It had a shocking aura. Tai Ruonan's expression was extremely grim. Her body was emitting waves of black qi. The black gas condensed on her face and gradually formed a thin black iron mask. Mortal killer move, Iron Mask equipment. This move came from the Iron Mask true inheritance. If an immortal Gu was used as the core, it would be an immortal killer move. Go! Yi Fan shouted. The rainbow light on his right forearm seemed to have a life of its own at this moment. It jumped out of his body and flew into the air, turning into a rainbow bird. With a flap of its wings, the rainbow cloud bird shot forward at an astonishing speed. Good move! Tai Ruonan grunted. She didn't stop at her original spot and charged forward. In the next moment, she collided with the rainbow's sunglow bird. Tai Clan's Gu masters gasped. They were worried for Tai Ruonan, to think that she would use her body to resist Yi Fan's strongest move. High up in the clouds, Tai Mianxin remained unmoving. It was obvious that he knew about the Iron Mask equipment, and was confident in its defensive capabilities. Creak! Creak! The rainbow cloud bird crashed into Tai Ruonan's body, and turned back into a large ball of rainbow light. covering Tai Ruonan's entire body. On the other hand, Tai Ruonan's body emitted waves of black gas, defending against the corrosion of the rainbow light. Both sides were in a deadlock, and it was difficult to determine the outcome in a short period of time. Your Shang clan's Gu immortal seed is not bad either, Tai Mianshan praised. Shang Qingqing smiled. I'm ashamed, I'm just a seed with a different surname. Tai Mianshan nodded. I can see that his killer move has his own ideas. It is likely that he created it himself. To be able to create his own path at such a young age, ordinary geniuses cannot compare to him. Ho Yao was envious as he watched from the side, he sighed. Such seeds are the future pillars of their clans. Shang Qingqing was humble, but she found it strange. She had interacted with Yi Fan before, she gave him pointers, but he did not display such talent back then. Our Shang clan has a battle stage system. Thus, Tai Mianshan and Ho Yao thought that this is a Gu immortal seed from outside Shang clan, but that is not the case. Yi Fan is so outstanding now, he must have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Of course, he created his own killer move, his talent cannot be underestimated. Such a person is worthy of our clan's attention, we can recruit him. If we find out that he has a clean background, we can recruit him. Right, he seems to be in love with Shang Xianci, we can make use of this. If he can become a Gu immortal, so what if we give up Shang Xianci? If this gets out, it will be a great story. Shang Qingqing thought about it internally as she formulated a plan. At the same time, in a lake far away in the mountains, two Gu immortals were conspiring. These two Gu immortals had been concealing themselves, they had been planning for a long time. One of the Gu immortals was a weak young man, his name was Yu, he had a worried expression. Will we really not alert those 3 clans Gu immortals this time? We won't. His companion, Yi Nan Men, replied with certainty. If not for my unique investigative killer move, I would not have found out that there is an ancient water monster hidden in smoky warm jade field. Our Yi clan is the most outstanding in water path, it is unlikely that those 3 clans will find out. And this time, we will not attack directly, we will make use of the situation to alert this sleeping ancient water monster and make it go berserk. Saying so, Yi Nan Men's tone changed. Of course, Gu immortals have countless methods, it is hard to guarantee that they will not find out. But if they find out, we will have an excuse, after all, our Yi clan is a super force, they will at most be suspicious, but they will not fight us to the death. If they do not find out, when the water monster goes berserk, they will definitely take action to suppress it. At that time, you will be the one to kill one of them and cause the 3 clans to be suspicious and fight. Yi Nan Men had rank 7 cultivation level, while Yu only had rank 6 aura. But in their plan, Yu was the one to carry out the assassination, who knew what methods Yu had. The weak young man, Yu, had an even more worried expression. I am not familiar with that move yet, what if I fail? What if they find out when I use it? Yi Nan Men's expression turned grim. That is the worst case scenario. If it really happens, I will sacrifice my life to stall these 3 Gu immortals and let you escape. Even if I die, I will not admit that I am a Yi clan Gu immortal, you should do the same. This time, Yu no longer had a worried expression on his face, instead, he had a solemn and determined expression. Yi Nan Men breathed in deeply. I am going to attack. He activated an immortal killer move, his aura was concealed to the extreme, there was no sound at all. Yu, who was at the side, relaxed slightly. At the next moment, deep underground water rippled, the water monster that had been sleeping for countless years was suddenly awakened. On the ground, Yi Fan and Tai Ruonan were just about to determine the victor, when the ground shook. Puff, puff, puff. A series of fountains burst out of the black metal soil, piercing through the battlefield and destroying the Gu formation that Shang clan had painstakingly set up. Dozens of huge water pillars, each several meters tall, were scattered in smoky warm jade field. Chapter 1544. Those unlucky Gu masters were hit by the water pillars, they turned into piles of flesh and bones. Such a change made the Gu masters extremely shocked, they quickly stopped and left the battlefield. What's going on? The three goo immortals in the clouds were about to react when they saw the water pillars suddenly fuse into one in the air, forming into an ancient water monster with a fish body, frog legs, and tiger head. The water monster roared as it pounced at the mortals below. It did not have much intelligence. It felt that these mortal goo masters had disturbed its slumber. The giant frog leg stomped on the ground, as boundless water surged out of the ground, surging towards the mortals. But the three immortals attacked at the same time. 3 barriers of light protected the 3 clansmen. So there's an underground frost heart lake beneath this smoky warm jade field. There's an ancient water monster inside the lake. Ho Yao had a solemn expression. Shang Qing gritted her teeth, looking at Tai Mianshan. Lord Tai Mianshan, please take the lead. We will assist you and take down this ancient water monster. We will prevent it from destroying this smoky warm jade field. She and Ho Yao were only rank 6 goo immortals. They could not deal with the ancient water monster. Tai Mianshan was the only rank 7 goo immortal here. He was the leader. Tai Mianshan nodded. He was about to charge down the clouds when a sharp eagle cry resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. At the next moment, everyone saw to their shock that the small eagle beside Yi Fan suddenly expanded, turning into a giant eagle. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. The giant eagle screeched as it pounced at the ancient water monster. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was saved by the mysterious goo immortal Lu Wei-yin, but it was also restrained by his methods. It had been staying beside Yi Fan. When Yi Fan was in a life and death situation, Lu Wei-yin's restraining methods would be greatly weakened, allowing the upper extreme heavenly eagle to use a portion of its strength. The upper extreme heavenly eagle did not have the intelligence of humans. It did not sense the hidden goo immortals. It only felt the threat of the ancient water monster. It felt that its dignity was being challenged. It wanted to teach this arrogant person a lesson. Feeling the upper extreme heavenly eagle's ferocious aura, the ancient water monster immediately cowered. Its roars stopped abruptly, and it directly turned into a stream of water, quickly slipping away through the hole it had just emerged from. Once the ancient water monster was gone, Yi Fan's life was no longer in danger. The seal on the upper extreme heavenly eagle took effect again, causing it to return to its original state. A force forced it to fly back to Yi Fan's shoulder. Around Yi Fan, there was complete silence. Countless goo immortals stared at him with wide-opened eyes. Young Master Yi, what exactly is this eagle of yours?" Xiao Dai stammered, completely shocked. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. "If I say that this is the first time I've seen this eagle's power, would you believe me? Primordial desolate beast!" Be it the 3 goo immortals above the clouds or the 2 Yi clan immortals hiding in the lake, they were all shocked, speechless. How did this happen? Especially those 2 Yi clan goo immortals. They only wanted to release the ancient water monster, but they did not expect an immemorial desolate beast to appear. That's a good thing. We don't have to do it ourselves. With this immemorial desolate beast, we can get rid of these 3 immortals. Yu was overjoyed. Yi Nanmen's gaze was dark. This is not so simple, did you not see it clearly? This immemorial desolate beast is being raised by someone. It is the possession of that young man who fought earlier. Shan Clan's fairy, what is going on with this immemorial desolate beast? Tai Mianshan's gaze was like lightning. He turned around and looked at Shang Qing. Shang Qing smiled bitterly. Earlier, she was agitated and her expression showed flaws. Even if she did not, she would not be able to lie to Tai Mianshan. Shang Qing only had rank 6 cultivation level. She could only say, "I don't know either. It is likely this young man's fortuitous encounter." What kind of fortuitous encounter can allow a mortal to raise an immemorial desolate beast as his possession? Ho Yao was shocked as he said in an unfathomable tone. Tai Mianshan smiled coldly. "This is an important matter, we cannot ignore it. Compared to this, smoky warm jade field is no longer important. This young man probably inherited an immortal true inheritance, but our southern border righteous path has never had such records of a mortal raising an immemorial desolate beast. I need to investigate and prevent the demonic path from rising again." Shang Qing was furious but helpless. She smiled bitterly. "I believe that Lord Tai Mianshan will investigate this matter and uphold justice. Eagle, eagle, so you are so powerful! Yifan sighed. He could not help but stretch out his hand, wanting to touch the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had tried to struggle many times, but it was helpless against the seal on its body. After a while, it became resigned to its fate. Now that it returned to Yifan's shoulder, it was furious, but when it heard Yifan's praise, pride appeared on its face again. Seeing Yifan stretch out his hand, it immediately spread its wings and slapped Yifan's hand away. Yifan smiled bitterly. Xiao Dai stared with wide eyes. This eagle is really arrogant, but it has incredible abilities. It is worthy of its arrogance. Young Master Yi, how did you? Before she finished, Shang Xinci interrupted her. Xiao Dai, this is young Master Yifan's secret, you can't pry. It is fine, it is fine. This divine eagle was caught by my master. Yifan saw that the matter was exposed. He did not want to hide it from Shang Xinci. Your master can actually subdue such a divine eagle? Xiao Dai raised her voice. Shang Xinci also had a shocked expression. She naturally thought that Yifan's master was likely a powerful Gu immortal. While they were talking, the upper extreme heavenly eagle suddenly showed fear on its face. It became restless on Yifan's shoulder, like a mouse that saw a cat, or a sheep that saw a wolf. What is going on? Xiao Dai and the rest stared with wide eyes. This arrogant divine eagle suddenly acted like this. It was truly shocking. I don't know! Yifan exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen Inger so panic-stricken. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not stand on Yifan's shoulder. It screeched towards a certain direction in the sky. However, this shrill cry was no longer as intimidating as before. Instead, it revealed a strong sense of panic and even pleading. One could see the fear in it at a glance. Of course, if one were to look closely, there was also a trace of anger. What is going on? At once, be they mortal Gu masters or Gu immortals, they could not help but look towards the direction of the upper extreme heavenly eagle's scream. Next, everyone saw a figure in the sky, piercing through heaven and earth like a flying sword. At this moment, the white clouds in the sky were split into two by this figure. That seems to be a person? Immortal? The Gu masters exclaimed. Who is it? This aura, he is definitely not an ordinary immortal. The Gu immortals were also shocked. They became vigilant. The figure stopped, floating in the air as everyone saw this Gu immortal's true appearance. He had a jade-like face, a high nose bridge, and a cold, indifferent look in his deep, black eyes. His long hair was black like a waterfall, it hung down to his waist. He wore a white robe, his sleeves were fluttering in the wind, he was handsome to the point of being beautiful, his aura was extremely intimidating. A group of mortal Gu masters looked up at him. There was complete silence. Then, the man spoke again. So this is where my bird is. Chapter 1545. 1 year, there was a famine. The people had no food to eat. They could only dig up grass and eat guanine clay. Many people starved to death. The news was quickly reported to the palace. The emperor was sitting high up and was puzzled when he heard the report. The kind emperor thought hard and came up with a solution. The people are hungry but have no rice to eat. Why don't they eat meat porridge? In our lives there will always be some people who look kind and understanding on the surface, but they are not. Recently, I brought my wife to Nanjing every day to accompany her to see a doctor. Although it is a small problem, the treatment process is more complicated. We take the train in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Sometimes, there are no seats on the train. We might have to stand for more than an hour. Or we might take a bus to get home. It takes even longer. It's really tiring. Imagine yourself on a long journey. Imagine yourself taking a bus or a train. Then imagine yourself doing this every day for a month. My writing condition is not good because of this. I have already told them about this matter, but many people still do not understand. Or rather, they think they understand. A few days ago, I made a mistake and did not update for a day. I have already explained the situation and apologized. It was indeed my mistake. I had already saved the manuscript, and put it in Chidian's back end. It was just that I did not set the timing for the updates. Coincidentally, I had an urgent matter that night. I came home late and found people scolding their parents. At that time, in a fit of anger, he decided not to update it. At the same time, I was also very puzzled. What caused this phenomenon? How should I deal with this matter? The next day, I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years. All the updates were accidents. Then, I started to update once a day, twice a day, and 3 times a day. I realized that those people who scolded their parents disappeared and did not make a fuss anymore. There was even some noise and excitement in the book review section. On the surface, this is a problem with the updates. But what about the actual situation? I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years, but I updated for so many days. Is this an accident? Sometimes there are more updates. Is this accident bigger than the broken sky? Why are these people not making a fuss because of these accidents? What about scolding their parents? Some people will immediately answer, "This is because you, the author, updated." Yes, I updated. But what about the actual situation? It is also an accident. Why can't these people be the same? That's because what I'm doing is in line with their interests. So, this group of people seemed very kind, understanding, and supportive, but in fact, they were just supporting their own interests. This support was not because they truly understood the author's pain, but because they were as kind as the emperor. Over the past few days, there were also some readers who complained, saying, "Venerable Gu, you've gone too far. For the sake of a small number of people, you've affected everyone's reading. I can't stand the sight of you." I answer here, how did I bring disaster to everyone's reading? I said I would stop updating for 100 years. When did I stop updating? These people were complaining for their own benefit, not really trying to understand me. Of course. I know this is human nature, very normal. I write books, and you read them. Why should I force you to understand me? You're just an author who writes a book. Who are you to me? Friends? Family? Hee hee. This is a normal situation, of course, I accept. In fact, I never force others to understand me. But what I couldn't accept was that when I scolded my parents, it would become dirty. I write and sell books, why should my parents be scolded? If you sell things in the mall, do you want your parents to be scolded? When I write books, I put in a lot of effort and time. I put in hard work, and the results I get are upright. When I sell books, I earn a few cents for 1,000 words, and a few cents for a chapter. It might not even be as much as the price of a cigarette. When you open a tobacco shop and sell cigarettes, and someone buys cigarettes, you tell them that they are out of stock today, and they can come back tomorrow or buy from another shop. At this time, when the customer scolds and insults you and your family, how do you feel? You're definitely not happy, and I'm not happy either. Let me tell you, no one will be happy, everyone will be unhappy. I'm unhappy, and I want to express it. What do I write books for? It's to fulfill my dream and earn money to support my family at the same time. It's life. It's not survival. In this world, some people survive, and some people live. I'm the latter. What I pursue is a high quality of life, a comfortable life. I'm not here for you to scold me. I'm not someone who sells laughs, I'm just someone who writes and sells books. I'm not an idol. If you scold me, I have to bear it. I'm worried that I'll lose fans. To me, if I lose fans, so be it. Subscriptions, favorites, it doesn't matter. What does it matter? A few years ago, when I wrote Guzhenren, I didn't think about making money. If I wanted to make money, I wouldn't have updated like this, and I wouldn't have written such a topic at all. This is because I'm different from others. My main purpose in writing books is to write the book itself. Making money is incidental and secondary. Before Guzhenren, I wrote many books, and I've probably announced many times, every book is complete, and I've never left it unfinished. This is an indisputable fact. Perhaps many people still don't understand the true meaning behind this fact. That is, no matter what book I write, no matter how well the book does, whether it sells or not, I've written the concept in my heart completely. If I were to write a book for the sake of making money, would I do this? Guzhenren has been updated for several years, and only recently has some results shown, giving me the hope and possibility of doing this full-time. I'm also very interested, because this is very likely to be a high-quality lifestyle. But even if I do it full-time, will I change my original intention and write for money? I pursue a quality life, and money is secondary. My concept of money is that poverty can kill people, and wealth can also kill people. I can eat abalone and sea cucumber, and I can also eat porridge and plain porridge. When I was a child, I lived a hard life, and I'm not afraid of suffering in the future. Even if I have a son now, I don't have the thought of most parents, thinking of ways to let him live a rich life. If he has talent, poverty can nourish his ambition, and he can earn money himself. Why would he need my money? If he has no talent, no matter how much money I give him, it will all be wasted. His shortcomings will be magnified by too much money. Wealth is a good thing, but poverty also has its advantages. Taking 10,000 steps back, if I really can't write books in the future, and really can't support myself and my family, I can just go out and find a job, right? I have hands and feet, and I'm in the prime of my life. Can't I support myself, my wife, and my child? So, I won't suffer this kind of vexation. I write and sell books, not to be bullied. For those who curse, let me tell you, I, Venerable Gu, will not sell my books to you. I'll give you one word, scram. 2 words, scram. 2 words, scram quickly. 4 words, scram quickly. 5 words, scram dejectedly. After writing this paragraph, I counted seriously and found that my math is still very good. Perhaps some people will ask, Venerable Gu, aren't you too pretentious? That's not good. Look at those great gods, they aren't as pretentious as you. What ability do you have to be pretentious? Then let me tell you, I usually don't pretend, and I'm not good at pretending, but I must pretend today. First, because others pretend to be pretentious to me, I, Venerable Gu, always return the favor. I'm selling books, not laughter. My smiles are for my friends. When friends come, I give them smiles and enthusiasm. When enemies come, I raise my knife, spear, and sword. Second, I'm different from many authors, because my pursuit, my temperament is not the same. If I'm not in a good mood, how can I write a book happily? I won't be able to write a good book. Third, I don't have any virtue or ability to pretend to be pretentious today. I'm just poor and unreasonable. Also, I want to ask you, those readers who scold their parents, what virtue or ability do they have to do this? Just because they support me, they can insult me and my family? Everyone, when have you seen such a group of people, saying, I support you, but at the same time scolding your parents? This group of people also has a common problem, which is that they feel, I'm supporting you like this, I've contributed a lot, I've suffered a lot, so what's wrong with me scolding you a few times? I'm also doing it for your own good. Therefore, in my eyes, this kind of support is not support at all. I don't want this kind of support. Let me repeat, I, Venerable Gu, write books, the past books, the present books, and the future books, will not sell to people like you. If you have the guts, don't read it. Actually, the books I write are just like that. Why do you have to do it? There are many other outstanding books, go and read others. This single chapter of mine can also be considered a confession. I believe that it has an important meaning for my entire writing career. Perhaps some of you will be very unhappy when you see today's single chapter. I'm sorry, this is not my main goal, making you unhappy is just a side effect. Let's make a final point. I, Venerable Gu, sell books, not smiles. Chapter 1546. Who is this? Yifan looked at Fang Yuan, who was floating in the sky, feeling puzzled. At this moment, he could not help but think of his master Lu Wei Yin's words. Master said that this eagle can resolve one of my karmic ties. I have always been puzzled, is this Gu Immortal really the eagle's master, and my karma is him? Yifan did not recognize Fang Yuan, because Fan Yuan was using the sovereign immortal body's original appearance. Yi Fan had never seen him before. Yi Fan only knew the appearance of Fan Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. He had obtained this from Shang Xinc's subordinates. This was easy. Back then, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. They roamed the world and were wanted criminals. The servant Xiao Dai's gums were chattering. She shivered. She naturally did not recognize Fan Yuan's identity, but Fan Yuan had such power, and was the owner of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was already so strong, then how strong was its master? Xiao Dai could not imagine it. She only felt fear. She was afraid that Fan Yuan would find trouble with them. Meanwhile, Shang Xincci pursed her lips. Her gaze was fixed on Fan Yuan. Her eyes were not only filled with shock, there was also some doubt. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. The mortals were shocked and confused. But the Gu immortals were different. They felt chills all over their bodies. This person is? Rank 6 Gu immortal Ho Yao stared with wide eyes, tongue-tied. He recognized Fan Yuan's identity. The answer was right at the tip of his tongue, but he could not say it. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body appearance had always been Lu Guanyi's identity, as he roamed the world. Back then in Southern Border, he entered the immortal formation and explored super dream realms. He disguised as Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi and Wu Yihai's appearances were naturally very different. But don't forget, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Celestial Court framed Fan Yuan and exposed the truth that Fan Yuan was Lu Guanyi in order to destroy Longevity Heaven's political scheme and divide Northern Plains Gu immortal forces. Thus, the fact that Fan Yuan was Lu Guanyi and had once disguised as Wu Yihai was known to all the Gu immortals in the world. The appearance of his sovereign immortal physique, which was also Lu Guanyi's appearance, was no longer a secret and was known to everyone in the world. This time, when Fan Yuan came to Southern Border, he did not activate familiar face or any other disguise. There are several reasons. Firstly, the purpose of his trip was very clear, and that was to pursue the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Thus, when he made his move, even if he disguised himself, his identity would still be exposed. There was no need to do so. Secondly, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, and after this period of digesting his knowledge, he had a solid foundation and deep strength. Now that he was roaming Southern Border, he was very confident. Thirdly, Fan Yuan had purposely shown his true appearance to probe the arrangements of the Celestial Court and other righteous path forces. But his journey had been very smooth. All in all, when Fan Yuan appeared, all the Gu immortals recognized his identity. Upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Wu Yihai. So that's it, this eagle is the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Shang Qingqing's thoughts continued to move as she connected all the clues and understood the situation. Fan Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. This is a fact known to the world. Rank 8 Gu immortals are completely different from immemorial desolate beasts. Let's escape. Yu, who was hiding in the lake, spoke. This weak-looking young rank 6 Gu immortal was clearly frightened. His face was pale and his soul beast was shivering. What are you afraid of? He might not be able to find us. Even if we retreat now, it is too late. Are you confident that we can escape? At the side, rank 7 Gu immortal Enan Men had an ugly expression. He had completely thrown the clan's plan to the back of his head. He tried his best to hide and retract his aura. Just as the immortals were at a loss, Tai Mianshan floated out and showed himself, flying towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, you are wanted by Central Continent, Southern Border, and Northern Plains Righteous Path forces. You still dare to show yourself? The immortals saw this and felt deep admiration towards Tai Mianshan. As expected of Tai Mianshan, Tai clan's Gu immortals are truly admirable. At this moment, it's useless for us to be cowards. This is a desperate situation of life and death. We need to cooperate sincerely and unite together. Only then will we have a chance at survival. That's right. Fan Yuan was able to escape and roam the world. He has powerful movement methods. If we split up, he will definitely catch up to us and kill us one by one. Our only hope is to unite as one and urgently request for reinforcements to arrive. To be able to become a Gu immortal, he definitely had his own strengths. The Gu immortals calmed down after hearing Tai Mianshin's words. They understood the situation. Facing the demonic path Gu immortal Fan Yuan, they had to work together to have a chance of survival. If Fan Yuan appears, he can only fight to the death to resist this demon. Yinan Men and Yu continued to communicate. In the moment of danger, Tai Mianshin stood up and stabilized the righteous path. He was indeed an outstanding talent of Tai clan, an expert among rank 7 experts. The mortals of the 3 races started to clamor again. Look, another immortal has appeared. Oh my heavens, am I seeing things? Everyone looked at the sky. Their gazes were filled with shock and curiosity. Normally, immortals were rarely seen in the 5 regions, but now, 2 Gu immortals appeared. They were shocked. Wait, what did the second Gu immortal call him? Fan Yuan? Is he the person that Lady Xinci is thinking about? But his appearance is not right. Yi Fan's heart shook. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Shan Xinci. Shan Xinci raised her snow-white neck. She stared at Fan Yuan's figure without blinking. When Tai Mianshin called out Fan Yuan's identity, she instantly understood why her heart was pounding earlier. The person that she had been thinking about day and night was right in front of her, appearing in such an unexpected manner. Shan Xinci looked at him fixedly. The emotions that she had been accumulating for days and nights surged in her heart. Was it because at the most helpless time of her life, she met Fan Yuan and obtained his help? Sometimes she would faintly suspect, was her feelings towards Fan Yuan a kind of love? Or gratitude? But now, when she saw Fan Yuan again, even though her appearance had changed, the emotions in her heart gushed out like a waterfall. At that instant, tears appeared in her eyes. She was sure that this was love. Love was an inexplicable thing. There was no reason to talk about it. Looking at the reason for love was foolish and foolish. However, Shan Xinci also understood that she had met the wrong person at the right time. She knew that she could not love. She knew the difference between her and Fan Yuan. But love was born. What could she use to stop it? Thus, Shan Xinci was helpless. She could only look up, look at Fan Yuan's lofty figure. She tried her best to open her eyes, to see Fan Yuan's current appearance, but she could not. The investigative killer move that had great effects in the past was useless against Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body. The current me does not even have the qualifications to take a look? Shan Xinci had complex emotions. There was joy, melancholy, sadness, and most of all, she was worried about Fan Yuan's safety. But she knew her identity and strength. She was the leader of Shang clan. She was a righteous path member. She was just a mortal. Her words carried little weight. She knew about Fan Yuan's identity and past achievements from Shang Qingqing. But she could not do or say what she wanted. She could only watch and endure. Yi Fan looked at Shan Xinci's expression. This was the first time he had seen Shan Xinci like this. His heart clenched. He had never felt such an intense, bone-piercing pain. This pain contained his love for Shan Xinci, as well as his anger towards Fan Yuan. At once, he was certain that this Gu immortal was Fan Yuan. Don't tell me Master's karma is between me and Fan Yuan? Yi Fan had another guess in his mind. He was shocked about Fan Yuan's identity as a Gu immortal, but he quickly accepted it. Because he had encountered Bai Ningbing before, he had almost lost his life to Bai Ningbing. After that, he met Lu Weiyin. His horizons were broadened. He thought about it, and felt that Bai Ningbing was very likely a Gu immortal. Back then, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. Bai Ningbing had already become a Gu immortal. While Fan Yuan refined an immortal Gu on Three Kings Mountain, the whole of southern border knew about it. He definitely obtained an immortal opportunity. What was so strange about him becoming a Gu immortal now? Chapter 1547. Looking at the moving clouds in the sky, Fan Yuan's expression was slightly gloomy. He was thinking back to the scene earlier. Out of his expectations, the immortal opportunity business that was established in the dream realm was actually so popular. The scope involved was also much larger than what he had expected. Looking at the situation in the Mortal Goo house and Lady White Rabbit's tone, it was clear that be they demonic path or lone cultivators, as long as they could afford it, they could enter the righteous path's defensive goo formation and interact with the dream realm. This is beyond my imagination, but thinking back, it is understandable. Dream path. At this time, it was still a blank slate. Even though many superforces started to research this, there were few results. Fan Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move could be said to be the best in the current 5 regions. Of course, Ying Wuxie's lead soul into dreams was also a unique and unparalleled achievement. Lead soul into dreams shone brilliantly in the Battle of Etian Mountain. It made Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals suffer losses many times. And Fan Yuan's killer move Unravel Dream was extremely beneficial to him. He gained a lot. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals, even though they sealed off the entire dream realm, they have no ability to excavate this treasure mountain. Instead, they lost many Righteous Path experts in this period of time. Among them were rank 7 Goo Immortal experts with high authority in their clans. Luo clan even lost their 3rd Supreme Elder. This information could not be hidden. It was widely spread in southern borders Goo Immortal world. Fan Yuan could easily find out about it. The Righteous Path has suffered. They know about the power of the dream realm. They cannot explore it recklessly, so they use this method to extort resources from the demonic path and lone cultivators. Furthermore, if any accidents happen, they do not need to waste a single soldier. They can attack the forces outside the Righteous Path. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To be able to make this immortal serendipity business so prosperous and on such a large scale, a tall tree attracts the wind, yet it still exists. Evidently, the Righteous Path has reached some sort of tacit agreement. Behind Lady White Rabbit's Mortal Goo house are southern borders Righteous Path Goo Immortals. There is definitely more than one. There are at least 6 or 7 of them to create such an unbridled scene. Fan Yuan was astute. Because of his 500 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, he was very clear about this immortal serendipity business. This way, even though he could use this method to sneak into the Righteous Path defensive goo formation and personally interact with the dream realm, it could not satisfy his needs. What did Fan Yuan need? First of all, he needed continuous opportunities and time to come into contact with the super dreamland. Secondly, he needed an identity that could protect him. Even if there were any changes in the dream world, he could still continue to stay. Just 1 or 2 times, what could Fan Yuan gain by interacting with the dream realm? Just the cost alone was ridiculously high. But the theory of 3 venerables was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Countless Goo Immortals were attracted to it. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals had already tasted the bitterness. When the demonic path and lone cultivators learn of their power, this craze would dissipate. In addition, even if Fan Yuan relied on this method to dispel the dream and increase his cultivation level, he would not be able to do so. In this way, it would cause the dream to change. At the very least, the dream world would shrink for no reason. If this situation was discovered by other Righteous Path Goo Immortals, what would they do? By then, Fan Yuan would be trapped inside the goo formation, like a turtle in a jar. Even with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fan Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. If this doesn't work, what should I do? Kill a Righteous Path Goo Immortal, then use Familiar Face to disguise myself and sneak in? Fan Yuan thought of this and shook his head, rejecting this unrealistic idea. First of all, in Righteous Path forces, Goo Immortals either had Life Tablet Goo, Soul Lantern Goo, or Blood Rope Goo. These methods could allow the clan to easily check whether the Goo Immortal was alive or dead. Furthermore, through these Life Tablet Goo, Soul Lantern Goo, and Blood Rope Goo, they could easily deduce the Goo Immortal's location. Once Fan Yuan killed these Goo Immortals, the clan would definitely react. Unless Fan Yuan had information path methods that could confuse or deceive these Goo worms. Fan Yuan had always been lacking in the aspect of information path. Secondly, even though Familiar Face was a rank 8 immortal killer move, it was not without flaws. For example, back in Eastern Sea, Ying Wuxie had used Luck Inspection Immortal Goo to find out about Fan Yuan's identity. Finally, as time passed, even if Fan Yuan used familiar face at all times, because of the details of his life, or his habits, people would find out about it. Therefore, the alternative method of killing was not feasible. Fan Yuan thought about it but could not think of a good method. Even if Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and attacked the Gu formation, he might not be able to break it. Even if he destroyed the Gu formation, there were many rank 8 Gu immortals in southern border. By then, rank 8 enemies would come and surround him. Fan Yuan would not have time to explore the dream realm. Unable to find a way out of this situation, Fan Yuan felt very helpless. He thought about it, and returned to the mortal Gu house. Lady White Rabbit's eyes shined. She called up to Fan Yuan. "Have you thought it through? You want to try the immortal opportunity?" Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. "Fairy White Rabbit, I am a village man, I have not seen much of the world. This price is half of my wealth, I need to think about it. I came here to inquire about some information from you, to understand more about the situation in southern border's Gu immortal world." Fan Yuan said this as he handed a rank 6 immortal material to Fairy White Rabbit. Fairy White Rabbit was slightly surprised. Even though this immortal material was ordinary, Fan Yuan did not ask for much. These last days she had been managing this business, she had interacted with all sorts of Gu immortals, she knew a lot about the current Gu immortal world. "Let's talk with this." Fairy White Rabbit handed an information path mortal Gu to Fan Yuan. Giant Dream Realm, Righteous Path Gu Formation. "We meet again, Fairy Miao Yin. Do you remember me?" Xiao Clan's Gu Immortal led the female Gu Immortal into the Gu Formation. Even though he was a Righteous Path Gu Immortal, his tone was flattering. Because even though this Fairy Miao Yin was a demonic path Gu Immortal, she was beautiful, she inherited the blessed land of a predecessor and had great wealth. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border's Gu immortal world. The scene of the two entering the Gu formation was seen by the 2 Righteous Path Gu immortals at the center of the Gu formation. "These people are getting more and more brazen. Previously, they only came once every 7 days, but now, they come at least twice a day, bringing in all sorts of Gu immortals. Luo Clan's 2 Gu immortals are slightly better, they brought in lone cultivators with good reputations and clean backgrounds. But Xiao Clan's Gu immortal has no qualms, he has a huge appetite. This Miao Yin is a demonic path Gu immortal. Back then, she destroyed 2 of my Ba clan's important resources and even injured 4 of my Ba clan's Gu immortals." Gu immortal Ba Quan Feng said angrily. Beside him, there was another Ba clan Gu immortal. This person was very tall, about 9 feet tall, he had a simple appearance, his beard and hair were connected together. His dark green beard reached his chest, while his jade green hair reached his waist. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose, his eyes were covered by a black cloth. He had a muscular body, his shoulders were broad, his exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree, there was even moss growing on it. He was already thousands of years old, his cultivation level was stuck at the final step before he could reach rank 8. He had peak rank 7 battle strength, the publicly recognized number 1 person below rank 8 in southern border's Gu immortal world, old Treeman Bada. Bada spoke slowly. "Don't be impatient, little Feng heir. Xiao Clan is weak, at the bottom of the righteous path. But behind them was the Wu Clan. Xiao Clan and Wu Clan have been connected for tens of thousands of years." When Ba Quan Feng heard the Wu family, the anger on his face receded slightly, but he still said angrily, "The Qiao family is a righteous faction. For the past thousands of years, they have been relying on the Wu family. They are practically dogs raised by the Wu family. This Wu clan is too arrogant and despotic. Just because they have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, they can do whatever they want. This time, they actually allied with 7 clans, using this dream realm to start an immortal opportunity business. How are the other 6 clans compared to us? This Super Gu formation was created with the help of our 13 clans and Immortal Gu." Bada laughed. "Little Feng, do you think that we should all get rich together?" Ba Quan Feng's thoughts were exposed, he blushed. Little Feng heir's thoughts cannot be hidden from Lord." Bada shook his head. Wu clan's actions will attract even more clans to participate. After all, after this period of time, everyone knows that now is not the time to explore the dream realm. Through this method, we can gain benefits. It is also good. However, our Ba clan cannot participate in this. Why is that? Ba Quan Fong asked anxiously. There are gains and losses in this matter. Even though we obtained a lot of cultivation resources, our clans will be able to use them against us. The evidence is clear. In the future, our Ba clan will be in the right. When we split the dream realm again, we will be able to get a bigger share. Little Feng Er, look forward. We cannot explore the dream realm now, but what about in the future? The dream realm is the true treasure. Ba De sighed deeply. But Wu clan is so domineering, they have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. But our Ba clan only has 1. By then, if Wu clan comes, we will not be able to stop them. Ba Quan Fong said hatefully. Wu clan cannot stop them, but what about the other clans? Furthermore, Wu clan's first supreme elder is not far from death. During this period of time, Wu clan will be in a state of unrest. With only 1 rank 8 Gu immortal left, can Wu clan still be the number 1 righteous path force? Ba De smiled with deep meaning. Ba Quan Fong stared with wide eyes. So the rumors of Wu clan's first supreme elder running out of lifespan are not false? Impossible. Wu clan is so powerful. How can they not have lifespan Gu? Chapter 1548. Fan Yuan, where have I heard this name before? Is it that little beast king who refined the immortal Gu on Three Kings Mountain? Even though I did not see it clearly, I am afraid it is him. He became an immortal? A huge fortuitous encounter. What a huge fortuitous encounter! Sigh, why did I not encounter him? The Gu masters of the 3 races went into an uproar. Everyone discussed animatedly and vented their shock, jealousy, and other emotions, causing the scene to become extremely noisy and clamorous. These mortals were still limited to the past information. Fan Yuan's true fame was only spread among Gu immortals. There was little information about him in the mortal world. Tai Ruanan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she watched. She and Fan Yuan had a simple relationship. It was deep hatred. The conflict between Fan Yuan and her had been going on for a long time, but the hatred did not diminish as time passed. Instead, it was like a wine, becoming more intense. However, the enemy was right in front of her, but Tai Ruanan found herself helpless. Fan Yuan had already become an immortal. In the past, Tai Ruanan did not know the difference between mortal and immortal, so be it. But she had interacted with Tai Mianshin. She had a deep understanding of the difference between mortal and immortal. She knew that she was only a mortal. There was no hope of taking revenge on a Gu immortal. Right now, Tai Ruanan's only hope was on Tai Mianshin. She wanted to personally see Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshin kill Fan Yuan, to uphold justice and take revenge for Tai Ruanan's subordinates and family. Fan Yuan looked at the 3 immortals as he smiled coldly and arrogantly. I am here to take back what I lost. The few of you want to stop me? Shang Qing and Ho Yao's hearts jumped. Fan Yuan had only said 1 sentence. He did not use any methods. But these 2 felt that Fan Yuan's demonic aura was so vast that they almost lost their will to fight. Fan Yuan was famous in the world. His demonic might had already spread far and wide. Even someone like Wu Yong had been fooled by him. And the Celestial Court had issued a warrant for him for such a long time, but they still hadn't caught Fan Yuan. These Gu immortals were only rank 6, it was normal for them to feel this way. The mortals on the ground heard Fan Yuan's words clearly. Tai Ruanan was infuriated. Demon, after ascending, even an immortal is still a demon. With this kind of power, it was the misfortune of the common people. Damn it! Damn the demon! Punishing evil and eliminating evil, getting rid of such devils, is what the righteous path should do. Thinking about this, Tai Ruanan looked at Tai Mianshin with anticipation. In her mind, this Tai clan Gu immortal expert could support heaven and earth, he could pluck the stars and moon from the sky, he would definitely be able to get rid of Fan Yuan. After all, Fan Yuan was from the same generation as her. Even if he became an immortal, how long would it take? How could he be Tai Mianshin's match? But at the next moment, Tai Ruonan stared with wide-open eyes. Tai Mianshan sighed. O Fan Yuan, you roam the 5 regions, your name is unparalleled in the world, I am not your match. But even if I die here, I will fight, this is my resolve as a Tai clan Gu immortal. But there is one thing, we are both immortals, we do not need to bother with mortals. There was no harm in asking these unrelated mortals on the ground to retreat. Let us fight, even if I die, I will have no regrets. What do you mean? Lord Tai Mianshan is admitting that he is not Fan Yuan's match? How is this possible? Tai Ruonan was tongue-tied. Her mental state was almost shattered by this huge news. Such words, especially when said by Tai Mianshan himself, her worldview was completely shattered. Let these mortals go! Why would I let them go? Fan Yuan snickered, killing intent surged. He looked around, seeing through all the mortal Gu masters on the ground. Tai Ruonan's anger was not worth his time, the anger of an ant was not anger. Yi Fan of Connect Luck was a person favored by destiny, even though he was the master and subordinate of luck. Since Fan Yuan saw him, he did not want to let him go. Killing this person was very beneficial to Fan Yuan. After all, every time Fan Yuan used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Yi Fan would split a portion of his luck. Furthermore, why was the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle beside Yi Fan? Fan Yuan was curious, he wanted to find out. As for Shang Xinci? Fan Yuan's cold gaze flickered, showing a strange emotion. He purposely got close to Shang Xinci earlier, he wanted to use her to gain a foothold in Shang Clan City. But now, Fan Yuan was shocked to find that Shang Xinci's luck was very shocking. Fan Yuan had luck inspection methods. Shang Xinci was only a mortal Gu master. Her luck was naturally seen by Fan Yuan. Above her head, there was a huge flow of luck. It was pure white. The luck gathered and formed into a rainbow-colored cloak. The cloak seemed to be weaved from countless bird feathers. The surrounding luck turned into droplets of rain, revolving around this 100-bird feather cloak. Such luck, such a phenomenon, even Yi Fan, Hong Yi, and Han Li cannot compare to her. What is going on? Just based on this luck, Shang Xinci is not an ordinary person, she will definitely be an important character in the Great Era. Strange, why is it that in my 500 years of memories, Shang Xinci is only a mortal? Don't tell me, spring-autumn cicada hid providence, after my rebirth my memories were tampered with. Or maybe I destroyed Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan and became the leader of Shadow Sect, changing countless things. Shang Xinci was also affected? But why did it have to be Shang Xinci? According to the trajectory of fate, she is truly an important character in this era. Fan Yuan was thinking when he heard an eagle cry, it almost pierced his eardrums. Next, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's seal weakened to its limit, its eyes were bloodshot as it pounced at Fan Yuan. Even though I have killing intent in my heart, it is controlled by wisdom path methods, it did not leak out. This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is indeed being controlled. Not only is there a seal, its emotions can also be affected, causing it to find trouble with me. Fan Yuan sneered in his mind, facing the immemorial desolate beast's attack, he did not panic. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast, it flickered and arrived in front of Fan Yuan, its sharp eagle claws slashed towards Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan did not dodge, he took this attack head-on. The huge eagle claws were larger than his body, they slashed at his body. Shang Xinci cried out in shock, the immortals' hearts were pounding, they looked forward to the results of the battle. Fan Yuan was sent flying by this huge force, he was unharmed. Instead, the attacking upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain, its claws were completely reflected, it felt immense pain. Even though its bones were not broken, it was not far from it. We will attack, if not now, when? Tai Mianshan called out as he charged at Fan Yuan. He was extremely courageous. Using his killer move Iron Mask equipment, he turned into a 10-meter-tall Iron Man. The Iron Man pushed with its palms, endless black chi surged like a tide, it roared like a dragon and tiger, engulfing Fan Yuan. No, which living being does not want freedom? This upper extreme heavenly eagle is not willing to be enslaved by Fan Yuan. It is trying to devour its master. We can use its battle strength to attack Fan Yuan together. That way, we can persevere. Fan Yuan does not even want to let mortals go. He is clearly the demonic path of the demonic path. He has no bottom line or principles. Mortals will die. We might not be able to escape either. We might as well fight to the death. We might have a chance of survival. Ho Yao and Shang Qing had the same thought. They attacked at the same time. The three of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they used their strongest attacks. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. He did not dodge, he allowed these three moves to land on him. At the next moment, these three immortal killer moves returned to where they came from. They flew towards Tai Mianshan, Shang Qing, and Ho Yao. Shang Qing and Ho Yao were in a sorry state. They quickly dodged. But that time Mianshan's eyes shined with bright light. He shouted, "Good timing!" With a leap, he actually jumped into the surging black gas that bounced back to him. The black gas surged and rippled, but it actually did no harm to him. Gradually, it was affected by him, and he regained control of it. "Fan Yuan, take this!" Tai Mianshan shouted as his goo worm aura burst out. Black chi surged again. This was Immortal Killer move Floating Iron Sand. It had both offense and defense. When used with Iron Mask equipment, even if it was reflected, Tai Mianshan could control it again. Moreover, Floating Iron Sand could be stacked on top of each other, fusing perfectly. Tai Mianshan was a rank 7 expert. Even though any killer move that attacked Fan Yuan would be reflected, he felt that he had a chance of winning. Chapter 1549. As expected of Iron Mask's true inheritance. Fan Yuan saw that floating iron sand was used by Tai Mianshan again. Its power doubled. His eyes shined with bright light. He had some understanding of the 5 regions superforces, because Shadow Sect had information on all sorts of things. Like Iron Mask's true inheritance, they were the signature inheritances of superforces. Shadow Sect had also tried to obtain them, but the superforces kept a tight watch on them. Shadow Sect rarely obtained them. Shadow Sect had never obtained Iron Mask's true inheritance. They only obtained some information. The core immortal goo inside was called justice. Thus, the goo immortal who obtained the true inheritance had to have a heart of justice. They had to have the spirit of punishing evil. Not only that, Fan Yuan still remembered that during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life, Tai Mianshan, a rank 7 goo immortal, had displayed peak rank 7 battle strength. But now, he was still some distance away from peak rank 7. Using his wisdom path methods to help him deduce, Fan Yuan thought of many ways to counter floating iron sand. Fan Yuan chose the most direct method. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, forming the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, myriad dragons appeared. They roared as sword chi surged. Their silver scales were like a sea. Tai Mianshan was filled with fighting spirit, but suddenly, silver light flashed in front of him. What? A look of shock appeared on his face. As far as the eye could see, he saw thousands of sword flood dragons soaring into the sky like mountains and seas as they charged towards him. Floating iron sand. At the crucial moment, Tai Mianshan breathed in deeply, using all his strength to activate his method. Black chi surged around him, blocking the myriad dragons. But in less than 2 breaths of time, the iron sand chi was completely destroyed by the silver dragons. Tai Mianshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to retreat, but how could he escape now? At the next moment, the myriad of sword dragons drowned him. Lord Tai Mianshan! Tai Ruingnan saw this and screamed in shock. The dragon group roared in unison. The scale was so huge that it filled the entire world. The might was so terrifying that the mortal goo masters below were shivering in fear. Their bodies and minds turned cold. A while later, a tiny shadow broke free from the dragons and flew out. It was Tai Mianshan. He was extremely weak, and his face was no longer the same. His original appearance of a man made of iron had already collapsed. However, to be able to block Fan Yuan's myriad dragon killer move, it showed that this move's defensive ability was very high. Such power! Tai Mianshan's usually solemn face was now filled with shock. He wanted to use the killer move Floating Gaza Steel to counter Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan immediately understood his intentions and chose the most direct method, that was to use violence to curb violence. The killer move Myriad Dragon was the fusion of Ancient Sword Dragon transformation and Myriad Self. Be it the former or the latter, they were both extremely outstanding. The merged Myriad Dragon directly pushed Fan Yuan's offensive power to the peak of rank 7. If it was 500 years later in his previous life, Tai Mianshan might be able to resist this move, but now, he was lacking. When experts fought, they competed for that tiny bit of difference. Often, a tiny bit of difference could lead to victory or defeat. Right now, Tai Mianshan was inferior to Fan Yuan in terms of offense, but the difference in defensive methods was like heaven and earth, thus, Fan Yuan was able to suppress Tai Mianshan completely. Tai Mianshan could only retreat, he continued to retreat. He was extremely fast, the killer move Myriad Dragon could not catch up to him. Fan Yuan did not set up an immortal battlefield killer move, he could not encircle and kill someone like Tai Mianshan. Even though Fan Yuan could defeat him, to kill him, he needed to be prepared in this aspect. Even though I have an immortal battlefield killer move, I cannot use it instantaneously. My rank 8 battle strength focuses on defense. It will be difficult to kill Tai Mianshan now. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not have much killing intent. Tai Mianshan was a Metal Path Gu immortal. Fan Yuan did not need Dao marks in this aspect. On the other hand, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, Tai Mianshan was one of the important people in southern border who resisted Celestial Court. As for these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals, Fan Yuan did not move, he looked around. Shang Qing and Ho Yao were surrounded by the killer move Myriad Dragon. There was no way out, their lives were at stake, they were in extreme danger. Rank 6 Gu immortals could resist this peak rank 7 killer move for so long. They were already amazing, after all, they were elites among rank 6 Gu immortals. Bam bam. 2 sounds could be heard. Shang Qing and Ho Yao resisted for a few more breaths of time before their bodies were torn apart by the Myriad Dragon. As for their souls, they wanted to self-detonate, but Fan Yuan had spectral soul's true inheritance. How could he let them do that? He was directly imprisoned, and was soon sent to Fan Yuan under the cover of the Myriad Dragons. Fan Yuan, kill us if you have guts! Scoundrel, you angered us, Ho clan, Shang clan, and Tai clan, you are courting death. You can be arrogant now, but sooner or later you will regret it. The 2 Gu immortal souls roared. Suppress. Fan Yuan willed, these 2 souls could not make a sound, they could not move, they were completely restrained. Next, they were stuffed into Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan could easily kill rank 6 Gu immortals, but just as he finished this, there was an explosion in his ears again. An eagle screeched. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle actually resisted the Myriad Dragon killer move and charged towards Fan Yuan again. It was an immemorial desolate beast, it had thick skin and flesh. The Myriad Dragon charged and coiled around its body. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle did not care, it was extremely valiant. Fan Yuan saw that its gaze was filled with ferocity, it had completely lost its ability to think. He immediately understood that this eagle was hit by a method, otherwise, it would not have the courage to fight to the death with him. After all, Fan Yuan had not only enslaved it, he was also the one who hatched it. But in terms of defense against Fan Yuan, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle was at an absolute disadvantage. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, he allowed the eagle to flap its wings and create fierce winds, he only cared about flying towards the ground. Boom! The eagle's wings slammed onto Fan Yuan's back, but Fan Yuan was unharmed under reverse flow protection seal's protection. He even used this force to increase his speed and charge towards Yi Fan and the rest. On the other hand, the upper extreme heavenly eagle let out a painful howl. Its right wing was directly broken, and it was about to fall from the sky. However, the ocean-like, densely packed flood dragons held it up in the sky again, continuously and endlessly attacking it. The upper extreme heavenly eagle perched on Yi Fan's shoulder. Fan Yuan had sensed it when he arrived. He naturally took note of this strange situation. Since Yi Fan seemed to be able to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fan Yuan decided to capture the leader first. He would target Yi Fan first. Between an immemorial desolate beast and a rank 5 Gu master mortal, the latter was naturally easier to deal with. Before he reached them, Fan Yuan's method had already taken effect. Yi Fan, Tai Ruonan and the rest watched as Fan Yuan charged towards them. Their bodies stiffened, they could not move. "Oh no!" Yi Fan shouted. He wanted to explain, but he had already lost his ability to speak. In Fan Yuan's opinion, no matter what explanation you gave, it would not be as convincing as soul-searching. "Am I going to die? Damn it, I can't continue to uphold justice." Tai Ruonan gritted her teeth. She was filled with anger and hatred. "Brother He too." Shang Xianci was the only one with a calm expression. Her beautiful eyes rippled with emotions. "You were the one who saved me. The reason why I was able to stand firm in Shang clan and reach where I am today was all because of you. Thus, even if I die in your hands, I am willing." But just as Fan Yuan was about to succeed, a mysterious fluctuation appeared. At that instant, the scene between Fan Yuan and the mortal Gu masters became blurry, like there was an unclean mirror between them. Immortal battlefield killer move! This change was too sudden. Fan Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, but by the time he reacted, the world had already changed, turning into an orange-yellow color. He was actually trapped in a mysterious immortal battlefield killer move. A rank 8 Gu immortal appeared, blocking in front of Fan Yuan, protecting the mortal Gu masters behind him. "Master!" Seeing this person, Yi Fan immediately shouted in excitement. "Who are you?" Fan Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits. Cold light was emitted from his eyes. Chapter 1550. "Master!" Yi Fan muttered softly. Looking at Lu Weiyin, who was right in front of him, he had a look of admiration. After so many days, Yi Fan saw his master again. He was still dressed like before, wearing a gray-white linen robe. It was very simple. His physique was as strong as a bear's, and even the loose hemp clothes couldn't hide it. He wore a conical hat. It was large and wide. The edge of the hat cast a heavy shadow on his face, covering his face. His chin was wide and thick. It gave off a feeling of steadiness. "This is a rank 8 Gu immortal." The 2 clan Gu immortals were forced to show themselves. They were hiding in the lake, but when this immortal battlefield appeared, they were dragged in. "Who is he?" "He has southern border aura. He is not a member of our righteous path." Tai Mianshan had a grim expression. "Oh? Survival is not easy. You want me to stop?" Fan Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin and smiled coldly. At the same time, all sorts of thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. This person is a hypocrite. He clearly set up the immortal battlefield killer move in advance. He could have saved Shang clan and Ho clan Gu immortals in time, but he purposely delayed it. He said survival is not easy. He wants me to stop. He is a hypocrite. However, he is a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. Even though I activated 3 breast future vision, he could not warn me. This move's level is too low. After all, the core time path immortal Gu is only rank 7. And this immortal battlefield killer move that he set up is very special. My investigative methods did not discover it. Fan Yuan thought to himself. His methods were rich and varied. He could use them in many ways. Against most rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals in the world, he could suppress them, but against rank 8s, he paled in comparison. The enemy was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was trapped in the enemy's immortal battlefield killer move. Fan Yuan was in a passive situation. But he was not flustered. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was his trump card. Especially recently, it had been modified many times. Even if Celestial Court deduced a way to counter it, they could only target the initial version. Against Fan Yuan, it was not effective. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Fan Yuan took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed his strongest attack again. Roar! Countless silver scale sword dragons flew out, filling the entire immortal battlefield killer move. The flood dragons roared ferociously as they attacked Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin smiled faintly without changing his composure. "Friend, please don't be angry. A massacre cannot solve the problem. Saying so, his aura burst out, forming an immortal killer move. This killer move immediately took effect. It suddenly started to rain. However, this rain was not water but sand. Countless grains of sand fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. The immortal battlefield rumbled, making the silt even heavier. The entire battlefield seemed to be covered by a silt waterfall. Immortal killer move, descending sand and mud. Under the cover of the silt, the sword dragon's thunderous roars turned into muffled drum sounds. Their long and sharp dragon bodies shrunk continuously. Their terrifying claws and teeth turned soft. In just a few breaths of time, this ferocious sword dragon army had completely weakened, turning into white arm-sized earthworms. This killer move! Fan Yuan's expression changed as he thought of something. It seems that he has already guessed my identity. Lu Weiyin had been observing them, he sighed internally. This person is indeed worthy of being an otherworldly demon, the source of the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. Not only does he have incredible battle strength, he is also very mature. What is even more worrying is that he is crafty and fickle. He attacks without saying a word. He is decisive and ruthless. This is truly a misfortune for all living beings. Thinking of this, Lu Weiyin called out loudly. Friends, Gu Masters, as the saying goes, when people help themselves, heaven helps them. Right now your lives are in danger. You can only help each other and resist this demon together. Only then will you have a chance of survival. In this battlefield killer move of mine, if you do not have the determination to resist this demon, I am afraid I will not be able to protect you. As for my next move, I'll need all of you to work together. Master, what do you want us to do? Just tell us. Yi Fan replied loudly. He was very enthusiastic. Lu Weiyin turned around and smiled at him. As long as you are determined and have the will to fight this demon, it will be enough. I understand. Yi Fan nodded as he stared at Fan Yuan angrily. Battle intent rose from his heart, rising up like smoke from a chimney. That upper extreme heavenly eagle also landed. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it stared at Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan hatched it, anyone who took away its freedom, even if they were its parents, was hateful. In that case, let's cooperate. Tai Mianshan made up his mind. Even though Lu Weiyin appeared very mysteriously, currently, he should be Fan Yuan's enemy. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tai Mianshan also responded to Lu Weiyin's call. At the other side, Yi Clan's two Gu immortals discussed quickly. They were also filled with battle intent towards Fan Yuan. As for those mortal Gu masters, even though it was challenging their courage to fight against a Gu immortal, because Lu Weiyin was blocking the way, and because Fan Yuan was too ferocious and wanted to kill them earlier, his malicious intent was clear. They were all filled with fighting spirit. Only Shang Xianci shook her head. She had a sad expression. Fan Yuan was her benefactor. How could she attack Fan Yuan? Clan leader, indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. That Fan Yuan clearly has wild ambitions. He is a demon. If you keep being kind and merciful, he will not understand. Even Wei de Xian, who was beside Shang Xianci, persuaded. Please don't say any more. I will not become enemies with Brother He too, even if he kills me. Shang Xianci shook her head. She had a firm attitude. The people around her sighed. The other Gu masters were dissatisfied with Shang Xianci's attitude, but because of Shang Xianci's status and the current situation, they could not say anything. Lu Weiyin saw that everyone's intentions were clear. He smiled even brighter. Good, he said plainly, looking at Fan Yuan. Please evaluate my Earth support wall. What do you think of it? Immortal killer move, Earth support wall. Waves of battle intent and determination surged out from everyone's bodies and rapidly merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. The immortal battlefield rumbled again. Fan Yuan had a vigilant expression. He did not attack recklessly. He chose to observe the situation quietly. At the next moment, he saw walls appearing out of thin air, standing beside him. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. He attacked continuously, using all sorts of methods to destroy these walls. But the speed at which the walls formed was much faster. Fan Yuan's methods were affected by descending Earth's support at all times. Their effects were quite weak. These yellow walls did not have any offensive power, they were pieced together. Some were in front and behind Fan Yuan, some were on the left and right of Fan Yuan, and some were above or below Fan Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, 6 Directional Maze. Lu Weiyin grunted as he used his third killer move. Fan Yuan was moved. At this moment, Lu Weiyin's true intentions were revealed. 3 killer moves descending mud, earth support wall, and 6 directional maze were activated at the same time. They quickly fused together and formed a huge maze, trapping Fan Yuan inside. This maze was connected to the east, west, north, south, up, down, left, and right. It was like a floating mountain. There were all sorts of paths and walls. It was complex. Anyone who looked at it would feel dizzy and dazzled. Fan Yuan's Myriad Dragon Killer move was the combination of Myriad Self and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. But Lu Weiyin's Fetus Earth Maze was the combination of 3 rank 8 killer moves. It was extremely powerful. Fan Yuan felt that he had lost his sense of direction here. He did not know where he was. He tried to move forward along the paths between the walls, completely forgetting the path he was walking on. He attacked again, blasting indiscriminately at the Yellow City wall, but any killer move that landed on the Yellow City wall was greatly weakened. This was because the earthen Yellow City walls had fused with the power of the previous descent of mud and sand. It seems that brute force alone is not enough to break out of here. I need to see through this move and the weakness of this immortal battlefield before making a move. A trace of comprehension appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. Chapter 1551. Fan Yuan was temporarily trapped in Fetus Earth Maze. The situation stabilized. Bright light flashed in Tai Mianshan's eyes. He flew down and greeted Lu Weiyin, asking, "Senior, how do we get rid of this demon Fan Yuan?" Lu Weiyin smiled as he said in a gentle tone, "Heaven is benevolent. Even if this Fan Yuan is an otherworldly demon, he is still a living being. How can we take his life?" Tai Mianshan was stunned. Clan's 2 Gu immortals flew over as well. Nenmen said anxiously, "Senior, how can we tolerate this evil? This demon has committed heinous crimes. He has disrupted the order of the world. Now is the best time to get rid of him. How can we be merciful?" Yu also urged, "Senior, if we do not get rid of this demon today, he will harm the world in the future and slaughter countless living beings. Wouldn't that be worse? Getting rid of him is a good thing for the world." But Lu Weiyin shook his head. "Everyone's words make sense, but they are biased. There are no born evildoers in the world. There are no natural criminals who kill people. If not, why would we learn all sorts of methods to kill and fight? There is good and evil in humans. There is no pure evil or pure good. Even though this Fan Yuan is a demonic path Gu immortal, his hands are stained with blood and he has committed many evil deeds. He is not born evil. Hateful people are pitiful in some ways. There are causes and effects in the world as well. The current Fan Yuan was caused by yesterday's cause and effect. Since Fan Yuan can turn into this evil person, why can't he turn into a good person in the future? He has great strength and countless methods. If he uses them in the righteous path to benefit the world, wouldn't he be saving countless mortals? Wouldn't that be beneficial to the world?" Lu Weiyin's words stunned Tai Mianshan, Nenmen, and Yu. This mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal wanted to reform Fan Yuan. "It seems that Senior has a plan, then I will wait for Senior's good news." Tai Mianshan sighed. The 2 clan Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Just the 3 of them were not Fan Yuan's match. They could only rely on this mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal Lu Weiyin to get rid of Fan Yuan. Lu Weiyin had incredible methods. Even though he appeared suddenly and set up an immortal battlefield killer move in advance, all the signs showed that he could really get rid of Fan Yuan. To think that after this conversation, Lu Weiyin actually had such an unimaginable plan. He wanted to reform Fan Yuan, to turn this shocking demon into a kind immortal that would benefit the world. "I'm afraid this rank 8 Gu immortal has some method to change Fan Yuan's mind?" "You guessed," Nenmen directly said. "Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Senior, please open this battlefield and let us return to our clan." E-Clan's Gu immortals had come here to deal with Tai Clan, Shan Clan, and Ho Clan, but the situation developed too quickly and suddenly. Fan Yuan's appearance caused the situation to go out of these two Gu immortals' control. These two E-Clan Gu immortals were unlucky. They met Fan Yuan and then Lu Wei-yin. Their plan failed before it could even be executed. In this situation, they did not want to stay here. It was normal for them to want to leave. Tai Mianshan looked at the two E-Clan Gu immortals. His gaze flickered, but he did not speak. Lu Wei-yin shook his head. Everyone, don't be anxious. I will not harm you, but now is not the time to open the battlefield. If you leave this battlefield, you will immediately report to your clans and ask for reinforcements to deal with Fan Yuan. This is contrary to my plan, so I asked everyone to wait a moment. This? The three Gu immortals looked at each other. They could only agree. In this immortal battlefield, they could not communicate with the outside world. They were weaker than Fan Yuan and Lu Wei-yin. Even though they were unwilling, they could only listen to the latter's arrangements. Master, can that Fan Yuan really turn back to the righteous path? Yi Fan asked in confusion from behind. Lu Wei-yin turned around and patted Yi Fan's head. Everything is possible in this world, isn't it? I am willing to give him a chance to repent. If he can, I believe it will be a great blessing to the world. It will be a legend in history. Really, can he? Shang Xianci asked. She was hesitant, but there was a trace of anticipation in her eyes. She was a righteous path Gu master. She had been like this since young. She did not want her beloved Fan Yuan to walk on the demonic path. And at this moment, from Shang Xianci's perspective, Fan Yuan was already trapped. This Lu Wei-yin had powerful methods. Fan Yuan's life was in danger. At this time, if Fan Yuan could turn over a new leaf, not only would it benefit the people, Fan Yuan would also be able to keep his life. Of course it can. People change. Since they can change from good to bad, they can also change from bad to good. Shang Xianci, do you think Fan Yuan is a bad person at heart? Lu Wei-yin asked with a smile. Shang Xianci shook her head. She had a firm attitude. I won't hide it from Senior. I feel that Fan Yuan is not a natural bad person. I feel his coldness, and under that coldness, there is endless sorrow. Lu Wei-yin nodded. You understand him better. This is rare, very rare. I know that he has helped you before. Do you know that right now, he needs your help even more? Shang Xianci was dazed. She asked. Senior, how can I help him? Lu Wei-yin smiled. Very simple, I have already said it. You only need to persuade him and hope that he will turn over a new leaf. My killer move is called Fetus Earth Maze. It can let people experience 3 lifetimes. Let them experience the mortal world, experience life and death, understand the vicissitudes of human path. They will gradually forget the evil in their hearts and turn over a new leaf. Each of us has an innate nature, but the experiences we have after birth are also very important. Shang Xianci, project a portion of your thoughts into Fetus Earth Maze. Fan Yuan will definitely be able to sense it. Let him know the beauty of the world, and reignite the kindness and light in his heart. I understand. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Shang Xianci's expression changed. Her gaze became firm. A will rose from her body. Like the others, it was projected into Fetus Earth Maze. Seeing this, Lu Wei-yin let out a sigh of relief inwardly, he thought. With Shang Xianci's luck changing sides, our luck path side will not be completely suppressed by Fan Yuan. Next, let's see what happens on the other side. In immemorial white heaven, Qinyi moved like lightning, flying in the clouds. He still had injuries on his body. They came from Fan Clan's first supreme elder and the legendary immemorial soul beast Qin Chou. His injuries were filled with strength path and soul path Dao marks. They were extremely thick. Even though Qinyi had outstanding healing methods, these injuries could not be healed in a short time. Compared to his injuries, the depression in his heart was even heavier. This time, I actually failed. Not only did I not take back Divine Beam Palace, I even lost miserably. I did not even get rid of Qin Chou. Sigh. I was too greedy, others took advantage of me. It is my fault. It is all my fault. Qinyi blamed himself. Part of it was because he would not be able to answer to Fairy Myrtle when he returned, but more of it was because as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder, he did not take back the immortal ancestor's item. He felt extremely ashamed. After returning, I will resign from my position as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder and cultivate in seclusion. After that, I will go to Western Desert to take back Divine Beam Palace. Qin made up his mind. He needed to take revenge, otherwise, he would not be able to feel at ease. He had been flying for many days, Central Continent was already in sight. But at this time, 3 rank 7 Gu immortals flew over from the horizon. Lord Qin, please wait, we have been waiting for you for a long time. These 3 rank 7 Gu immortals came together. Qin took a look. They were familiar people. They were the Supreme Elders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. You are? Qin was puzzled. One of the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals gave Qin an information path. Mortal Gu. Qin used his consciousness to take a look. This was a letter that Fairy Myrtle left for him. In the letter, Fairy Myrtle asked Qin to make up for his mistake by heading to immemorial white heaven above northern plains to receive him. Lord Fairy Myrtle is indeed a wisdom path great expert. Qin's eyes shined with bright light as he looked at the letter. He nodded as he sighed. Lord Qin, please tell us. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals asked. They had only received the mission to hand this information path Mortal Gu to Qin. They did not know anything about his future plans. Chapter 1552. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. On an ordinary wetland, a boundless radiance suddenly rose. The radiance was like jade, illuminating the surroundings in a dark green color. Within the jade light, countless butterflies fluttered. The brilliance lasted for 3 breaths before it suddenly dissipated, leaving behind only a few flickering jade stars. What was different from before was that 7 figures had appeared on the previously empty ground. They had the aura of Central Continent Gu immortals. The leader wore a red and white robe. It was Feng Jioge, a person who was famous in the world and rarely seen in thousands of years. These people were directly transported from Central Continent. Even Feng Jioge was slightly dazed. At this moment, after regaining their senses, they started to assess their surroundings. Beside Feng Jioge, a rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal quickly calculated with his fingers, saying excitedly, "This is Langya Blessed Land." Hearing his words, the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals became spirited. Feng Jioge nodded in satisfaction. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out a will. This will was already very incomplete. It seemed to have gone through many years of vicissitudes and was about to die. Feng Jioge solemnly cupped his fists towards this will. We were able to travel between 2 regions and arrive here because of Senior's immortal killer move. This will barely took the form of a human. It was the image of a poor teacher. He looked around and said, "All of you are the pillars of the heavenly court. My main body left this will behind to deal with situations like this. I hope that everyone will work together and complete the mission. We will not let down the celestial court. We will do our best." The other 6 rank 7 Gu immortals replied in unison. This will heard such a reply and laughed loudly. "Great, my great celestial court will definitely last for eternity with all of you." As he laughed, this will dissipated like dust in the wind, until it completely vanished. Behind Feng Jioge was a Gu immortal, Fan Yunhua. He wore a white jade crown and had the appearance of a young man. He knew some inside information. Seeing this, he sighed. Senior Liang Liang's remaining will in this world has been completely destroyed. Liang Liang was also famous in history. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal of Celestial Court, a space path expert. He had once obtained fixed immortal travel and raised it to rank 7. Afterwards, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Wukong rebelled and he died in battle. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was also destroyed. After that, fixed immortal travel appeared many times in history, refined by different people in different regions, but they all stopped at rank 6 and never advanced to rank 7. Even after Fan Yuan cultivated the fixed immortal travel in the Three Kings' Paradise, he still found it hard to break free from this shackle. But after that, Celestial Court's Granny Shah refined the rank 6 fixed immortal travel, and Fairy Myrtle led Celestial Court to raise this immortal goo's rank. Celestial Court had the richest immortal material inventory in the world. The history of its collection could be traced back to primordial origin Immortal Venerable's era, that was 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. Fixed immortal travel was hard to refine, the main reason was that it lacked a crucial immortal material. But this problem was not so difficult for Celestial Court. Several months ago, Fairy Myrtle activated the method that Gu Immortal Liang left behind before he went to battle, awakening his remaining will. Under the guidance of this will, Celestial Court not only refined the rank 7 fixed immortal travel, they also successfully gathered many Gu worms and created an immortal killer move, 7 Directions Immortal Door. It was this immortal killer move that transported Feng Jioge, Fan Yunhua, and the rest of the Central Continent 10 great sex Gu immortals from Central Continent to Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. However, the moment they arrived, Liang's remnant will, which was helping Feng Jioge activate this move, reached its limit and dissipated. The final trace of a legendary Gu immortal in this world vanished. But it allowed the Heavenly Court's plan to come true. Langya Blessed Land! Feng Jioge muttered as he flew into the air, using an immortal killer move to inspect his surroundings. He saw that the surrounding tens of thousands of li was empty and flat. There were swamps and wetlands everywhere, and some scattered vegetation could be seen clearly. But Feng Jioge saw even more. He observed down to the smallest detail, and found many traces of hairy men living in this area. Feng Jioge could not help but praise Fairy Myrtle in his mind. Amazing! Ever since Fan Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, he had been guarding against this Gu. Thus, even Dang Hun Mountain, Fan Yuan intentionally changed the appearance of the mountain, to prevent people from using fixed immortal travel to teleport here. But Fairy Myrtle used some crucial clues to deduce the terrain of other parts of Langya Blessed Land. Because of this, there was the immortal killer move 7 Directions Immortal Door, and Feng Jioge's group was able to attack this place. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan had already matured. He could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. After that, Fan Yuan hardened his heart and focused on developing. He rested and reorganized. This made Celestial Court, who had been chasing after him, unable to do anything. Fan Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was an existence that could destroy Fate Gu. He was a huge threat to Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had always placed Fan Yuan in her heart, thinking of ways to kill Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan could not find him, so Fairy Myrtle placed her attention on Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land, the number 1 blessed land in the world, had helped Fan Yuan too much. Initially, when Land Spirit of Langya was still the white-haired Land Spirit, it helped Fan Yuan refine Second Aperture Immortal Gu, and even gave Gruel Mud Immortal Gu to Fan Yuan. Gruel Mud Immortal Gu played an extremely crucial role in Imperial Court Blessed Land. After the Battle of Imperial Court, Fan Yuan turned into an immortal zombie. He was in dire straits and had many things to do. The initial stage was the most difficult. But Fan Yuan relied on Langya Blessed Land to help Land Spirit of Langya deduce immortal Gu recipes and so on. He quickly and smoothly got out of the awkward situation of starting his career. Later, in order to protect Immortal Blessed Land and resist Crane Gate's invasion, Fan Yuan Land Spirit of Langya lent Fan Yuan Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu and 8 Desolate Beasts. Unfamiliar Face Immortal Killer Move helped Fan Yuan too much. It was also paid by Land Spirit of Langya to Fan Yuan. Later, Shadow Sect attacked Langya Blessed Land and took away many of the core Immortal Gu of the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. During this battle, the white-haired Land Spirit turned into the black-haired Land Spirit. Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu was also destroyed in this battle. The black-haired Land Spirit created Langya Sect and changed the white-haired Land Spirit's management strategy. He helped Fan Yuan even more. Firstly, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fan Yuan had just obtained the Sovereign Immortal Body. He was in an awkward and dangerous situation. Langya Sect used Jewel Yellow Skies to send many crucial Gu worms to Fan Yuan, helping Fan Yuan to get through the difficult situation. When Fan Yuan returned to Northern Plains from southern border, Langya Sect sacrificed the 2 hairy man Gu immortals that they sent to receive Fan Yuan. Before Hu Immortal Blessed Land was attacked, Land Spirit of Langia even helped Fan Yuan move Danghun Mountain, Wisdom Gu and so on, preserving Fan Yuan's foundation to the greatest extent. Especially Wisdom Gu, Land Spirit of Langia had been responsible for feeding it. It expended a lot of lifespan Gu. Later, Land Spirit of Langia recruited Fan Yuan as an external Supreme Elder. He transacted with Fan Yuan and sold dog shit luck Immortal Gu, as well as self luck true inheritance, and so on. After Fan Yuan inherited Shadow Sex inheritance, Land Spirit of Langia exchanged most of the true inheritance contents with Fan Yuan. During the two Land Spirit of Langia's reigns, Langia Blessed Land refined a large number of Gu worms for Fan Yuan. There were countless mortal Gu and many immortal Gu. Many of these help were timely assistants. They were a huge help to Fan Yuan. One could say that Langia Blessed Land's role in Fan Yuan's cultivation was not only crucial, it was also extremely huge. And now, even Land Spirit of Langia did not dare to offend Fan Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. After Fan Yuan married the Snowman tribe, his attitude towards variant humans made Land Spirit of Langia even more assured. One could say that Langia Blessed Land had already become Fan Yuan's base. However, precisely because of this, Celestial Court also noticed Langia Blessed Land. It was just that for a long time, Celestial Court did not know what force was supporting Fan Yuan. Until recently, Fairy Myrtle's deductions finally bore fruit. Thus, Langia Blessed Land immediately became Celestial Court's target. Such guts! You dare to invade my territory! In the sky above the wetland, Land Spirit of Langia's furious roar could be heard as a silver giant appeared out of nowhere. It had a grand aura and intense battle intent. It was the number 2 ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. Langia Blessed Land was controlled by Land Spirit of Langia. He knew every blade of grass and every tree. He could sense even the slightest movement. Feng Jioga and the rest suddenly entered Langia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langia knew almost instantly. But because these people were very strong, Land Spirit of Langia gathered Hairy Man Gu Immortals to form Heavenly Giant Solar before rushing here. Chapter 1553. Invaders of Langia, die! Land Spirit of Langia shouted. Together with the Hairy Man Gu Immortals around him, they used Heavenly Giant Solar to attack. Retreat! Seeing that the Silver Giant was charging at them, Central Continent's Gu Immortals moved like lightning, retreating in all directions. Even Feng Jioga was retreating. However, he was the slowest to retreat. It was not because he was slower than the other Gu Immortals, but because he was staying behind. Undeniably, Feng Jioga had the highest battle strength among Central Continent's Gu Immortals. He was also the leader of this expedition. The success or failure of this trip was mostly due to him. He needed to maintain the overall situation. This is Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House's Feng Jioga. Land Spirit of Langia's leader, Heavenly Giant Solar, saw Feng Jioga. His pupils shrunk. He had a solemn expression. This person was not friendly. Land Spirit of Langia felt immense pressure. Because Feng Jioga's appearance meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and also that Celestial Court was Langia Blessed Land's enemy. Celestial Court, in the long history of humanity, it was the number 1 force in history. It was also the number 1 grotto heaven in the world. Against such an opponent, how could Land Spirit of Langia not feel nervous and pressured? Little 5! Land Spirit of Langia called out. Gu Immortal Fifth Hair quickly nodded. Watch me! Saying so, he activated an Immortal Killer move. The killer move immediately took effect. Heavenly Giant Solar's Silver Giant opened its mouth, shooting out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light was very powerful. It arrived in front of Feng Jioga in the blink of an eye. Such speed! Feng Jioga was slightly stunned. The white light shone on his face, but soon, his lips curled up. Swoosh! In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The grand pillar of light pierced through his location and shot far away, creating ripples in the air along the way. Feng Jioga appeared again, but he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and arrived in front of the Silver Giant's forehead. He is above us. Among the Silver Giants, the hairy man Gu immortal in charge of scouting shouted. The hairy man Gu immortals panicked. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. His sleeves fluttered as a majestic aura burst out from his body. Immortal killer move, 3 extreme sound. Feng Kim Hong punched from afar, and the sound of war drums rang out. Another palm strike rang out, producing the melodious sound of a copper bell. Then, he pointed with his finger, producing a sharp whistle. These were the unique skills of the 3 notes, namely drum fist, bell palm, and whistle finger. Previously, Feng Jioge only chose to practice the first 2 to make up for his shortcomings. But since Fan Yuan escaped his pursuit, Feng Jioge returned to Zhongzhou State, reflected on his shortcomings, and worked hard to practice the last one, sentry. This way, when the 3 methods were used together, they could form the consecutive move, 3 extreme sound. Fist, palm, finger, fist, palm, finger. According to this sequence, Feng Jioge continued to attack. The immortal essence expenditure of each attack was greatly reduced, and the power of the attacks was even increasing. Even though the increase in power was not large, Feng Jioge's attacks were extremely fast. His fists, palms, and fingers were like a wheel. He had already attacked 100 times in a short period of time. This way, as the number of attacks increased, the power of 3 extreme sound could not be underestimated. Sound waves landed on the silver giant's body, causing the silver giant to stagger. The hairy man Gu immortals were feeling dizzy. The silver giant waved its arms, creating winds and clouds. It wanted to knock down Feng Jioge, who was in the air. But Feng Jioge's flying methods were extremely powerful. He moved around in the air with extraordinary agility. Even though the giant's arms were shockingly thick, and its movements were ferocious, it could not do anything to Feng Jioge. It seems that I need to use immortal methods to restrain this person. Land spirit of Langya's gaze became more solemn. It suddenly shouted, 3rd hair, 4th hair. The 2 hairy man Gu immortals responded in unison, activating their immortal killer moves. 3rd hair's killer move caused a layer of dark green wooden armor to appear on the silver giant's body. Feng Jioge's 3 extreme sound landed on it, but the sound waves were actually absorbed by the wooden armor. 4th hair's killer move caused countless golden spiraling chi currents to shoot out from the top of the silver giant's head. These chi currents were densely packed. They surrounded and attacked Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's situation immediately turned for the worse. His attacks were no longer effective. No matter how he flew, the golden spiraling chi currents around him kept increasing. He could not get rid of them. Not far away, Central Continent Gu immortal Fan Yunhua saw this and had a thought. According to the information, if we take down this silver giant, the battle will be decided. Feng Jioge is in trouble. I can help him. Thinking of this, Fan Yunhua was about to use his killer move when he heard his companion's warning. Brother Fang, dodge! What? At the next moment, Fan Yunhua saw that the silver giant opened its mouth again, shooting out a grand pillar of light. This beam of light was aimed directly at Fan Yunhua. Fan Yunhua hurriedly activated her defensive means. But Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength. Even though Fan Yunhua was a rank 7 expert, he was not like Feng Jioge or Fan Yuan. His defensive methods only lasted for 3 breaths of time. But 3 breaths of time was enough. Fan Yunhua used this chance to turn into a white cloud of light, scattering and gathering in the sky, returning to his original body. Blood leaked out of Fan Yunhua's mouth. His expression was pale. There was shock in his eyes. Earlier, I was distracted and wanted to prepare a killer move. I exposed a flaw. The enemy could sense it immediately. What investigative method is this? Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation, but it mainly focused on refinement path. The previous land spirit of Langya had no interest in anything other than Gu refinement. Thus, this investigative method came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Back then, Fan Yuan exchanged true inheritances with the land spirit of Langya. On one hand, it was for the transaction, on the other hand, it was to help Langya sect increase their battle strength. Langya sect had immortal Gu, but they lacked good killer moves in battle. Now, Fan Yuan's actions were finally effective. Feng Jioge's heart sank. This investigative killer move could instantly sense the enemy's flaws. It was extremely convenient for the Gu Immortal to attack them accurately. With such a killer move, it was a huge hindrance to the Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking the Silver Giant. Because these Central Continent Gu Immortals came from all sorts of sects, they rarely fought together. Once they attacked the Silver Giant, they would make mistakes in their coordination. Once such a mistake appeared, the Silver Giant would immediately make use of it. The more people there are, the more troublesome it is. Let me stall Heavenly Giant Solar for the time being. Feng Jiuji's thoughts raced as he fought. He quickly changed his tactic, instructing the other Gu Immortals. Scatter and set up an Immortal Gu formation. We will wait for the reinforcements. Such guts. The land spirit of Langya heard this and scolded in anger. Feng Jioga smiled. He purposely said this. This was a blatant scheme. He was not afraid that the land spirit of Langya would not give in. Even though the Silver Giant had rank 8 battle strength, there was only one of it, while Central Continent had 7 Gu Immortals. The Silver Giant could not split itself, but if it sent out hairy man Gu Immortals to fight, it would fall into Feng Jioga's trap. Even though these hairy man Gu Immortals were much more skilled in battle, they were not the match of these Central Continent rank 7 Gu Immortals. Thus, the land spirit of Langya was in a dilemma. They could not split up or not split up. The battle in Langya Blessed Land was intense. Far away in southern borders Fetus Earth Maze, it was tranquil. Where am I? Fan Yuan opened his eyes. He found that he was lying on a bed. He wanted to get up but found that he was heavily injured. His eyes were filled with confusion. He muttered to himself. Who am I? I seem to have forgotten something important. Oh son, you are finally awake. At this time, an old woman heard the commotion and came in. Seeing that Fan Yuan had woken up, she cried tears of joy. You are? Fan Yuan was confused. The old woman's expression shook as she cried. Oh son, did you get hit in the head? Did you become stupid? I am your mother, you are Shinsan. A few days ago, that young Master Shu could not bear to see you and Xionyang together. He got his clan's Gu masters to beat you up. Oh son, listen to me. Even though you and Xionyang are innocent, our clan is small. Even though there were Gu masters in our ancestors, we are in ruins now. You can't compete with young Master Shu for Xionyang. No matter, just let her go. Xionyang. Fan Yuan muttered. Is this all real? I actually forgot all of this? After a few days, he gradually understood his background. Originally, he and Xionyang were betrothed to each other, but when he was young, his father died in battle, the only Gu master in the clan was gone, the clan fell. Originally, they were a match for each other, but now, they could not compare. Xionyang's parents favored young Master Shu more. Shu clan was a huge clan, they were a wealthy clan in the city, they had dozens of Gu masters, including their retainers. They had over 100 Gu masters. A few days later, Xionyang came to see Fan Yuan. Darling San, how are your injuries? I have been thinking about you day and night, but my parents grounded me. I lied and said that I was going to a Gu master to learn cultivation. That's why I came here. My darling San, my pitiful darling San. Xionyang saw Fan Yuan lying on the bed. She started sobbing softly. Her gaze was filled with sincere love. Fan Yuan looked at Xionyang. He felt like this was the first time he was seeing this person. He looked at her like a stranger. Xionyang was in her teenage years. She had snow-white skin and white teeth. Her hair was like a waterfall. She wore a moon-white dress. She had a slim figure. She was simple and pure. Right now, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She was a peerless beauty. No wonder that young Master Shu fell in love with Xionyang. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. He did not speak. Xionyang was puzzled. At this moment, the old lady sighed and said the reason. Xionyang cried out in pain. She was nervous. She held on to Fan Yuan's hand as she talked about the past, trying to make him remember her. Those past events might be ordinary, but they contained the love between the two of them. The love in Fan Yuan's heart seemed to be awakened. He looked at Xionyang's eyes as he stretched out his hand, caressing her soft face as he called out softly. Xionyang, sigh. Xiao Niang quickly agreed. She grabbed Fan Yuan's hand and placed it on her face. Next, she looked at Fan Yuan's eyes with deep love, calling out again, "My darling San, my darling San." Outside Fetus Earth Maze, in the immortal battlefield, Lu Weiyin smiled as he muttered to himself, "I was right after all, humans are not plants, how can they be emotionless? This Fan Yuan is not a heartless person, he still has love and affection in his heart." Lu Weiyin looked around. At some point in time, be it Tai Mianshin and the other Gu immortals, or Shang Xianci and the other Gu masters, they were floating in the air with their eyes closed. Among them, Shang Xianci's eyes were shut, her eyeballs were rolling and her face was slightly red. She seemed to be in a beautiful dream. Chapter 1554. Langya Blessed Land. An intense battle was ongoing. Central Continent's Gu immortals received orders and scattered, setting up immortal formations. As long as the immortal formation was completed, Central Continent's Gu immortals would be able to enter Langya Blessed Land and reinforce Fengjioga and the rest. This was bad news for the land spirit of Langya. Thus, they had to be stopped. "This Fengjioga is truly scheming. My hairy man Gu immortals can only gather and form heavenly giant solar ancient battle formation to fight rank 8s. He wants me to split up, how can I let him do that?" Land spirit of Langya snickered in his mind. If it were the previous white-haired land spirit, he might have been panicking already. But this black-haired land spirit was skilled in fighting. He immediately saw through Fengjioga's scheme. "We cannot split up. In that case, I will kill some of your Central Continent Gu immortals first. We will compete in speed. Will your immortal formations come faster, or will I kill you faster?" Land spirit of Langya's eyes shined with an unyielding light. Roar! The silver giant suddenly roared, and the sound waves surged in all directions, repelling Fengjioga. Next, the silver giant raised its right leg and moved forward. It moved very slowly, as if there was a formless mountain hanging on its right leg. "Oh no!" Fengjioga's expression changed, because he sensed an intense space path aura from the silver giant. This was a space path killer move. Fengjioga wanted to stop it. He used triple extreme sound attacks again, but the silver giant was unreasonable. It forcefully endured the attacks and wanted to complete the space path killer move. The silver giant finally moved its right leg. The moment its right leg stepped on the ground below it shrunk by countless times. It moved 100 li in one step. A Central Continent Gu immortal was flying on a cloud when suddenly, the air around him rippled. His entire body and the area in front of him were shrouded by a huge shadow. He turned around and his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that the silver giant was already behind him. Its hands were grabbing at him from both sides. The Central Continent Gu immortal felt a strong sense of danger. He gritted his teeth and activated all his methods, trying to escape. However, a mysterious radiance suddenly shot out from each of the silver giant's palms. The two profound lights landed on the Central Continent Gu immortal. His killer move that was about to form crumbled. "Save me!" The Central Continent Gu immortal was locked in place by the two mystical lights. He could not move. He screamed in panic and asked for help from his companions. At the next moment, he was trapped by the silver giant's two hands. The silver giant's 10 fingers clasped together, the two hands fused together, forming a spherical silver cage. Unparalleled pressure came from all directions. Central Continent's Gu immortal's bones were crackling. The Central Continent Gu immortal's expression changed. He could feel that his defensive methods were collapsing. He could not resist the internal pressure of the silver prison. "Save me!" He no longer had a trace of calmness, as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Guh. At the next moment, his body turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was crushed by the pressure of the silver cage. This rank 7 expert of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects died tragically at the hands of the silver giant. Good! The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects are only SOSO. Inside the silver giant, land spirit of Langya laughed loudly. "Let's do this! That Fengjioga has rank 8 battle strength. He is the hardest nut to crack. Let's ignore him for now. Let's crush these weaklings first. Let's see who in this world dares to invade our hairy man habitat. Heavenly Giant Sola was the #2 ancient battle formation. It had been tested for a long time. It was the peak of ancient goo cultivation. It had rank 8 battle strength to begin with. But the hairy man goo immortal's battle attainment was too low. Even the white-haired land spirit was the same. That was why they performed poorly against shadow sex attacks. The rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron was destroyed by shadow sect. They could leave easily. But it was different now, with the black-haired land spirits reforms and the establishment of Langya sect. After a period of Fan Yuan's personal guidance, the hairy man goo immortal's battle attainment was much higher than before. It was much higher now. This way, the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Sola that was formed could truly display rank 8 battle strength. The black-haired land spirit often stopped the hairy man goo immortals from practicing this ancient battle formation. It caused Central Continent's rank 7 goo immortals to lose their lives here. Southern border, Fetus Earth Maze. Scenes of the mortal world continued to play out. It seems that I really lost my memories. Under the moonlight, Fan Yuan sighed. He wore a simple robe as he walked in a courtyard surrounded by mud walls. There was a well in the courtyard. Most of the bricks in the well were gone. There was also a fruit tree that had no leaves at all. It was withered and thin. This is my home. Fan Yuan looked around as he sighed. He looked at the old woman's sleeping room. It was even more dilapidated than his own room. There were many holes in the paper windows. Seeing this, Fan Yuan felt ashamed in his heart. Thinking of Xiaonyang, Fan Yuan felt a deep sense of love. Undeniably, these were the 2 most important women in his life. After recuperating for several months, his injuries were almost completely healed. He could get off his bed and walk around. Right now, he was thinking about many things. The moonlight was like frost. It shone on his tightly furrowed brows. Lying on his bed for the past few days, he had been thinking about his situation. Xiaonyang treats me so sincerely. I must marry her. I will not let her down. Mother likes Xiaonyang very much, but due to the situation, I had to give her up. There are 2 obstacles for me to marry Xiaonyang. The first is Shu clan. They have a huge business and many people. The second is Xiaonyang's parents. They are both goo masters. They look down on a mortal like me. In the end, it is because my aptitude is not good enough. I cannot become a goo master. If I can become a goo master and cultivate to rank 3, Xiaonyang's parents might be able to accept me. Sigh. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan heaved a deep sigh. This was a dead end. There was no way out. Even though there were rumors of goo that could change aptitude, who would pay a huge price to help a poor lad like Fan Yuan for no reason? Even though Xiaonyang had goo master aptitude, she was only C grade. Her potential was low. If she had a bright future, she would become a rank 3 goo master. She would be able to decide her own happiness. She would not be helpless like now. What should I do? Fan Yuan looked at the moon and sighed. He was extremely troubled. But at this moment, he heard the sound of a zither. Eh? Where is this zither sound coming from? Fan Yuan listened carefully. He heard that this was not just zither music. There were also bells, flutes, and so on. He listened carefully, trying to find the source of the music as he walked towards the well. Strange, this music is coming from my well. Why is this? Fan Yuan leaned against the well and looked inside. He saw that the moonlight was shining into the well. It was very clear. Fan Yuan saw that on the wall of the well, there was a place where dozens of bricks formed the shape of a door. It was shining with a white jade-like luster. It was extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued. He tied the hemp rope on the bucket to a nearby fruit tree, then climbed down along the hemp rope. At the middle part, his legs were on the rope as he stretched out his hand towards the white jade-like bricks, trying to push. His strength was small, but the moment he touched the jade brick, it turned into nothingness, and a suction force appeared out of nowhere, sucking Fan Yuan, who was caught off guard in the next moment. The night passed. Fan Yuan got up, his eyes shining. His spirit was completely different from before, a world of difference. As it turned out, there was an inheritance left behind by a goo immortal in this well. It was called virtue true inheritance. Because it had existed for too long, it was already damaged. Fan Yuan inherited this damaged true inheritance. He opened his aperture that night and became a rank 1 Gu master. He also obtained the acknowledgement of several mortal Gu. His strength rose sharply. His life was completely different now. Heaven took pity on me, giving me such a peerless fortuitous encounter. Now, there is a huge chance for me to marry Xiaonyang. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He was overflowing with joy. But he endured it. He knew that he could not expose himself now. This fortuitous encounter was too important. If he exposed it, he would get himself killed. I need to cultivate hard and accumulate my strength secretly. Only when I have enough strength to protect myself can I expose my identity. Cultivate this virtue true inheritance. Fan Yuan made up his mind. He frowned slightly. But this true inheritance has a special requirement. It requires the inheritor to maintain justice in his heart, to be a person of virtue. Moreover, the more virtuous one is, the easier it will be to cultivate. Virtue? Fan Yuan hesitated. He felt some disdain towards this term, but now that he obtained this true inheritance, this disdain dissipated. In the following days, Fan Yuan cultivated hard, secretly accumulating his strength. The old woman persuaded him not to get close to Xiaonyang. Fan Yuan nodded in agreement. He had his own plans. Xiaonyang came to find him to relieve her pain of longing. Fan Yuan advised her gently. He told her to endure it. He had a way. What made Fan Yuan extremely happy was that Xiaonyang believed his words without reservation. During the cultivation, the old woman suddenly fell ill. Fan Yuan felt like his heart was being stabbed. But ordinary herbs had no effect. Fan Yuan was burning with anxiety. He found a Gu master to treat her, but that rank 2 Gu master did not want his meager fees. He did not want to do it in winter. Fan Yuan heard that this Gu master liked to eat fish. He walked for a dozen li and arrived at a lake in the mountains. Fan Yuan started a fire and melted the ice. He dived into the water and caught some fish, giving them to the Gu master. The Gu master was very touched by Fan Yuan's filial piety. He finally treated the old woman. The old woman recovered. Fan Yuan was very happy about this. There was also an unexpected joy. He found that he had a rank 2 accumulate virtue Gu in his aperture. According to the true inheritance, this kind of accumulate virtue Gu could be refined continuously as long as Fan Yuan did good deeds and did good deeds. The greater the good deeds they accumulate, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue Gu that they refine. Accumulate virtue Gu had many uses. It was one of the foundational cores of the virtue true inheritance. Its greatest use was to improve Fan Yuan's cultivation aptitude, turning him into a righteous path virtuous body. According to the vague records in the true inheritance, the righteous path virtuous body was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques. It did not have the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. It was not a small matter. It represented a bright future and potential. Fan Yuan continued to do good deeds. He did not let go of any opportunity. He continued to refine accumulate virtue Gu. Soon, his virtue and reputation started to spread. Fan Yuan's aptitude got better. His cultivation efficiency also got higher. 2 years later, he secretly became a rank 2 Gu master. In an accident, he had to expose his identity as a Gu master to save a drowning baby. Coincidentally, a Shu clan elder saw this. Fan Yuan's secret was exposed. The Shu clan elder thought that a mere mortal like Fan Yuan could actually improve his aptitude and cultivate to rank 2. There had to be a huge secret, thus he attacked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fought with him bitterly, but in the end, he performed exceptionally, using the mortal killer move virtue win over people. This move expended all of the accumulate virtue Gu that he had accumulated. The Shu clan elder was unharmed after getting hit by this move, but soon, he cried bitterly, kneeling on the ground and slapping his own face, before crying out, "I am not a human, I am not a human, I actually had such evil thoughts, I dared to attack such a noble and virtuous person like you. I am a beast, I am not a human. Please forgive me, give me a chance to repent and make up for my mistakes." Fan Yuan was stunned. He did not expect this move to be so powerful. From then on, he subdued this Shu clan elder, and obtained the most reliable source of information about Shu clan's young master. At this point, Fan Yuan worked even harder to accumulate virtue. His reputation spread among mortals. Many Gu masters heard of him. After a few more years, the truth could not be concealed. Fan Yuan's Gu master identity was exposed. But he used other Gu worms to conceal his huge secret. Xiaonyang's parents changed their opinion of him, but they still did not want their daughter to marry a poor person like Fan Yuan. Compared to the lone Fan Yuan, Shu Clan's young master had a huge advantage. But Xiaonyang was in love with Fan Yuan. Shu Clan's young master was filled with jealousy. He found trouble with Fan Yuan many times. Even though Fan Yuan's life was full of twists and turns, as long as Xiaonyang was around, he welcomed every day with hope. Finally, the conflict reached its limit. Shu Clan's young master challenged Fan Yuan to a life-and-death battle. Fan Yuan agreed. This caused a huge commotion, even in the surrounding forces. Many Gu masters heard about it. Right before the battle, in the middle of the night, Fan Yuan was ambushed by Shu Clan's Gu masters. Fan Yuan escaped to the forest with heavy injuries. He was filled with hatred. Because he knew that he was heavily injured, he was not Shu Clan's young master's match. If he agreed to the battle, he would be courting death. But if he did not go, he would be considered defeated. Xiaonyang would be forced by her parents to marry Shu Clan's young master. How can I let Xiaonyang fall into the hands of this despicable person? Even if I die, I want to. What sound? Fan Yuan was shocked. He turned his head and saw a terrifying beast tide charging towards him from the mountain top. Good! The heavens have opened their eyes and allowed this beast tide to destroy the city. The Shu clan will be caught off guard and will definitely suffer a great defeat. This can be considered as taking revenge for me. Fan Yuan was overjoyed, but his smile froze at the next moment. He thought of his mother, he thought of Xiaonyang, he thought of his neighbors and friends. The cute faces of these people appeared in his mind. He could not get rid of them. If he allowed the beast tide to attack the city, who knew how many of these people would die? Even if he secretly saved them, with his strength, how many could he save? Even if I saved Xiaonyang and my mother, what about these people? Do they not have children? They have parents too. If I did not report them, I would be harming them. Also, even if Shu Clan's young master is a scoundrel, not everyone in Shu Clan is like him. There are cute and respectable people among them. Why should I vent my anger on them? Do they deserve to die? Furthermore, I have lived in this city for 20 years. It has raised me. Without its protection, I would have been killed by wild beasts long ago. Could it be that I also have to watch as this city is captured? No, this is my home. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's gaze became firm. He turned around and ran towards the city. Even though he knew that on the way back, he would likely meet those Shu Clan Gu masters and be killed by them. But he had to go. Because ever since he inherited the true inheritance of Dao De, in these past few years, he had already engraved Dao De into his bones. It permeated into his thoughts. He felt that he had the responsibility and obligation to do some things. Fan Yuan ran back to the city and informed everyone about the beast tide. It attracted a lot of attention. This beast tide was so sudden and hidden, but thanks to Fan Yuan's warning, the Gu masters in the city were fully prepared. They stabilized their footing. The city lord learned of Fan Yuan's situation. He praised Fan Yuan for risking his life to inform them. With the city lord's support, Fan Yuan was no longer afraid of Shu Clan using their forces to find trouble with him. His battle with Shu Clan's young master was also postponed. Afterwards, in the battle that lasted for a year, Fan Yuan performed extremely well. He saved countless Gu masters and mortals. He was willing to help others. He did not ask for anything in return. On one hand, his strength increased greatly. He refined countless accumulate virtue Gu. On the other hand, people respected him greatly. His reputation rose greatly. After the beast tide retreated, Fan Yuan, on the other hand, underwent a complete transformation. He finally fought against Shu Clan's young master openly. In this battle of life and death, Fan Yuan obtained victory with absolute dominance. But he spared Shu Clan's young master's life. "Oh Shin-san, you repaid evil with kindness. I am convinced. I will follow your lead from now on. Please accept my bow." Shu Clan's young master knelt down on the spot. Everyone in the city was filled with admiration towards Fang Yuan. 3 years later, the city lord felt old. He gave his position to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. He became the new city lord. The day he took office was also the day he and Xiaonyang got married. Bright red happiness characters, lively guests, good wine and delicacies, and a wedding night. Xiaonyang was dressed beautifully. She sat on the bed, looking at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan, we are finally husband and wife. I knew I was not wrong about you. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Of course. But... He pressed on his chest. Xiaonyang became nervous. But what? Why are you feeling unwell? Fang Yuan shook his head. I suddenly feel a little empty. Xiaonyang giggled. She was like a blooming peony, extremely beautiful. What are you feeling empty about? Lang San, I wonder how many people are envious of you now. Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. They are envious of me? It is just wealth, power, strength, and beauty. As he said this, his tone turned cold, a sharp aura shot out of his gaze. Xiaonyang's expression changed. Lang San, what's wrong? Your words are making me feel uneasy. Fang Yuan looked at her with a serious expression. He looked at this beautiful woman who made him yearn for her day and night. He loved her dearly. His gaze was so serious that Xiaonyang felt even more uneasy. Next, Xiaonyang saw Fang Yuan shake his head and sigh. So many things, they are just SOSO. At the next moment, everything around them collapsed. Chapter 1555. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. A Central Continent rank 7 Gu immortal shouted. He knew he could not escape. Facing the silver giant, he retaliated before his death. The immortal killer move was powerful. The entire silver giant staggered back a few steps. But that was all. Slap. The silver giant clapped its palms, turning him into meat paste. Ha ha ha! The third Central Continent Gu immortal is dead! Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly, feeling satisfied. The silver giant turned around and looked at Feng Jioge, who had just arrived, shouting provocatively. Oh Feng Jioge, even if you have rank 8 battle strength, so what? Can you stop me from killing your companions? You dared to invade my Langya Blessed Land. I will make this place your burial ground. Feng Jioge's gaze seemed to be spewing fire. He was furious. In this Langya Blessed Land, Land Spirit of Langya was the main force. He had a huge territorial advantage. The silver giant formed by Heavenly Giant Solar had genuine rank 8 battle strength. Even if he used his killer move, he could not stop the silver giant from slaughtering the other Central Continent Gu immortals. In that case, I have no choice but to do this. Feng Jioge's gaze suddenly turned deep and unfathomable. Land Spirit of Langya had a bad feeling. What are you trying to do? Feng Jioge smiled lightly. Nothing much, I am just trying to imitate you. He suddenly flew down from Cloud Cover Continent, arriving at one of the 3 continents above the sea, Black Hair Continent. Below Feng Jioge, there was a hairy man's city. Countless hairy men were living inside. They did not know that a calamity was about to befall them. Stop! Land Spirit of Langya drove the silver giant towards Feng Jioge. But Feng Jioge forcefully activated an immortal killer move. With a loud sound, this hairy man's city crumbled. Countless hairy men were buried in the rubble. Tens of thousands of hairy men died in an instant. Land Spirit of Langya's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed. Feng Jioge! You are a righteous path Gu immortal. You actually attacked so viciously. Feng Jioge smiled coldly. My righteous path is the righteous path of humanity, not the righteous path of you variant humans. Since when did you variant humans want to be on the same level as us humans? Since when did variant humans want to be on the same level as us humans? Langya Land Spirit tried to stop him, but just like how Feng Jioge could not stop him from slaughtering Central Continent's Gu immortals, he could not stop Feng Jioge from killing these hairy men. Feng Jioge did not care about these Central Continent Gu immortals. After all, they came from different sects. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had been fighting for a long time. But Land Spirit of Langya cared about these hairy men's lives. Because he had the ideology of hairy men, this was his weakness. Feng Jioge attacked the enemy's weakness. He immediately restrained Lan's spirit of Langia. The other central continent Gu immortals were saved from danger. The situation was very disadvantageous to Langia. Southern border, inside the battlefield killer move. Strange. Lu Weiyin had a bewildered expression. My killer move imitates reincarnation battlefield, using fetus Earth maze as the foundation to form a sympathetic dream realm. There are many people participating in the dream realm this time. They are all human path elites. The dream realm is so powerful that even I can only influence it. I cannot control it. This Fan Yuan has emotions and love in his heart. He also yearns for wealth, authority, and strength. But why did he suddenly lose control of the dream realm? This sympathetic dream realm's virtue true inheritance was not fake. It was a crucial move that Lu Weiyin had specially arranged. The main goal was to guide Fan Yuan towards kindness, to stimulate the morality and righteousness in his heart, to turn him from demonic to righteous, to become a righteous path Gu immortal. The entire process, from the start to the end, was very smooth and successful. But right when Lu Weiyin thought that he was about to succeed, Fan Yuan suddenly deviated from the original path. This situation made Lu Weiyin extremely puzzled. He thought about it carefully but could not understand it. Forget it. Even though this life has passed, there are still 2 lives left. Let me reform you again. Lu Weiyin breathed in deeply, his expression becoming extremely serious. In the second life in the dream realm, Fan Yuan became a young master. His clan was a super force that ruled over an area. His grandfather was the first supreme elder. His father and mother were Gu immortals with supreme authority. As the only son of the family, Fan Yuan was pampered from birth. He enjoyed the pinnacle of glory and wealth in the world from a young age. When he was young, he inevitably became a profligate young master. Even though he was lazy and neglected his cultivation, his elders supported him and paid a huge price to raise his cultivation level. Thus, when Fan Yuan was 16, even though he played around all day, he had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. Fan Yuan forgot his original self. He also forgot his first life in the dream realm. He lived happily and without worries. Just when he thought that his life could continue like this forever, the clan was attacked by a demonic overlord. This peerless demonic cultivator had quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He was ferocious and cunning. Fan Yuan's clan was not his match. The clan paid a huge price to invite helpers. They allied with other righteous path forces to attack the demon. In this battle, his grandfather and father died in battle. The demon was defeated and disappeared without a trace. News of his death spread. However, Fan Yuan's life took a nosedive. His mother could not hold the fort alone. She was soon suppressed by the other forces in the clan. Survival was not a problem. After all, his mother could shelter him from the wind and rain. But a few years later, that demon reappeared. The first thing he did was to kill his way into Fan Yuan's clan, slaughtering all of his clansmen. The scene was extremely tragic. The blessed land's headquarters that had been living in peace and contentment was now in ruins. Corpses were everywhere. Fan Yuan was the only Gu master who survived by a fluke. Demon, I will kill you. He was determined to die. He disregarded his own safety and charged towards the demon. The demon laughed loudly. He blew out a breath of air and blew Fan Yuan to the ground. He stretched out his leg and stepped on Fan Yuan's head, smiling. Little scoundrel, do you hate me? I can feel how much you hate me. Because what you experienced today is the same as what I experienced. I was immortal. I had family to live with. Even though the days were tough, they were happy and harmonious. But a Gu master in your clan killed my entire family because of a tiny Gu worm. I narrowly escaped death. I was determined to take revenge. Heaven has eyes. I obtained a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu immortal. I can finally take revenge today. Ha! Fan Yuan struggled with all his might. The demon laughed even louder. Eventually, he stomped on Fan Yuan's head until it exploded. 3 days later, in a hidden cave on a mountain, Fan Yuan opened his eyes. Didn't I die? When he realized he was still alive, he was extremely shocked. But soon, a scene of the past appeared in his mind. His mother used an immortal killer move on him solemnly. The entire process was extremely secretive. No one knew about it. My son, this killer move can protect your soul and allow you to revive once. If this killer move is useful in the future, I hope you can live a good life. Don't take revenge for us. His mother said this to him. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan could not help but cry. He realized that the reason he could revive was because of his mother. He had been reborn, but his mother had not. Evidently, she had given her only chance of survival to Fan Yuan. What a great mother's love! Fan Yuan was sobbing uncontrollably. The hatred in his heart was accumulating like a vast ocean, creating huge waves in his heart. How much he loved his clansmen and his home, how much he hated that demon. After crying for a while, Fan Yuan knelt on the ground. He swore to the heavens that he would use all his strength, no matter what price he had to pay. He would kill that demon and take revenge for his parents, clansmen, and himself. From then on, Fan Yuan started to cultivate hard. He worked extremely hard. He only had the most basic sleep every day. Even eating and defecating had to be calculated by the seconds. After he revived, he changed his body, but his aptitude was still peerless. It was even more convenient for him to conceal his identity. He still had his clan's inheritance, and the foundation of a super force. Even though there were no immortal Gu left behind, in this place where he was reborn, his mother had arranged many mortal Gu for him. Like this, he cultivated hard in this cave. 8 years later, he successfully advanced to Gu Immortal, becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal in a high-grade blessed land. But rank 6 was not that demon's match. Fan Yuan's heart for revenge became firmer as time passed. The cultivation resources left behind by his mother had already been used up. Fan Yuan left the cave and started to roam the world. At this time, the whole world submitted to the demon's might. Without rank 9 appearing, the demon was the #1 person in the world. Fan Yuan cultivated while actively joining the forces that resisted the demon. However, the demon was truly too powerful. Countless resistance forces had vanished into thin air under his powerful strength. Gradually, the situation became worse. Many Gu immortals joined the demon and became his lackeys. Even though Fan Yuan's strength grew, his rank 7 cultivation level was still not the demon's match. He still had to deal with the encirclement and pursuit of those lackeys. His cultivation situation became more and more difficult. The number of injuries he suffered was uncountable. Many times, in desperate situations, he relied on luck to survive. He suffered untold hardships and endured untold pain. These pains were deeply buried in his heart, making the hatred in his heart even more intense. He became older. He became silent. I don't have much lifespan left. Fan Yuan looked at his old face in the water, feeling anxious. Please give me your lifespan Gu. I am willing to pay you 3 rank 7 immortal Gu. He found a Gu immortal. This was his benefactor, and also someone who wanted to deal with the demon. Chapter 1556. I really need it. I have a reason to live on. Fan Yuan shouted loudly, persisting with all his might. In this world, everyone has a reason to live. Why do you want me to die just because you want to live? This Gu immortal smiled. Of course, I understand your reason. That demon is your mortal enemy. You want to take revenge on him. But he is also my enemy. I want to take revenge on him too. Why do you want to sacrifice my reason to fulfill yours? Go find other lifespan Gu. I want to use my own lifespan Gu. Fan Yuan could not retort, because this Gu immortal's words were very reasonable. He continued to plead, but it was useless. Fan Yuan could only go out to find lifespan Gu. In fact, he had been paying attention to lifespan Gu while cultivating. But his luck was bad. The demon was also collecting lifespan Gu, causing lifespan Gu to become very rare in the outside world. Fan Yuan had no way out. He knelt in front of his parents' tombstones for the entire night. That night, he first cried, then sobbed. At dawn, he stood up, and his eyes became very dangerous. In order to obtain lifespan Gu, he decided to take a risk. Eventually, he killed his benefactor and took the lifespan Gu from him. Using this lifespan goo, he successfully extended his life and continued to cultivate, looking for a chance to take revenge. He started to lose his principles, he became unscrupulous. Thus, he was gradually treated as a dangerous person by other goo immortals. They saw him as a member of the demonic path. So what if I become a demon? I will do anything that can help me take revenge. The demon exterminated all the forces that resisted him. His status was like the sun in the sky, no one in the world could shake him. Fan Yuan could not find any hope of killing the demon, he could not endure it anymore. The hatred in his heart was like a monster in the darkness. If he did not satisfy this monster's desire for revenge, this monster would first devour Fan Yuan himself. Thus, Fan Yuan turned his gaze to the people around the demon. The demon was also human, even though his family was killed. But over the years, he had a wife, subordinates, and many children. Among all of his children, the demon doted on a young girl the most. She was only 16 years old, when the demon paid an astonishing price to forcefully raise her to a goo immortal. Fan Yuan then carried out a meticulous plan and created an accident to purposely get close to this female immortal. You can call me Little Shang. Thank you for saving me. The female immortal was very innocent, and Fan Yuan appeared as her savior, so he quickly gained her trust. Fan Yuan was good at acting. The vicissitudes of life made his acting skills exquisite, and his rich experience made him able to see through people's hearts. At first, he got close to female immortal Xiaoshang to kill her and let the demon taste pain. However, as he spent more time with Xiaoshang, the beautiful memories in Fan Yuan's heart were gradually awakened. However, when Xiaoshang took the initiative to confess her love to him, Fan Yuan panicked and fled with his face covered. He disappeared from Xiaoshang's sight. He concealed himself and returned to his parents' tombs, kneeling down as tears flowed down his face. Because from his panic, he understood his own feelings. Unknowingly, he had fallen in love with Xiaoshang. How could he fall in love with the daughter of his mortal enemy, the person who killed his family? Fan Yuan was extremely sad, and also extremely conflicted. Eventually, he decided to let Xiaoshang go and only find the demon to take revenge. He changed his appearance, and did some businesses that cost nothing. After gathering enough cultivation resources, he built a hut in front of the tombs and cultivated bitterly to advance to rank 8. He succeeded in advancing to rank 8, but he was heavily injured. When he was recuperating, Little Shang actually appeared and found Fan Yuan. She questioned Fan Yuan, why did he cover his face and flee when she confessed? She said that this was the first time she confessed to someone she liked, but she was treated like this. She was not resigned to this, she had to get to the bottom of it. Fan Yuan could not tell her the truth, he could only bring her to his parents' tombs, saying, "This is the tomb of the person I once loved." Little Shang's face turned pale, she apologized to Fan Yuan and asked, "Why are there no words on this tombstone?" Of course there were no words. How could Fan Yuan leave behind such a loophole and expose his true identity? Thus he sighed. Because I did not know her name from start to end. Next, he narrated a sad and beautiful love story. Little Shang's face was covered in tears as she listened. She was deeply immersed in the story. She was filled with sympathy and love for Fan Yuan. She decided to accompany Fan Yuan and live with him, to help Fan Yuan walk out of the shadow of his life. Her reason was very strong. What's wrong with helping the person I love? Although Fan Yuan loved Xiaoshang, he was not willing to be with her. Because he was afraid. He was afraid that after he succeeded in his revenge, he would cause even more harm to Xiaoshang. He was also afraid that if he and Xiaoshang were together, his will to take revenge would fade away. On the night that Xiaoshang stayed, Fan Yuan met the demon. His lifelong enemy. The demon used his methods to make Xiaoshang sleep before forcefully summoning him over. Fan Yuan carefully hid himself. The demon did not discover his true identity. Although the demon's tone and attitude were strong, what surprised Fan Yuan was that he did not forcefully separate him and Xiaoshang. From the demon's words, Fan Yuan acutely sensed the love of a father who cared for his children and hoped that they would be happy. You have rank 8 cultivation, you are barely worthy of my daughter. Treat him well. This kid really likes you. After the demon said this, he left. Fan Yuan thought about it. He felt that the demon's actions had some hidden reasons. Sure enough, little Shang revealed a shocking secret after he probed in a roundabout way. That was, the demon wanted to break through to the 9 Revolutions realm, but he himself did not have much confidence in doing so. Fan Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood the demon more than he understood himself. The demon's actions meant that he did not have much confidence in breaking through to rank 9. Once he failed, if he did not die, he would be like Fan Yuan, heavily injured. At that time, it would be the best time for Fan Yuan to take revenge. At once, the will to take revenge took the upper hand. The unprecedented hope made Fan Yuan calm and rational. He decided not to chase Xiaoshang away. He wanted to use her to get close to the demon. The demon failed to break through to rank 9 indeed. He hid in a valley to recuperate. Before Fan Yuan could find out his location, the news was leaked by the demon's most trusted subordinate. The demon had always been domineering and strict towards his subordinates. It was normal for his subordinate to betray him. Most Gu immortals did not truly submit to the demon. After getting this news, the 5 regions rose up. A large number of Gu immortals worked together and surrounded the valley. The demon was in danger. Xiaoshang was worried about her father and wanted to go help him. Fan Yuan took the chance to go with her. Xiaoshang was extremely moved. Fan Yuan thus got close to the demon. A huge battle started. The demon was unstoppable and killed many Gu immortals, but he also exposed his weak nature. The Gu immortals saw hope and fought to the death. Fan Yuan schemed and framed the demon, leaking precious information and causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. In the final battle, both sides fought until they ran out of resources. Under a coincidence, Fan Yuan obtained the control of the immortal formation that defeated the enemy. The immortal formation only had the power for one final attack left, but it was enough to decide the battle. The Gu immortals shouted at Fan Yuan, "Quickly kill this demon, uphold justice and restore order to the world." Little Shang was in a desperate situation. Fan Yuan was her only hope of survival. The demon said to Fan Yuan, "Quickly kill these Gu immortals. I will make you the second strongest person in the world. You will enjoy endless wealth. My daughter will accompany you for the rest of your life." Fan Yuan hesitated and struggled. In his mind, his parents appeared. They were also roaring angrily. "Kill him! Kill this demon! Avenge our clan!" Countless gazes gathered on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan controlled the immortal formation. Wherever he attacked, that side would be destroyed and the other side would win. If he attacked the righteous path Gu immortals, the demon would win. This was not what Fan Yuan wanted to see. But if he did not do this, little Shang would die. Maybe he should save little Shang first. There would be a chance to kill the demon in the future. After this, Fan Yuan would gain the demon's trust. But this was not safe. Fan Yuan did not have confidence in killing the demon alone. The demon was truly too strong. As long as he could catch his breath, he would become even more vigilant and stronger than before. Fan Yuan's hope of revenge would become very slim. If he attacked the demon, this would be the safest. Fan Yuan would be able to kill him. He would be able to resolve the blood feud that he had been carrying for his entire life. But this way, little Shang would die. This was not what Fan Yuan wanted to see. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. Love and hate were entangled in his heart. The conflict and pain was unprecedented, and time was pressing. He needed to make a final decision. No matter what, this decision would determine the future of the world. It would greatly influence the rest of his life. Should he attack this final attack or not? If he attacked, where would he attack? All the Gu immortals who had doubts looked at Fan Yuan. Many of them shouted loudly, urging Fan Yuan to make this crucial decision. Under everyone's gazes, the hesitation and struggle on Fan Yuan's face disappeared. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Next, he started to laugh. As he laughed, he let out a long breath. His entire body relaxed. "What are you laughing at? Quickly make a decision!" The demon shouted angrily, urging him. "I am laughing at myself. I am also laughing at all of you. Fan Yuan looked at him with a calm gaze, then looked at the surroundings, his eyebrows drooping. Love, fighting and killing, don't you find these trivial matters boring? Chapter 1557. Boom! With a loud sound, another city on Black Hair Continent collapsed. Countless hairy men died instantly. Feng Jioga, you deserve death! Land Spirit of Langia let out a furious roar. His voice was filled with deep sorrow. Feng Jioga smiled coldly as he flew away again. The silver giant was driven by Land Spirit of Langia as it chased after him. Before leaving, it scattered bright light. Inside the ruins of those cities, the injured hairy men who were not dead quickly recovered from the bright light. Their lives were saved. But this was useless in the battle. The silver giant had rank 8 battle strength, but so did Feng Jioga. Either could stop the other. Unless there was a huge difference in their battle strength. Fan Yuan still hasn't responded? Land Spirit of Langia's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. The hairy Mangu immortals in charge of contacting him shook their heads. Damn it! Land Spirit of Langia gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as he went into a frenzy. At the crucial moment, he can't use it anymore. Is he trying to run away? No, that's not right. He is not someone who lacks courage. As long as he works with me, these Central Continent Gu immortals will all die. That means, I'm afraid Fan Yuan has also been attacked by the Celestial Court. Land Spirit of Langia might be furious, but he was still rational. First Supreme Elder, what do? We can't chase after that Feng Jioga like this. Sixth Hair asked. The hairy Mangu immortals were not Land Spirit of Langia. Even though they were born and raised here, after becoming immortals, their views changed. They were separated into mortals and immortals. If these ordinary hairy men died, they would just need to spend more time nurturing them. But if these Central Continent Gu immortals were allowed to set up the formation freely, the whole of Langia blessed land would be in trouble. These hairy Mangu immortals also wanted to persuade the Land Spirit of Langia, but they lacked the courage. Only Sixth Hair had a special status. He was a split soul of spectral soul. At this crucial moment, he knew he had to stand up. Out of the other hairy Mangu immortals' expectations, the Land Spirit of Langia did not become more irritable or furious after hearing Sixth Hair's suggestion. Instead, he laughed savagely. Don't worry! How could I forget about those Central Continent Gu immortals? Even without Fan Yuan, we still have other reinforcements, ha ha ha! This Feng Jioga thought that he had succeeded, but in fact, it was just a last-ditch struggle. These people all had to die. All of you must die. Could it be? Hearing this, Sixth Hair's eyes lit up. The other hairy Mangu immortals also reacted. That's right, we're not alone. Not bad, not bad. Our Langia sect has joined the Four Races Alliance. Central Continent's Gu immortals have reinforcements, but so do we. Back then, when Fan Yuan created the Four Races Alliance, he had already considered this situation. Fan Yuan was well aware of the importance of Langia Blessed Land. The alliance he created was to provide a strong guarantee for Langia Blessed Land's safety. The Land Spirit of Langia and the hairy Mangu immortals were led by the nose by Feng Jioga. Langia sect's forces were all concentrated on the Silver Giant. Central Continent's Gu immortals thought that they were safe, but in fact, Langia sect still had a lot of forces that could be mobilized. In fact, the reinforcements of the Inkmen, Rockmen, and Snowmen had already arrived, but they had yet to show themselves. Is it finally time for us to make a move? Rank 7 Rule Path Rockman Gu Immortal Shixiong received the message from the Land Spirit of Langia and muttered. Let's go! What are we waiting for? The Rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Feng could not hold back anymore. It is a pity that I cannot participate in this battle. Another Rank 7 Close Combat Snowman Gu Immortal, Bing Zhua said regretfully. With such a formation, why would we need to make a move? The Inkman Gu Immortal from Inkman's city laughed heartily. Other than the 4 Rank 7s, there were also many Rank 6 Gu Immortals. Langia sect was attacked. According to the agreement of the Four Races Alliance, the other 3 races had to help each other and resist the enemy together. If they violated the agreement, the punishment would be severe. When Fan Yuan made the agreement, he emphasized on the speed of reinforcements. He did not let go of any details. But these three races were not forced to help, they were willing. These variant humans did not have a good impression of humans, their only worry was that their own Gu immortals would die in battle. But Langya Blessed Land's hidden immortal formation perfectly resolved this worry of theirs. Ever since the rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect and the core immortal Gu were taken away, Langya Blessed Land could only barely defend itself with a damaged refinement cauldron. Langya Blessed Land's defenses were greatly weakened. Fan Yuan was a wise man, he had noticed this long ago. A long time ago, he, who had formation path attainment level, exchanged inheritances with the land spirit of Langya. There were a large number of immortal formations inside that could replace refinement cauldron and defend the blessed land. Langya sect did not lack immortal Gu. Fan Yuan modified the immortal formations and secretly set up a super Gu formation that was hidden in the whole of Langya Blessed Land. During normal times, it would be hidden and only when a strong enemy came, the Gu immortals would activate it and unleash a vast power. This was naturally done intentionally by Fan Yuan. He had thought about it deeply, considering the individual battle strength of the hairy man Gu immortals, and also the mentality of the Gu immortals who came to help. Setting up an immortal formation was the best choice. And there was another point: after the immortal formation was set up, it could not be moved. Langya Blessed Land might be strong now, but if something happened in the future and they wanted to deal with Fan Yuan, this immortal formation would be useless. In fact, Fan Yuan had even left some hidden doors in this immortal formation. After these variant human Gu immortal reinforcements arrived, they were arranged into the immortal formation by the land spirit of Langya. They spent some time familiarizing themselves with the immortal formation, but now, they worked together and injected immortal essence, activating this super formation. What's going on? There is actually a super Gu formation hidden here? Impossible! How can Langya still have people? The immortal formation activated with immense power, it was unstoppable. The immortal formation that the central continent Gu immortals had just set up immediately crumbled. Many of them were heavily injured. Bing Zhua and the rest used this chance to kill without mercy. The immortal formation emitted a formless force that was like a giant grinder. Under the pressure, 2 central continent Gu immortals lost their lives. Feng Jioga's expression changed. Land spirit of Langya, I actually fell for your trap. The cruel truth was like a slap that ruthlessly slapped Feng Jioji's face. This legendary figure of the current era also showed anger on his face. In this situation, Feng Jioga could not continue with his previous tactic. He quickly returned and tried to save the remaining central continent Gu immortals. But the silver giant was holding him back. There was still a super Gu formation in the blessed land that was affecting him. Feng Jioga used all his strength, but he could only watch as the final central continent Gu immortal died. The information was wrong! Langya Blessed Land actually had such a huge force. This is unbelievable. Feng Jioga's expression was grim as he faced the combined attacks of the silver giant and the super Gu formation. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. In this situation, only Feng Jioga was left. He finally used all his strength and unleashed his trump card. Green Jade Song's voice was crisp and clear. It was like pearls of various sizes landing on a jade plate. As the song spread, the silver giant's body was covered in a layer of green. Its surface turned into a thick layer of jade. The song resounded. Everywhere it went, white clouds turned into jade, yellow soil turned into jade, even flowing water turned into jade. Everything turned into jade. The surrounding 100 li turned into a world of jade in the blink of an eye. Even the silver giant was frozen, turning into a jade statue. This green jade song is truly extraordinary. From the jade statue, the land spirit of Langya's voice could be heard. Soon, cracks appeared on the surface of the jade statue. They spread all over its body before collapsing. The silver giant broke free and charged at Feng Jioga again. Feng Jioga was not surprised. This green jade song had the power of rank 8, but against the silver giant, it could only obstruct it temporarily. But he had already gained enough time to use the second immortal killer move, Submission Song. This move covered wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. It could affect people's hearts. It was created by Feng Jioge himself. It was inspired by Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. It could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides and become the singer's subordinates. The song quickly spread throughout the whole of Langya blessed land. But it was useless. Land spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Feng Jioge, did you think we would not make preparations? Fan Yuan had already informed me about your submission song. While we were fighting earlier, we had already stored all of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants into our immortal apertures. Know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. Celestial Court could probe Langya Blessed Land's information. Langya Blessed Land could naturally gather information as well. Among them, Feng Jioge was someone whom Fan Yuan had instructed the land spirit of Langya to be on guard against. Feng Jioge breathed in deeply, using immortal killer move Heaven and Earth Song. The song was loud and grand. It could move heaven and earth and draw the power of heaven and earth. It could suppress one's will and weaken the enemy's attacks. But this move was even weaker. This was Langya Blessed Land. It was the enemy's headquarters. It had deep enmity towards Feng Jioge. How could it be used by him? Immortal killer move, Separation Song. Feng Jioge dodged left and right as he used his trump card. This song was extraordinary. It was the best method to destroy immortal formations and immortal goo houses. Back then, Wuyong's rank 8 immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had almost been disassembled by this move. Wuyong was greatly shocked. The silver giant was an ancient battle formation, while Bingjue and the rest were using the current immortal formation. They were both immortal goo formations. They were naturally countered by this move. Once they were disassembled, how could these variant human goo immortals be Feng Jioge's match in a duel? Feng Jioge's separation song could not move at all when activated. But he had improved a lot over this period of time. Now that he activated separation song, he could move freely and dodge. Once this song was played, it was very weak at first. It was like a soft chant, but also like the murmurs of a quiet night. Next, emotions emerged spontaneously in all of the variant human goo immortals present. The song gradually became louder, but it did not soar into the sky. It was soft and gentle, going round and round, alternating between rising and falling. The goo immortals could not help but feel sorrow, sorrow, and sorrow. The song suddenly became softer. Incomparable sadness and melancholy assaulted the variant human goo immortals. They had the urge to cry. The pain of separation, the sorrow of separation, the sorrow of separation, the reluctance of separation. Breaking up with her lover, never seeing her friends again, and parting with her family. Separation, the past. Separation, the waving of old friends. Separation, the reflection of the setting sun. Separation, the falling crimson tears of sorrow. Fuck you! Suddenly, land spirit of Langya's roar resounded like thunder, resounding in the sky. At this moment, his immortal killer move had been prepared. Immortal killer move, complete silence. The silver giant shot out countless rays of light. The silver-white light was dazzling. It was like a fragment of the sun. Wherever it shone, the song would dissipate. A shocked expression finally appeared on Feng Jioge's face. This move had rank 8 power. It countered him to death. Feng Jioge, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Land spirit of Langya shouted proudly. The silver giant pounced at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge retreated rapidly. He could only dodge. His gaze flickered rapidly. Langya's side's battle prowess had shocked him time and again. This complete silence was a killer move. Land spirit of Langya had purposely left it at the end before using it. This move was too crucial. In an instant, Feng Jioge was at an absolute disadvantage. This legendary character of Central Continent finally felt an intense aura of death. Chapter 1558. Northern Plains. There was a boundless grassland. It was extremely vast. There were no clouds in the clear sky. There seemed to be nothing, but in fact, there were 3 goo immortals floating in the sky. According to Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this is the place closest to Langya Blessed Land. The leading male Goo Immortal thought to himself. If Northern Plains Goo Immortals saw this male Goo Immortal's appearance, they would shout in shock. Prince's impatience! Indeed, this person was one of the 5 rank 8 Goo Immortals in Northern Plains, Prince's impatience. The situation had changed. The number 1 rank 8 Goo Immortal, old ancestor Shui Hu, had disappeared with his wife because of the destruction of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao clan's first supreme elder, Yao Huang, was chosen by Longevity Heaven. He gave up his clan's responsibility and became the new South Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was once a lone immortal, but now, he had occupied He tribe's territory and created the Superforce Bai Zhu tribe. He was part of the righteous path. 5 Elements Grandmaster was still trapped in Longevity Heaven's Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. Because of the invasion of Celestial Court's Goo Immortals, Longevity Heaven appeared. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu became a righteous path Goo Immortal. Old ancestor Shui who disappeared. The whole of Northern Plains became the world of righteous path. It was bright and glorious. Demonic path Goo Immortals had to live in fear. Among the 5 rank 8 Goo Immortals, only Prince's impatience was still safe and sound. There were no changes to his body. This person had a special identity. On the surface, he was a foreign rank 8, Gong tribe's supreme elder, and Gong Wanting's husband, but he had another identity. He was a pawn that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World long ago. He was Central Continent's highest level spy in Northern Plains. Fairy Myrtle had planned for a long time. This time, she sent Feng Jioga and the rest to attack Langya Blessed Land. Other than Qin, she also used the important pawn, Prince's impatience. Lord, the nearest place is one of the 10 great forbidden areas of Northern Plains, Loosetail Ridge. Langya Blessed Land is likely hidden there. Beside Prince's impatience, a rank 6 female immortal spoke. Prince's impatience had 2 servant girls by his side, and because of Prince's impatience's fame, his name also shook Northern Plains. They were Li Yao and Sword Master Yulan. Both of them were Spirit Affinity House Goo Immortals. The one who spoke was Li Yao. She was dressed in yellow. She was extremely beautiful. Sword Master Yulan stayed behind to guard the base camp and did not follow the Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience nodded slightly. He had the same guess. His gaze turned and landed on the Goo Immortal beside him. Standing on the other side of Prince's impatience was a rank 6 hairy man Goo Immortal. This hairy man Goo Immortal had a dazed expression. He was motionless like a statue. He was clearly being controlled by Prince's impatience using supreme methods. If the land spirit of Langya or other Langya sect hairy man Goo Immortals were here, they would definitely say out his identity when they saw him. Because this hairy man Goo Immortal was a member of Langya Blessed Land. Back then, after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, the land spirit of Langya helped Fan Yuan move away Hu Immortal Blessed Land's assets. Fan Yuan obtained the sovereign immortal body and wanted to return to Northern Plains, but he was chased. In order to receive Fan Yuan, the land spirit of Langya sent 2 hairy man Goo Immortals. But one of these 2 Goo Immortals died, while the other went missing mysteriously. It turned out that the missing hairy man Goo Immortal had another fortuitous encounter, but recently, he was captured alive by Prince's impatience. The information he obtained from this hairy man Goo Immortal became crucial clues for Fairy Myrtle to deduce Langya Blessed Land. Precisely because he knew the terrain of Langya Blessed Land, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could use their immortal killer move to send Feng Jioga and the rest into Langya Blessed Land. Li Yao frowned slightly, saying worriedly, "According to the time, Feng Jioga's group should have invaded for a long time already. Why is there no news from them? Did they encounter trouble?" Prince's impatience pondered. "Of course there will be trouble. Even if we have a lot of information about Langya Blessed Land and have the initiative, this is the number 1 blessed land in the world. It originated from long-hair ancestor. Its foundation is unfathomable. It will definitely have some unexpected trump cards." Li Yao's frown deepened. This time, Central Continent only sent a few rank 7 Goo Immortals to attack Langya Blessed Land. Isn't this a little overconfident? Prince's impatience laughed heartily. That is because you do not understand Feng Yoga. Oh? Lu Yao was surprised. Prince Feng Xian gazed into the distance and sighed leisurely. I, Prince Feng Xian, am also someone with great talent. I started cultivating at the age of 13, reached rank 4 at the age of 16, and reached rank 5 peak stage at the age of 18. After accepting the sex responsibility, I went to Northern Plains and developed alone. I spent 3 years to become a rank 6 Gu immortal. After that, I faced tribulations without fail. I roamed Northern Plains and joined Gong tribe. 100 years later, I became rank 8, although I was treading on thin ice. Who in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world could see through my identity? I was once proud of myself, because I did not rely on the sex secret support. I relied on my own hard work and strategies. I borrowed strength from all sides, eventually reaching rank 8. Until one day, I met Feng Yoga. Only then did I realize I was inferior to him. Compared to me, he's the one who truly deserves to be called Heaven's chosen. His talent is so high that it can shock this era. Lu Yao was extremely shocked. Among the core higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House, there was a saying in the early years, Northern Phoenix, Central Phoenix, 2 phoenixes fly together, glorious spiritual affinity. This was referring to the rank 8 Gu immortal Princess Impatience and the rank 7 Gu immortal Feng Yoga. Several supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House who knew of Princess Impatience's identity had once thought that Spirit Affinity House's future achievements would mainly rely on Princess Impatience and Feng Yoga. They placed Princess Impatience and Feng Yoga on the same level, but Princess Impatience was a rank 8, he was at the top of the list, while Feng Yoga was favored mainly because of his potential. Lu Yao and Sword Master Yulan were indignant that a rank 7 Gu immortal was placed on the same level as their rank 8 master. Even Princess Impatience was unhappy. He wrote a letter and questioned those core supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. But as time passed, Lu Yao and Sword Master Yulan gradually had a new view of this matter. As for Princess Impatience's change in mentality, it was because of his fight with Feng Yoga. Many years ago, not long after 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Feng Yoga led several Central Continent Gu immortals to Northern Plains to investigate the truth. As Spirit Affinity House's greatest pawn in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, Princess Impatience secretly met with Feng Yoga. It was during this meeting that the two fought and sparred. The result was shocking. Even though Princess Impatience did not use his full strength, he could only fight to a draw with Feng Yoga. Thinking of the scene of their fight, Princess Impatience heaved a long sigh. Feng Yoga having rank 8 battle strength does not surprise me. What truly shocked me was that immortal killer move he used. This is an unprecedented creation. No one in history has ever done something like this. What kind of immortal killer move? Lu Yao asked. Princess Impatience had a solemn expression as he said slowly. Feng Yoga called it assimilation wind song. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Feng Yoga took a deep breath. Even farewell song was useless. At that moment, he only had one last trick left. He did not use this method easily. Because once he used it, not only would the risk be huge, the process would be extremely dangerous, the damage would also be too great, there would be a huge loss in profits after the battle. Feng Yoga had always been very cautious when using it. But now, he had to admit that he was already in a dangerous situation. He had obtained a lot of information about Langya Blessed Land from the sect and Fairy Myrtle. But when they fought, Langya Blessed Land's strength far surpassed his estimations. Not just this super immortal formation, there were also those Gu immortals hidden in the immortal formation, as well as the killer move, complete silence. Feng Yoga knew that Langya sect had an immortal killer move that countered Sound Path. It was called Silence of Heaven and Earth. But he did not know that this move had been modified by Fan Yuan to become even stronger, complete silence. Feng Yoga had methods to defend against the killer move Silence of Heaven and Earth, but against complete silence that was several times stronger, he was somewhat helpless. Immortal killer move, assimilation wind song. Feng Yoga dodged left and right. He obtained a chance to use the strongest defensive method he had in his entire life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew, heaven and earth changed color. This was not the metal wind, not the willow wind, not the immortal wind, not the eerie wind, not the Xinghan wind, not the fan gate wind. Once this wind appeared, land spirit of Lange's expression changed. The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, while the other variant human Gu immortals were tongue-tied. This was the wind of assimilation. It was the number one wind in the world. It could assimilate everything, few methods could counter it. When an immortal aperture was destroyed, it would create such a wind. How can it be the wind of assimilation? Impossible! Some hairy man Gu immortals lost their composure, they screamed. Unbelievable, someone can actually control the winds of assimilation? Bingzhuo was extremely shocked, his eyes were about to pop out, he no longer had his usual cool demeanor. In human history, no one had been able to use the winds of assimilation for their own use. But now, this record was broken. Feng Jioge had become the first person in history. He could actually use the winds of assimilation. Feng Jioge had 7 songs. Obtained Treasure Song and Towards Heaven Song were used to support his cultivation, while Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song, Submission Song, and Separation Song were his trump cards. He had used them many times. The final song was Assimilation Wind Song, but he did not use it easily. If this move failed, Feng Jioge would be destroyed by the winds of assimilation. It was extremely dangerous. Many songs could be turned into clones through the killer move Song Warrior, but Assimilation Wind Song could not. It was the most unique one. This wind was too powerful. The situation was instantly turned around. The variant human Gu immortals were helpless. They were panicking. Because ordinary killer moves would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation, turning into resources to create the even larger winds of assimilation. Langya Blessed Land is the number one blessed land in the world, but against this wind, it will be destroyed. A Rockman Gu immortal said in despair. Absolutely not. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. He knew that he had to stabilize the morale of his troops. He shouted, "It really is the winds of assimilation, Assimilation Wind Song. When Fan Yuan warned me, I did not believe it, but the truth is right in front of me. I have no choice but to believe it. Don't worry, we already have a method to deal with this wind." What? Fan Yuan can even find out such a secret? The other Gu immortals heard this and felt hope ignited in their hearts. At this moment, Fan Yuan, who also had rank 8 battle strength, played a crucial role even though he did not appear. He helped Land Spirit of Langya stabilize the morale of his troops. Fan Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He knew that this move was extremely vicious. During the 5 regions chaotic world, Feng Jioge used this move to slaughter everyone. No one was not afraid of it. He had already warned Land Spirit of Langya. He had once fought against Feng Jioge. He was extremely wary and vigilant. This move was extremely powerful, but it had a huge flaw. For example, if it was used in the 5 regions, Fan Yuan could avoid it completely. But in this situation, the winds of assimilation were happening in Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya had to deal with this wind as soon as possible. Chapter 1559. Come, True Stability Branch Transformation. Facing the winds of assimilation, Land Spirit of Langya growled, using an immortal killer move. Once this move was used, the silver giant underwent a huge transformation. The huge human body turned into a huge tree. Its trunk was silver white. It had countless branches and countless leaves that looked like they were carved from silver, shining brightly as they collided with each other, emitting crisp sounds. The branches and leaves grew rapidly, facing the winds of assimilation. The winds of assimilation were rampaging everywhere, but after being obstructed by the giant tree, their expansion was halved. The winds of assimilation were actually blocked. Unbelievable! Langya Blessed Land's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Snowman, Inkman, and Rockman Gu immortals saw this and were overjoyed. This is True Stability Tree? A red and white rainbow flew out of the wind of assimilation. It was Feng Jioge. Even though he created Assimilation Wind Song, it could create the winds of assimilation. But once this wind appeared, Feng Jioge had to leave the wind core immediately, otherwise, when the winds of assimilation spread and fill up the empty space in the wind core, Feng Jioge would die. Feng Jioge could only create the winds of assimilation, he could not manipulate them. It wasn't that he hadn't tried it before. However, any method of manipulation would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation and strengthen them. Feng Jioge had the immortal killer move Song Warrior. He could use Heaven and Earth Song, Separation Song, and others to form clones. But Assimilation Wind Song could not form Song Warrior. Feng Jioge left the battlefield. Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were focused on dealing with the winds of assimilation. They did not have the energy to pay attention to him. It really is the true stability tree, to think that they have a method to counter the winds of assimilation. Feng Jioge watched from afar, his eyes shining with bright light. This true stability tree was a legendary immemorial desolate plant. It was famous in history. Since the immemorial antiquity era, before Rinzhu was born, it had existed in this world. After the remote antiquity era and olden antiquity era, it died at the hands of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable in the medieval antiquity era. There were many wild immortal gu on this tree, among which there were several rank 8 immortal gu. When Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable only had rank 8 cultivation level, when he was traveling in Eastern Sea, tsunamis and floods wreaked havoc in the world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable could not use his immortal gu to quell this flood. He borrowed 2 rank 8 immortal gu, Calm Wind and Quiet Wave, from the true stability tree in Eastern Sea. But this legendary immemorial desolate plant, with its status and strength, did not want to lend it to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It gave harsh conditions. Genesis Lotus was furious and fought with it. He killed the true stability tree and took all of its gu, quelling the flood and saving countless mortals. Although Genesis Lotus killed the true steadying tree, he was full of praises for it. Later on, when he became a venerable one, he would occasionally sigh. It was truly a pity that he got rid of this tree back then. This tree was unique in this world and had the ability to restrain the winds of assimilation. Fan Yuan was someone who had been reborn, so he already knew about the Song of Gale in Feng Jioge's hands. This move was extremely powerful. During the 5 regions chaotic war, countless gu immortals were killed by it. Thus, countless gu immortals thought of ways to find this move's weakness. There were no unsolvable moves in this world, only unsolvable people. Even though Song of Gale was strong, this move was fixed. There would always be a weakness. Western Desert's rank 8 gu immortal, 1000 transformations ancestor, got to the bottom of it, and obtained the help of another time path rank 8 great expert, witnessing the power of the true stability tree in the river of time. After returning, he deduced the transformation path killer move, true stability transformation. Using this move, he could restrain the winds of assimilation. At that time, Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he had to lure a rank 8 gu immortal to research and deal with it. This showed how powerful Song of Gale was. Fan Yuan remembered this. He made preparations for it. In his previous life, when Feng Jioge attacked Langya Blessed Land, to deal with Feng Jioge's strongest Song of Gale, he used the Light of Wisdom and Transformation Path attainment level to deduce Truth Stability Branch Transformation. This move was only a simplified version of True Stability Transformation, but Feng Jioge's Song of Gale was not as grand and complete as it was during the 5 regions chaotic war. Thus, when Land Spirit of Langya activated this move, the Silver Giant turned into a branch of True Stability Tree, blocking the winds of assimilation. Go deal with Feng Jioge, don't let him do as he pleases. After I deal with the winds of assimilation, I will help you kill him. Land Spirit of Langya shouted, commanding the other 3 variant human gu immortals. The variant human gu immortals immediately responded, manipulating the super immortal formation to attack Feng Jioge. Land Spirit of Langya was covered in cold sweat. He concentrated on maintaining the killer move to deal with the winds of assimilation. He complained inwardly. Fan Yuan taught me this killer move, but I feel that this killer move is too complicated and did not practice it much. To think that Feng Jioge would really attack me, I will have to face the winds of assimilation so soon. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have practiced this method even harder. Langya's side was not restricted by the winds of assimilation, they struggled to hold on. Countless branches touched the winds of assimilation and were destroyed, but at the same time, new branches grew out. This move could block the winds of assimilation, but the price to use it was huge. It expended a lot of immortal essence and the Goo Immortals' mental energy. Soon, many hairy man Goo Immortals inside the silver giant tree became dispirited. They looked like they were in low spirits. Persevere, persevere! Land Spirit of Langya encouraged. Lord, why can't we abandon this blessed land? A hairy man Goo Immortal suggested. Land Spirit of Langya came from Langya blessed land. He had the ability to give up this blessed land. That way, the winds of assimilation inside would not be able to threaten Langya blessed land. Compared to the whole of Langya blessed land, giving up this piece of land was nothing. It was not even a drop in the ocean. No! Land Spirit of Langya rejected. He thought of Fan Yuan's solemn reminder earlier. He explained. Once we do that, we will fall into the enemy's trap. Giving up the blessed land means connecting to the outside world. It is like opening a door at that moment. That way, our Langya blessed land's location will be discovered by the enemy. We cannot do that. This Land Spirit of Langya is willing to pay a huge price to deal with the winds of assimilation rather than give up this small piece of blessed land? Feng Jioga had a shocked expression. If Land Spirit of Langya did this, he would definitely leak crucial clues. Princess Impatience, who was roaming around the outside world, would immediately sense it. This way, the battle would be decided. With the rank 8 Goo Immortal Princess Impatience making a move, these Langya hairy man Goo Immortals would not be able to stop him. But Land Spirit of Langya gritted his teeth and refused to do this. Feng Jioga's plan failed. Crack! A shocking bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking at Feng Jioga's head. Feng Jioga moved like smoke, vanishing on the spot. He successfully dodged it. He looked at the sky as thoughts flashed in his mind. Heavenly Giant Solar is restrained by the winds of assimilation. Only this super immortal formation is left. Dealing with it is much easier than dealing with Heavenly Giant Solar. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Jioga activated Separation Song. As expected, the super immortal formation started to break apart. Even though Separation Song did not have any offensive power, it had incredible power. It could break apart any Goo formation. But thankfully, when Fan Yuan created this formation, he had thought about it thoroughly. He arranged this immortal formation into multiple layers. Feng Jioga activated Separation Song, but he only broke apart the outermost layer of this super immortal formation. The 3 variant human Goo Immortals were at the center. They were unharmed. Feng Jioga urged Separation Song again. Soon, he broke apart the outermost layer. But the immortal formation's 3rd layer was exposed. Oh! I want to see how many layers this immortal formation has. Feng Jioga's eyes shined with bright light. He continued to use Separation Song. This time, he broke apart 5 to 6 layers before stopping. Even someone as strong as Feng Jioga felt like vomiting blood. How many layers does this immortal formation have? Separation Song expended a huge amount of immortal essence. After using it several times, Feng Jioga's immortal essence reserves were less than 30% of before the battle. Of course, the biggest expenditure was still Assimilation Wind Song. If I use Assimilation Wind Song, I can use it countless times, but the risk is too high. Feng Jioga shook his head. He dispelled the thought of using this killer move again. Even though this move was powerful, it was too dangerous. Feng Jioga rarely used it. Back then, when he sparred with Princess Impatience, even though he used Assimilation Wind Song, that was just sparring. Princess Impatience had written a letter to Spirit Affinity House. He was unhappy with Feng Jioga's Twin Phoenixes theory. It gave Feng Jioga huge political pressure. When Feng Jioga went to Northern Plains, he challenged Princess Impatience to one move. In that competition, Feng Jioga had enough time. He activated his goo worm slowly. There was no outside interference. The risk was low. But at this time, Feng Jioga was in battle. There was a lot of outside interference. He had to use his killer move quickly. Earlier, Feng Jioga had no choice but to take the risk. But now, he was facing the super immortal formation. The pressure he felt was much smaller. Feng Jioga did not use Assimilation Wind Song. He looked around. The silver tree was still dealing with the winds of assimilation. the winds of assimilation had already shrunk by more than half. After a while, Langya's side would be able to suppress the winds of assimilation. They would be able to deal with Feng Jioge. Time is running out. Feng Jioge sighed internally. Heavenly Giant Solar had both offense and defense. Even the winds of assimilation could not do anything to it. If Feng Jioge attacked the silver tree now, it would not be effective. In this attack on Langya Blessed Land, the strength that Langya's side displayed was far beyond Celestial Court's expectations. Feng Jioge already had thoughts of retreating. But before that, I still have something to do. He smiled as he activated an investigative immortal killer move. His body flashed like light. In an instant, he crossed an extraordinary distance and landed in front of Guyue Fangjing. You! Before Guyue Fangjing could react, Feng Jioge suppressed him and kept him in his immortal aperture. There is still this place. Feng Jioge flew into the sky, landing somewhere in cloud-covered continent. He saw Danghun Mountain. Retrieve! He activated an immortal killer move that he had prepared in advance, storing this secluded domain of heaven and earth into his immortal aperture, as well. These cloud cities, even though they are all mortal goo houses, there are many hairy man elites living inside. They are all goo immortal seeds of Langya sect. Not bad, not bad, I will take them all. Next, Feng Jioge continued to attack, taking in many of the cloud cities and cloud-covered continent. His actions were obstructed by the super-immortal formation, but this formation was already split into many layers by Feng Jioge. Its power was greatly reduced. As for Heavenly Giant Solar, it was restrained by the winds of assimilation. Once it escaped, the winds of assimilation would expand several times in an instant, causing all of Langya Land's spirit's hard work to go to waste. Therefore, he could not stop it. What aura is this? While rampaging, Feng Jioge sensed the aura of Wisdom Goo. He was shocked. Chapter 1560. Even Feng Jioge's heart shook when he saw Wisdom Goo. This was Wisdom Goo. In the legends of Rinzhu, it was once star constellation Immortal Venerable's vital immortal goo. There was no one who did not know of it. To think that it would appear in front of Feng Jioge in such a situation today. Langya Blessed Land actually has Wisdom Goo. Feng Jioge's heart shook intensely. He could not control himself for a moment. But soon, he forced himself to calm down. Bright light shined in his eyes. He looked at Wisdom Goo carefully. He was shocked to find that this rank 9 Wisdom Goo was a wild immortal goo. A thought instantly occupied Feng Jioge's mind. That was to take this rank 9 Wisdom Goo away. Immortal Killer Move, Obtain Treasure Song. He activated the killer move with unprecedented strength. It burst out with rank 8 level power. Obtain Treasure Song could help Feng Jioge refine wild immortal goo directly. The song was warm and gentle. It was filled with a peaceful aura. Along with the song, Wisdom Goo, which was dancing on the branches, quietened down. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo? The variant human goo immortals controlling the super-immortal formation were shocked. Wisdom Goo was originally hidden in this valley, concealed by the land spirit of Langya. The variant human goo immortals of the 3 races were outsiders after all. They did not discover this place. But now, this place was destroyed by Feng Jioge. Wisdom Goo was exposed. The variant human goo immortals of the 3 races sensed it. We cannot let him subdue Wisdom Goo. Quickly attack, disrupt him! Land spirit of Langya shouted anxiously, quickly ordering. Soon after, he added, But you have to be careful, don't destroy the Wisdom Goo. Even without his reminder, the variant human goo immortals of the 3 races knew the value of this rank 9 immortal goo. But at this moment, to disturb Feng Jioge without affecting the nearby Wisdom Goo, it was quite difficult for these variant human goo immortals who had just familiarized themselves with the immortal formation to control the situation. The variant human goo immortals could only grit their teeth and control the immortal formation, attacking Feng Jioge with all sorts of attacks. Feng Jioge grunted as he activated Song Warrior. Obtain Treasure Song Warrior flew towards Wisdom Goo, while the other Song Warriors helped Feng Jioge to block the immortal formation's attacks. The variant human goo immortals attacked too heavily. Their attacks were dangerous to Wisdom Goo, but Feng Jioge defended Wisdom Goo. Wisdom Gu sensed danger, its survival instincts took over as it escaped. Wisdom Gu sensed danger, its survival instincts took over as it escaped. Feng Jiuji's heart instantly sank to rock bottom when he saw this. Of Gu Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu Gu immortal Gu Gu immortals Gu 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 is of Gu Xian, but Shi Gu 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 was Lu. If I can't get my hands on it, then I'll just destroy it. Feng Jiuge rejected the idea as soon as it appeared in his mind. This was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. It was too much of a pity to destroy it. Furthermore, this immortal Gu belonged to star constellation Immortal Venerable. If he could obtain it, it would be extremely beneficial to Feng Jiuge, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and even the Celestial Court. Feng Jiuge was unwilling, he did not want to give up. Don't go. Feng Jiuge flew towards Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was fast, but Feng Jiuge chased after it. Wisdom Gu sensed Feng Jiuge's threat, it buzzed and emitted an intense light. Light of wisdom. Feng Jiuge was unavoidably shrouded in the light of wisdom. At once, countless thoughts appeared in his mind, his wisdom rose, his gaze became extremely sharp. All sorts of problems and questions in his cultivation were answered at this moment. Even though he did not get an answer immediately, many obstacles and bottlenecks were easily broken through. Oh no! Feng Jiuge was a legendary character after all. After being immersed in the light of wisdom for a few breaths, he realized something was amiss. He bit his tongue and forced himself to be clear-headed, before retreating rapidly. After leaving the light of wisdom, he looked at Wisdom Gu flying away with lingering fear. Such an amazing Wisdom Gu! In such a short time, my lifespan has been reduced by so much! A strand of hair in front of Feng Jiuge's forehead turned white. I came here to capture Guyue Fajing and take Danghun Mountain because of Lady Ziwei's arrangements. But to think that there was a rank 9 Wisdom Gu here! I have already done my best, but I cannot take this Gu away alone. Langya Blessed Land probably cannot refine this Wisdom Gu, otherwise they would have done it already. Feng Jiuge's thoughts moved like lightning. Immortal Gu were unique. A wild immortal Gu was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. Not to mention that in front of Feng Jiuge was a rank 9 wild immortal Gu. Among them, the most crucial point was that this immortal Gu was Wisdom Gu. If Wisdom Gu is refined by them, it is almost impossible to snatch it. But it is still in a wild state now. I need to return and report this important information to the sect and Celestial Court. The next time I attack Langya Blessed Land, I need to get this Gu. Feng Jiuge breathed in deeply. He looked at Wisdom Gu, which had shrunk to the size of a sesame seed, reluctantly before activating an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move, which used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core, was called human travel. It was created by the Space Path great expert Liang Liang. Feng Jiuge wasn't very familiar with this move, but this move had an unusual profundity. Once activated, not only could it send people to any place in the world, it could also send them back. The first half was the most difficult, but the second half was extremely simple. Liang Liang's will had already activated this move, Feng Jiuge was only using it to complete the second half. Swoosh! With a soft sound, Feng Jiuge vanished on the spot. A few breaths of time later, the land spirit of Langya drove the silver giant and arrived. Damn it, Feng Jiuge, you actually ran away! Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, I will not let you off! The land spirit of Langya looked at the destroyed Langya Blessed Land as he roared in anger. Southern border, inside the immortal battlefield killer move. Lu Wei sighed deeply. 3 lives and 3 lives had passed, but Fan Yuan was not enlightened by him. I was wrong! I thought this Fan Yuan was heartless, or was filled with hatred and anger, that was why he harmed the world. But the truth is, he has abundant emotions, he lacks none. Even though he pursues strength, he is not biased. What really drove him to do this was his pursuit. This pursuit is deeply rooted in the deepest part of his heart, not to mention 3 lifetimes, even 100 lifetimes cannot destroy it. Such a person cannot be reformed. Master, Yi Fan muttered. At this time, not just him, Shang Xian and the rest, as well as Tai Mianshin and the other Gu immortals, opened their eyes and woke up. The scenes in the 3 lives and 3 worlds left most people in a daze. They were all reminiscing about the profound feelings within. Lu Weiyin looked around, his gaze paused on Shang Xinci for a moment. Shang Xinci's eyes were red, she almost shed tears, her sorrow was indescribable. She had emotional entanglement with Fan Yuan in 3 lifetimes. Lu Weiyin nodded to himself as he said to everyone, "I failed, this demon cannot be stopped, he is about to break the killer move and escape, let's leave." Yi Fan was shocked. "Master, we clearly still have the advantage." Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. "I have already tried my best. Let's leave." The mortal Gu masters were confused, but Tai Mianxin and the 2 Yi clan Gu immortals had a guess. Tai Mianxin said directly, "Senior's surname is Lu, and you specialize in Earth Path. Are you the inheritor of Paradise Earth's true inheritance?" Lu Weiyin nodded. "That's right, I am Lu." As expected. Yi clan's Gu immortals sighed as they bowed to Lu Weiyin again. At the same time, they no longer had any doubts towards Lu Weiyin's words. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not have any killer moves, the Paradise Earth true inheritance that he left behind was the same. Lu Weiyin was skilled in trapping and reforming enemies, this was the greatest specialty of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Among the 10 venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most benevolent and compassionate, he was the one who restored order to the world by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But for some reason, such an immortal venerable did not choose Celestial Court, he stayed in Southern Border and left Paradise Earth's true inheritance here. Chapter 1561. In the silver-white sky, there were countless buildings. With a flash of jade light, Feng Jioge appeared in Ziwei Palace. "Greetings to Lady Ziwei." Feng Jioge immediately regained his senses and cupped his fists. In the huge palace, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed. Seeing that Feng Jioge had returned, she slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, her pupils shot out boundless starlight. It was dazzling and bright, illuminating the entire palace. Feng Jioge did not speak, he directly sent out an information path Gu worm. Fairy Myrtle received it, and scanned it with her mind, she knew the result. "Feng Jioge, you are indeed the current generation Tao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, you did well this time." Fairy Myrtle did not stint on her praise. Feng Jioge smiled. "This is that Guyue Fangjing." Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, and took out the captive. Guyue Fangjing's eyes were shut, he was hit by Feng Jioge's method and fell into a deep sleep. As for Fan Yuan's will in his body, it was completely suppressed by Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge placed Guyue Fangjing on the ground and sighed. "I have already searched this person's soul, that Feng Yuan is truly a demon, he is extremely cold and merciless, he actually wanted to refine his own brother into a blood deity. But I don't understand, this person is only a mortal, even though he has a close relationship with Fan Yuan, why does he value him so much?" Fairy Myrtle said slowly. "The heavenly Tao is balanced, yin and yang revolve around each other. Near the caves of poisonous creatures, there are often herbs that can detoxify. This Guyue Fangjing was born together with Fan Yuan, he is an obstacle specially set up by the heavenly Tao for Fan Yuan. If he is nurtured properly, he will be very useful against Fan Yuan in the future." "So that's it?" Feng Jioge nodded. "What a pity." As Fairy Myrtle spoke, she also searched Fangjing's soul. She sighed and continued. "Fan Yuan didn't refine a blood deity and continue his blood Tao cultivation in his previous life. Otherwise, we would have used the Demon Judgment Board to lock onto Fan Yuan's position. In my opinion, Fan Yuan has yet to realize that the blood path he cultivated in his previous life was specially arranged by Providence. He did not cultivate the blood path in this life, so he should be using his fate to protect himself. Fate Gu has yet to be repaired, but the power of luck path is magnified, it is very obvious. You were able to succeed and return smoothly because you are a Tao protector. Your luck is strong, and you weren't suppressed by Fan Yuan's side." Feng Jioge nodded. "What about Danghun Mountain? Then what about Wisdom Gu in Langya Blessed Land? Just take it out." Fairy Myrtle smiled. Feng Jioge was slightly dazed. He took out Dang Hun Mountain from his immortal aperture. This pink crystal mountain was huge, but when it landed in Ziwei Palace, it was suppressed and shrunk to the size of a palm. It was exquisite. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rampaged in the world. He slaughtered all living beings and created Soul Path. The Celestial Court was the leader of the righteous path. Before Spectral Soul became venerable, they sensed his threat and fought against him. They knew their enemies well. After Spectral Soul died, Soul Path continued to develop. Even though it was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, the Celestial Court's mastery of Soul Path methods had reached an extremely profound level. In fact, there were many Soul Path Gu Immortals in the Celestial Court. Dang Hun Mountain had a vast number of Soul Path Dao marks. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth of Soul Path. Since Fairy Myrtle could give Feng Jioge the method to take this mountain, she naturally had an even more profound method to shrink the entire Dang Hun Mountain into a model. Fairy Myrtle waved her hand. Dang Hun Mountain floated into her hand as if it was weightless. Amazing, amazing! Fairy Myrtle looked at it for a while before nodding. With this mountain, Guts Gu can be obtained continuously. Jean Huang can benefit from it. It will be like adding wings to her dream realm exploration. Feng Jioge smiled faintly. As a father, he was naturally happy to be able to help his daughter. As for Wisdom Gu, Fairy Myrtle pondered for a while. I must obtain this Gu, Jioge, go and rest. We need to discuss this further. If they attacked Langya Blessed Land a second time, the other side would definitely be vigilant and make ample preparations. Especially when Fan Yuan might return, Fairy Myrtle would need to plan in detail. Yes. Feng Jioge took his leave and left Ziwei Palace. He left Celestial Court and returned to Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Myrtle also left Ziwei Palace. She held Dang Hun Mountain in one hand as she moved slowly. A moment later, she arrived in front of a dark hall. This hall's plaque had 3 words written on it: Soul Suppression Hall. This was the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Fairy Myrtle smiled as she brought Dang Hun Mountain to Spectral Soul. "Oh, Demon Venerable, what do you think this is?" Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly as she spoke. Spectral Soul was silent as steel. Fairy Myrtle nodded. "Stubborn as expected, a true demon. However, I didn't bring this mountain here to crush your will. I know you have used this mountain before. It is a place where you cultivated for many years. Coincidentally, I have this move. As long as I use it on something closely related to you, I can shake your mind and draw out all of your memories." Spectral Soul was still silent, as if he was dead. The smile on Fairy Myrtle's face gradually vanished. Cold lightning flashed in her eyes. All along, she had been troubled by Spectral Soul's stubbornness. She wanted to plunder his precious memories, but there was little progress. Now that she obtained Dang Hun Mountain, Fairy Myrtle had a rare breakthrough. She was going to teach Spectral Soul a lesson first. At the next moment, the Immortal Killer move was activated. The whole of Soul Suppression Hall let out a buzzing sound as radiance shot out in all directions. The radiance shone on Dang Hun Mountain. It also enveloped Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might, but this move was too powerful. The memories related to Dang Hun Mountain were drawn out. They appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The young Spectral Soul found Dang Hun Mountain for the first time. He was shocked and overjoyed. After many setbacks, Spectral Soul finally occupied Dang Hun Mountain and cultivated secretly. Spectral Soul thought hard and finally found a way to relocate Dang Hun Mountain. After a series of setbacks, he finally obtained this mountain. Spectral Soul created Soul Path. He gradually found more uses for Dang Hun Mountain. It was not as simple as harvesting Guts Gu. He created the Soul Shaking Formation. It could use a vast number of Soul Path Dao marks on Dang Hun Mountain to increase the power of the Immortal Formation. Since there is a Soul-Shaking Immortal Formation, why did Fan Yuan not set it up? Is it because he feels safe in Langya Blessed Land, or does this formation require too many Immortal Gu? Fairy Myrtle saw this and felt some doubts. But soon, her doubts were resolved. It turned out that once Dang Hun Mountain became a part of the Immortal Formation, it could not be used to produce Guts Gu anymore. Fairy Myrtle continued to watch. The scenes related to Dang Hun Mountain replayed in her mind, scenes of spectral soul's cultivation. Even though most of them were unimportant, many of them contained precious cultivation information. Even for the celestial court, they were extraordinary gains. After spectral soul became venerable, he placed Dang Hun Mountain in City Well. Next, he used an immortal killer move to use City Well to modify Dang Hun Mountain. This replayed memory made Fairy Myrtle's heart shake. This move, orderly, is so powerful. City Well is a rule path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Using City Well, Dang Hun Mountain soul path down marks could no longer resist time path. This is probably the profundity of sovereign immortal fetus goo. Fairy Myrtle had already deduced sovereign immortal fetus goo. She knew some of its unique uses. After all, Fan Yuan had exposed a lot of valuable clues in battle. She was not wrong at all. Sovereign immortal fetus goo could make all down marks non-conflicting. The origin was City Well. It was because of this orderly pattern. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable paid a huge price to modify Dang Hun Mountain, but it was worth it. From now on, Dang Hun Mountain could use time path immortal killer moves to easily return to its previous state. The following memories were of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable using Dang Hun Mountain to deduce many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves were extremely powerful, but they would often damage Dang Hun Mountain. But every once in a while, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would use time path methods to restore Dang Hun Mountain to its previous state. These methods are truly amazing. To be able to become a demon venerable, his talent is truly shocking. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light as she praised. These immortal killer moves were precious cultivation content. They were very beneficial to Celestial Court. Especially now that Dang Hun Mountain was in their hands, these immortal killer moves could all be used. Among the many killer moves, there was one that attracted Fairy Myrtle's attention. This move can actually detonate Dang Hun Mountain and create a terrifying soul explosion. Any living being's soul could detonate and create a soul explosion. Soul Beast's soul explosions were often very powerful, but this Dang Hun Mountain soul explosion surpassed the limit. It could even cause a mountain to detonate. It was purely using these soul path down marks. It was ingenious. Wait. Fairy Myrtle's pupils shrunk as she realized something amiss. Boom! At the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The entire Dang Hun Mountain exploded into powder. Chapter 1562. Southern Border. Myriad Dragon. Dragon roars resounded. The entire immortal battlefield collapsed. Fan Yuan flew out like a bolt of lightning. Once he escaped, he received a large number of requests for reinforcements. What? Langya Blessed Land was attacked by the Celestial Court? And it was led by Feng Jioga. Fan Yuan was shocked. He encountered Lu Wei-yin and was temporarily trapped. At the same time, Langya Blessed Land was attacked by the Celestial Court. No one would believe that there was no connection between these two events. Oh? They retreated in defeat? Most of the Central Continent Gu immortals died, only Feng Jioga survived? Fan Yuan looked at the land spirit of Langya's message before turning to look at Sixth Hair's letter. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya's sect by Shadow Sect. He was on Fan Yuan's side. His information was the most reliable. From Sixth Hair's letter, Fan Yuan quickly understood the entire situation. So Feng Jioga saw that the situation was not right and retreated. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, but this was not a place for him to think calmly. The rank 8 Gu immortals of Southern Border's righteous path forces might be on their way here. Fan Yuan quickly retreated. Along the way, he used the method that he had left behind to detonate Dang Hun Mountain. The Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. They had clearly planned this for a long time. Methods that can uproot a mountain are not common, but Feng Jioga directly took Dang Hun Mountain away. This is a deliberate scheme to destroy my foundation. Unfortunately, how can my Dang Hun Mountain be taken away so easily? Fan Yuan placed Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. On one hand, it was to express his sincerity in cooperating with Langya's sect to manage the Gutsku business and save his energy. On the other hand, Fan Yuan left behind a backup plan. He was not afraid that Langya's sect or other Gu immortals would take Danghun Mountain for themselves. While flying, Fan Yuan sent his consciousness into his immortal aperture. Landscape as before. He activated a rank 6 immortal Gu, aiming at a huge rock that had been preserved. This mountain rock came from Danghun Mountain, a part that Fan Yuan had cut off long ago. Right now, Danghun Mountain's main body had already self-destructed. This mountain rock was the largest remaining Danghun Mountain rock in the world. When Fan Yuan used landscape as before immortal Gu, this mountain rock immediately expanded, becoming bigger and bigger as it started to develop into the complete Danghun Mountain. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are like immortal Gu, they are unique. Danghun Mountain was remodeled by spectral soul demon Venerable back then. Under the illumination of landscape as before Gu, this Danghun Mountain rock will definitely be able to restore the complete Danghun Mountain. Fan Yuan was very confident. Although Danghun Mountain was taken away, he did not lose it. In time, Danghun Mountain would once again return to his hands. However, this process would take a long time. Landscape as before Gu was only rank 6, while Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth that was similar to a rank 9 immortal Gu. The Danghun Mountain rock that Fan Yuan took away was much smaller than the entire Danghun Mountain. The Celestial Court had planned for a long time, and Feng Jioge had personally made a move. Fan Yuan had suffered many losses. Firstly, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not taken back, and secondly, Danghun Mountain was temporarily destroyed. To recreate Danghun Mountain, it would take some time and a large amount of immortal essence. Finally, Guyue Fanjing was taken away, and Fan Yuan's blood deity cultivation plan was thwarted. Fortunately, Wisdom Gu was not taken away, nor was it destroyed. The situation at that time was very dangerous. If Feng Jioge was determined to destroy Wisdom Gu, just Wisdom Gu alone would not have any hope of survival. But Feng Jioge did not kill it in the end. This made Fan Yuan rejoice, but he also understood that the Celestial Court's subsequent attacks would not stop. Feng Jioge took the initiative to retreat. It meant that the Celestial Court would definitely attack again. But when would they attack Langya Blessed Land? Who would the Celestial Court send to attack Langya Blessed Land next time? And what method would they use? These were all questions. Fan Yuan landed in an ordinary valley. Right now, he was far away from the battlefield. He had been very careful on the way here. He should be safe for now. Fan Yuan concealed his aura and set up a Gu formation to warn him, before closing his eyes and making deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes. He had already understood the entire situation, as if he had personally experienced the intense battle between Langya sect and Feng Jioge. I can confirm that fixed immortal travel is in the hands of the Celestial Court, and it seems to have been raised to rank 7. It also has an accompanying immortal killer move. Any changes in Langya Blessed Land could not escape the senses of the land spirit of Langya. The sudden appearance of Feng Jioge's group was also memorized by the land spirit of Langya. These clues were all sent to Fan Yuan. With sufficient clues and Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path Foundation, Fan Yuan immediately understood how Feng Jioge managed to infiltrate Langya Blessed Land. To prevent fixed immortal travel, I have already altered Danghun Mountain's appearance, but Feng Jioge appeared on the 3 continents. This information leak is likely related to the missing hairy man Gu immortals. It will take a lot of effort to change the terrain of these 3 continents. Even if we do that, we will not be able to stop the Celestial Court's invasion. If I am not wrong, even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not successfully set up an immortal Gu formation, just looking at how Feng Jioge retreated so easily, he must have left behind some arrangements in Langya Blessed Land. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. The Celestial Court did not make a move, but once it did, it was earth-shattering. If not for the fact that Fan Yuan had made many preventive measures in this period of time, Langya Blessed Land, which had lost Refinement Cauldron, might have already been conquered by Feng Jioge. Fan Yuan had already done enough, but the Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Like this time, just by using the methods left behind by the Time Path great expert Liang Liang, Feng Jioge's group managed to break in. The Celestial Court was the most difficult opponent to defend against, because no one knew how many trump cards it had. Fan Yuan sighed, before contacting the land spirit of Langia. He told the land spirit of Langia about his experiences. He also told it about his guess that Lu Wei-yin was likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor. Even though the land spirit of Langia was angry that Fan Yuan did not appear at the crucial moment to defend Langia Blessed Land, Fan Yuan was speaking the truth. The land spirit of Langia could not pursue the matter. This time, the Celestial Court's attack did not succeed, but they found Wisdom Gu. They will definitely come again. Fan Yuan, as Langia Sect's Supreme Elder, Langia Sect needs your battle strength. Quickly come back to defend. The land spirit of Langia said. Fan Yuan smiled. Of course not. Langia Blessed Land had indeed helped Fan Yuan a lot. It could be considered as Fan Yuan's base. But it was impossible for Fan Yuan to be restricted because of this. Right now, the Celestial Court had the upper hand. As long as they repaired Fate Immortal Gu, they would be undefeatable. If Fan Yuan stayed in Langia Blessed Land, the Celestial Court would definitely laugh their heads off. This was what they wanted to see. Fan Yuan stayed in Langia Blessed Land. He had no way out. He had to go out and search for cultivation resources to grow rapidly. Once he grew to a certain extent, Fan Yuan would take out Red Lotus True Inheritance. No matter how much the True Inheritance could help him, he had to destroy the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu within 10 years. Only by doing this would he not die. This was the only way out. Otherwise, when Fate Gu was repaired, all the Gu immortals in the world would be affected by Fate's arrangements. How many otherworldly demons like Fan Yuan would there be? The Celestial Court would return to its peak. Fan Yuan would not be its match. Even if Langia Blessed Land is attacked and Wisdom Gu is destroyed, I will not disrupt my cultivation plan because of Langia Blessed Land. A cold light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. Of course, he would not say these words to the land spirit of Langia. Right now, the alliance agreement on Fan Yuan could no longer restrict him. During this period of time, the self-cleansing immortal formation was not just for show. Let's talk about the compensation, Fan Yuan said to the land spirit of Langia after some perfunctory words. Ah! The land spirit of Langia's expression sank. Back then, he had made an agreement with Fan Yuan. If Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu were lost or destroyed, they would be compensated at 10 times the value. Wisdom Gu was not destroyed. The land spirit of Langia let out a sigh of relief. But Danghun Mountain, at least, it was lost now. Do you know that if the Celestial Court obtains Danghun Mountain, they would have an endless supply of Guts Gu? It would be a huge help to them. Fan Yuan saw that the land spirit of Langia was silent. He exerted pressure. Don't talk about this. I will compensate you, don't worry. The land spirit of Langia replied. I believe you. How can First Supreme Elder be a dishonest person? Fan Yuan chuckled. What kind of compensation do you want? The land spirit of Langia asked. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.